Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
You're offensive. Police lives matter?
We're just trying to do school.
What?
You guys have the same sticker as the others.
But this is our space. You're making the space uncomfortable. But you're white.
You're fucking a white male!
What is one way you combat racism? I don't root for white people on the sidewalk.
They want your wallets, they want your guns, they want the wieners off your sons. Democrats.
Oh no! Oh, we should film it.
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! Vaccine!
Children, they're spreading COVID throughout the population at higher numbers. And people are not entitled to turn themselves into deadly biological weapons by spraying disease-laden aerosols wherever they choose, randomly killing innocent people. This is not freedom, this is homicide, and willful ignorance is no excuse.
What the fuck?
Highest margin of victory yet. It's really impressive. Though, I'm starting to think he might have had help from the Russians.
Look at me, I'm a gay bro. I'm so cool, I'm so neat. I'll never have children and I'm sterilized. But the media says I'm totally cool. I'm a gay frog, I'm a gay fish. It's so good, and I think my daddy actually is.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. I don't normally do these drama streams, but I don't know. I'm sick. I feel like shit. I was in a shitty mood, and I saw a lot of things. Seen a lot of things in the last couple days that no one wanted to call out.
A lot of things.
Dude, I'm like on like Dayquil and fucking and Mucinex. And
I'm on Mountain Dew.
Dude, I'm on so many things right now. I appreciate it. I spent a lot of time making that intro, actually. It's, believe it or not, it's hard to find like cringe compilations and things like that. Most of them have been scrubbed off of YouTube. All of like the classic I have videos, like you have to work hard. I appreciate it. So, two major things we'll be covering today. Number one, you know, I brought Big Papa Fascist on here 2 days ago. And I had Wednesday off because we always have Wednesdays off. But also I was deathly ill. So brought him in to talk about Queen Alexa. and some of the new updates with Queen Alexa, namely being that they have minors as moderators in their Discord, that they're getting shouted out, and that they've successfully kind of reclaimed their name and respun the narrative by having a lot of people in the Twitch politics space not know what the fuck they actually did. They've done horrible things. So we had a conversation. They have been proven to engage in grooming behavior towards one victim. Proven, I won't say proven, but there's multiple witnesses of them contributing to the delinquency of a minor that they've tried to, kind of rehash. We'll see what evidence they have supposedly proving how their damage control somehow mitigates that did or didn't happen. And they've been lying habitually about tons of things. And so today, now that I've let them kind of lie, let them talk to Sprouticus, let them talk to other people that are like, hey, this drama's come up again. Like, what's the deal with this? And let them spin their narrative. Today, we can actually go over the DMs. We can go over the recorded conversation. We can go over the discourse conversation with Blizza, 10 Cities, and Revolt Rise about where they corner them on all of the lies and things of that nature. Go over the DMs, things of that nature. And I can't show the DMs on the screen. They're edited by Queen Alexa anyways, but they don't make Queen Alexa look good, even though they're obviously edited. So that's the first story we're going to talk about tonight. The second story, which is already becoming a thing on Twitter, which is funny because I've been on Twitter for 2 days and I'm already starting shit, is Vivian Wolf retweeted doxing Brand for Liberty and is the major person that has now made Brand for Liberty's full name be out there, as well as supporting Antifa while they attack his property by retweeting their tweets, doxing him, because they think it's funny to dox Twitch streamers that have the wrong political opinions. Well, I recognize that people have their opinions about Vivian, right? But I think showing evidence and showing what they're doing and giving a timeline. The other thing that I want to talk with, the other thing that I want to discuss is a timeline of events that occurred with him, because I did an interview with Woodsman Will, who's hanging out with Brand for Liberty during the DC convoy, for the trucker convoy. And I want to kind of give a timeline of events and all those things. I interviewed him. I have a recording of that interview. I'll post that in the Discord or on YouTube. I can't show that interview on Twitch because, according to some of the people in Antifa. Oh, you got a friend with you? What's up, Vivian? Yeah, we're just talking about how you help to dox people for having the wrong political opinions. No, my name's not Fabian. This is my co-host. Right. So they had, I think it was 3 retweets before Vivian posted Brand for Liberty's full name. Now, granted, Antifa had already an anti-group on Twitter, right? Because it's a decentralized organization. So calling them Antifa is kind of a weird thing to say. But, so, they had like 3 retweets. And it very possibly, if enough reports went through, it wouldn't necessarily have spread his license plate and his full name, as well as they were doxing what hotel he was staying in, where he was going, lying about some of the things that he was saying that he was talking about messing with homeless people. We'll show that too, but that's not from what Vivian did. Vivian just retweeted to a very large audience so that it got out there in the Twitch politics space, Brandt's name and as well as his license plate, which had already been previously doxed by the same Antifa groups. So Brandt had already shown that himself. She's not really guilty of that perception. And again, I'm not asking for anybody, a very large audience. What, tens of thousands of? Yeah, you have 2K followers. How many people do you have on fucking Twitch? 2K followers, 2.317. How many people? I mean, how many people? Almost all of them are going to be in the Twitch politics space. Right? How many, let's see. How many retweets did you get? 52 retweets, right? 52 retweets, 21 comments, 237 likes. That shit spreads. Very likely could have been squashed until you wanted to, right? Until you wanted to, well, the tweet no longer exists, Sir Physics, so I can't check the impressions. That being said, that information is out there to several people now. Okay. So now it's okay for you to dox people and to help dox people if your audience size is small enough? That's your argument? Is that like what you did is acceptable because you don't have enough followers on Twitch? No, what you did was fucked up. Like I'm not asking to fucking, I mean, you're in the chat, so like I wasn't going to tell people what your Twitch name was specifically. I'm not asking anybody go after Vivian. I'm not asking that anybody report them or anything like that, right? I don't believe in that shit. I don't believe in like deplatforming and things like that, because this person will just go somewhere else and say wild shit. Antifa doxing fascists is good work. Yeah, a libertarian minarchist that wants to get rid of the state mandating vaccines and all of the issues that are concerned with the authoritarian practices of the state. Yeah, we know how anti-fascist Antifa is, and we know how anti-fascist you are. You know, you're an anarchist until, you know, you're talking to someone of a different political opinion. He's literally a New World Order conspiracist. Well, being a conspiracist, right, is a nice pivot away from you not accepting the fact that you doxed people and you think that's okay. But even if that was true, right, even if it is true, none of those things are fascist. Being against large corporate takeovers of the state are not fascism. Fascism is supporting state control and mandates on people's lives. And then, you know, I wouldn't necessarily call this fascistic, to, you know, support and help dox people and to help, you know, help other wild lefties, you know, continue their attacks against Brandt. Right. Antifa doxing fascists is good work. Exactly. So I appreciate that you're here to admit that you helped dox this person, and that you believe that that is an acceptable behavior, and that you think that this person is a fascist, that minarchist libertarians are fascists, because I guess they love corporations and private property too much. So it's okay to attack them, and it's okay to dox them, and it's okay to, you know, damage their property. It's okay to leave packages on their vehicle that are suspicious, you know, so that we waste tax dollars getting the police involved, right? It's okay to call them with death threats. Like, Freedom Trucker Rally was a fascist endeavor. All right, your political opinions aside, doxing people's not fucking cool, and it's not okay, and everyone should know what type of shitty person you are. Oh, keep misrepresenting his views? Dude, I had to squash beef with him in order to be able to talk to him about this. I'm not the biggest fan of Brandt for Liberty. I don't know all of his opinions. I know what he's there to protest. Suspicious package, you mean a root beer can? No. I mean, hold on, here we go. Hold on one second.
Just a moment.
Right, when things like this are left on people's cars, right? When things like this are left on people's cars and they have to involve the police or, you know, risk, you know, what could be a potentially dangerous package after they've, you know, put root beer all over it and put Hitler stickers all over his car and anti-fascist. This is the third time his vehicle was attacked. Yes, Brandt got doxxed, and the big proponent that really helped spread the information around is in the chat right now, Vivian Wolf, right? Before she retweeted it, there was, I think they had 3 retweets. Sounds like a gift. I get it. You guys are okay with, you know, doxing and violently going against people so long as they have the wrong political opinions. I hardly think I did much at all. Even if you specifically did not do that much at all, I'm in the Twitch politics space. And so people engaging in horrible behavior like you engaged in need to be called out in this space. And so, yes, you need to be called out. And the fact that you think that this is acceptable and you keep finding ways to try and just not admit, like, yeah, I did it, probably wasn't the best idea, kind of a dick thing to do. The fact that you think that this is funny really goes to show what a piece of shit you are. And so people should be aware of the situation, and I'm letting people know, right? So that they can know that, you know, that if they're on a panel with you or if they're doing something with you, that you're a piece of shit. I'm laughing because you think I'm some Antifa supervillain when I just retweeted it. I don't think you're some Antifa supervillain. No, I just think you did a really shitty thing. And you think it's funny. And this is someone within the Twitch politics debate space. So Vivian is letting you know who she is. She's letting you know what a piece of shit she is. And she thinks it's funny. Right. Well, the original, we'll go over the story later. You know, I'll get into the story with Vivian later. I want to cover the Queen Alexa stuff first, because there's a ton of stuff to cover. But you know, I'll go through the timeline. I did an interview with Will, talked to Brandt as well. You know, we'll look at what occurred. I'll show you the original attack against Brandt that precipitated this. I mean, you can spam and chat a bunch of copes, right? But at least now these people know what a terrible person you are, right? And they'll be less likely to work with you. And if they do want to work with you, that's perfectly fine too. But they'll understand that they won't, you know, to be guarded against what's kind of like what you've done and who you are, so that they're not, you know, they're not falling into some trap thinking that they're talking to some well-meaning anarchist that wants, like, you know, peace and wants a better society without the state. But what you really want is violence against people that disagree with you, and you think that shit's funny. Bro, I was just screaming in his face. Sooner or later, dipshit leftists will take it too far, and there is no respawn in real life. Look, I'm not encouraging anybody to report her for doxing. I'm not encouraging that. I don't think it will help. I don't think giving a report first of all, Twitch loves their fucking lefties, especially Twitch politics people that are trans. They fucking love them, right? So likely nothing will come from it. But even if they do, even if you guys do report this person, it's not really that helpful, right? Like, the best thing to do is to just expose these people for who they are, so that Vivian can't go into other chats like in Prime Guys, or, you know, go hang out with CTV on a panel, or go into other spaces and pretend like they're like a well-meaning kind of like anarchist that like is willing to work with people to reduce the size of the state, or like work in certain faucets to make like America a better place. They're a violent piece of shit. I know they all know, but this is just further proof. And this goes to more people. You're a piece of shit. Racists deserve more than root beer. And that's the thing, right? Is the dehumanizing. Anybody that disagrees with you politically, we don't care about your behavior, right? We don't care about what it is that you do. We'll lie about you, we'll call you names, and we'll drum up hatred and give out your information. And all these things are acceptable until you're hurt. They don't speak for all trans people. Please know most of us are not bad. 100%. I was a fucking show choir kid, right? I love the fucking LGBT community. All right? Just because I happen to be talking about two pieces of shit tonight that are both trans. Well, I don't know if Queen Alexa is actually trans. They claim it, so whatever. Vivian obviously is. I don't think this in any way, shape, or form is representative of all trans people. Everyone who disagrees with me is a fascist. Yeah, well, I just find the irony of like a libertarian minarchist protesting against government authoritarianism is a fascist. Right? And that just goes to show you that they'll just otherize people. Tell us more about those Muslim hate facts, dude. Oh, dude, that was a great stream. We got death threats from a Muslim, so I ate a pound of bacon on stream, and I just started saying like different hate facts about Islam, like about Aisha, or about like different. Oh, dude, he was so fucking triggered. It was great. I didn't dox the motherfucker. It was my response to somebody. It was my response to someone giving us death threats. Was to laugh it off and show how fucked up they are. But I didn't dox them. I didn't share their fucking name out there. I didn't try to make sure that violence occurred against them and help spread that. You're a terrible fucking person, Vivian. And the fact that like you think all of this is fucking funny. That's the piece of racist shit supporting fascists that you're watching, chat. Right now I'm a fucking anarchist and I'm an anarcho-fascist now. I fucking love it. Ignoring obvious racism, then crying when someone doesn't even do anything that bad. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Yeah, Vivian, we get it. We get it. ANCAPs aren't anarchists because, you know, left-wing commies that are violent thugs like you that support violence against people and don't have any of the founding views of anarchism just gets to, you know, spread this idea. We get it.
I mean, it's a great gambit.
Right. We get it. I'm not an anarchist because, I don't know, Noam Chomsky redefined how we look, what anarchism is 20 years after ANCAP existed. We get it. It's a lot of attacks. It's a lot of pivots, right? Because you just don't want to face the fact that what you did was wrong, right? You want to attack other people and you want to bring in other things. And you don't want to just engage with the fact that the behavior that you did was wrong. Tread on me, daddy. I mean, I wanted to get into the Queen Alexa stuff, but since Vivian's here, let's go through the timeline. Let's go through this stuff first. So, let's go through. Let me pull up everything. All right. So we can understand where all this stuff started. All right, so this was kind of what precipitated the comedy, if you will. So again, I spoke to Brant for Liberty. You know, we kind of hashed out some of our stuff. We're gonna hash out some more stuff. And then I spoke to Brant, and then I did an interview with Will, who was there for most of these things and could give me a good timeline and stuff. Brant was too busy out there doing, you know, Freedom Convoy coverage. So obviously Will, Brant has been, if you don't know who Brant for Liberty is, he got supposedly, according to some Antifa people, they mass report him and get him taken down. I don't fucking know. I don't know if I necessarily buy that. But one way or the other, he's been getting reported for the most innocuous shit and getting kicked off of Twitter, right? So, what What goes around comes around, huh? Root beers violate the NAP. They do indeed. Trying to destroy people's camera equipment because you're mad about the fact that they want to stop the violence of the state because you're a fucking, you're an anti-fascist authoritarian, hilariously enough. That's kind of on you. These people whine about mental health and act like this is hilarious. Yeah, so anyways, so what happened is the first thing you need to understand, an anti-fascist fascist. So the first thing you need to understand is that Brant went to Hagerstown in Maryland to follow the truckers from Texas. He went all the way from Texas to Maryland. And this was a few days before the root beer incident. And he didn't realize that he was streaming and his phone number ended up on another person's stream, right? He didn't realize that that person was streaming. And of course, Antifa and, terminally online people, they're constantly trying to dox these people. They're constantly trying to find out their information. So they got his phone number. So they start sending harassing phone calls and text messages to him. Specifically, there's this guy, Fizzle, right? Who's like does a lot of reporting and is like a online kind of activist in the Antifa space, right? So while he's in Hagerstown in Maryland, his phone number eventually gets leaked out. That was kind of all people needed to start being able to compile different information. Now, while he was there, this happened on March 19th. Okay, so this is the 19th. This is what precipitated some of the incidents between Brant and Fish Smell Stink, aka Vishal Singh. I have no idea what any of that is, but okay.
Here, and you have your face to traffic there. So I'm looking at both ways either way.
Yeah, that was weird. I don't know what the fuck that's about.
Wow. Traffic here, and you have your face to traffic there.
All right.
Tread liquor, that's a new one.
Right. So this was the original event. They were obviously attacking, not necessarily, I'm not sure if they were really going after, it looks like what they were trying to do is destroy the camera equipment with root beer. Right. So this person, is throwing root beer, like 2 full root beers at him, hoping that I guess the sticky soda will fuck up his camera equipment and splash all over him. Yeah, no, that's assault, right? So this is the first kind of incident that precipitated the entire right. Freedom Trucker Convoy was a fascist endeavor. Yeah, that according to Vivian. So this was the first kind of precipitating event. Now, after this happened, we have the 21st. So, Brant and Will comes down to DC. He's doing his shit. He's like, come hang out in the hotel with me. I'll give you a good tour of DC. You'll see kind of what's going on in DC. You'll see all of the, I'll show you all the sites, give you some history of DC, because Brant's from Texas, right? And Will kind of knows a lot more about the DC area and all that stuff. Being anti-state is being a fascist. The double speech is strong with this one. Yeah. Yeah. So, on the 21st, they do this tour. And Brant starts getting text messages saying hey, check your car, fascist. Go check your car, right? And that would be, I don't want to show. Right. So it's fascist to demand free speech, of course. So that was when Vivian helped post this. Now, the original post from DC Anti-Fascist Action had literally no engagement whatsoever, right? Now, you can see if you see the original tweet, as well as I have some video footage and stuff, but it shows his license plate. I'm not trying to show any of that on stream. I mean, I have video of it. And basically, and Brant, I think, has posted some of that stuff on himself because he's like, fuck it, it's out there now. But I don't want to be spreading it. That being said, they They dox his full name. They show his photo. They said, looks like he got a visit today. Damn name, that Antifa root beer keeps getting you, doesn't it? Better stay vigilant. So they threw some root beer on his car. They slapped some Antifa stickers on his car. And that appears to be what they did the first time they went after his car. Now, the second time that they actually, hold on. So then what they did, that's a violation of Twitter, Discord, and Twitch rules, which now apply outside of said platforms. Of course, they don't enforce shit against black bloc fascists. No, of course not. That being said, so that's the first text. What happens after that is that Brant travels to Frederick, Maryland, right? And goes and gets some lunch, gets out of the city, gets out of DC, gets out of the city a little bit. And he gets more texts while he's in the restaurant. And again, they threw root beer on his car. Apparently they dented his car, kicking it at some point or hitting it with something, and threw some stickers on it. So this was the second time that this time they legitimately damaged his vehicle, as opposed to something that would just wash off. Right. So again, that is also on the 21st. So twice in the same day. A good strategy when to use when dealing with Antifa is to either bait them or to get them to escalate beyond what they're ready to do. So bait them to come into a controlled environment while you're waiting with like 3 people, then chase them down and arrest them. Black shirts for short. Yeah. So here, after that, right? So the vehicle is attacked twice, right? Now on the 22nd, at around 1 a.m. So this is all happening within 24 hours, right? So you have his vehicle is damaged in the morning, then his vehicle is damaged during lunchtime, and then at around 1 a.m., this tweet goes out from DC Anti-Fascist Action, and it's got a lot more traction now, right? The original tweet had like no traction, but of course, after people started picking up on it and realizing that this was a Twitch streamer that they wanted to come after and they wanted doxxed, they were much more happy, and this one got a lot of engagement. Now, the person that doxed this, I have kicked them out of my Discord. It was someone that was in my Discord. I'm not going to name them because they were on a VC with Will, who's here. It was a dumb mistake from a dumb kid doing some dumb shit, and he's mostly apologized, and he was kind of talking to one of the people on there. It was a bad idea. He shouldn't have done it, so of course I banned them from my Discord, but I don't necessarily want to put their name on blast because they really didn't mean to. I don't know. Maybe they did. Maybe I should blast them out. I don't know. If you're really that curious, join the Discord and look at mod chat and you'll see who it is. But I'm not going to do it on stream. So this was, so again, now what they're doing is they escalate, right? So they escalate by not only saying what hotel room he's in and again, doxing his name. They're also letting people know where they were last seen. And then they're saying that they're making thinly veiled threats against Antifa, which from what I understand is basically true, right? Because he's being attacked. He's had his property attacked twice that day. And then 2 days before that, he was assaulted by people that were, presumably anti-trucker convoy. We can't prove that they were Antifa or anything, but as well as he's getting a threatening text messages that he reported to the police that I'm not going to share here, as well as threatening phone calls from people including claiming to be Antifa or claiming to be a part of Antifa, right? So for him to be like, come at me, I'll fuck you up, like you guys are cowards, et cetera, while freaking out while live streaming and making thinly veiled threats against Antifa kind of makes sense. Now, the second portion of this, Antifa didn't fight anybody except fucking... The only thing Antifa has ever fought is like their lack of testosterone. Like, what are you talking about? So, saying that like the soldiers that fought in World War II were somehow Antifa, get the fuck out of here. I'm historically illiterate. You go find me the fucking Antifa that were doing this, right? And then find them and then see how their ideology, their ideas, their belief system, and their actions are similar to these soy boy fucking silver spoon socialists that are useful idiots for the communist revolution walking around fucking attacking people. To say that Antifa fought the Proud Boys and got BTFO, I mean, they got BTFO'd sometimes. It's not like they haven't fucked up Proud Boys a couple of times either. So, the second part of this mentioned messing with unhoused people. No, they didn't. They never did that. In fact, if you actually watch the live streams, they were constantly giving out pizza and cigarettes and beer to homeless the entire time. They never talk about.
Most people would mess with me like that. Just give me free beers.
Right. So what they're doing is they're trying to say, they're trying to incite violence by claiming that they're saying horrible things and claiming that they're like ready to go commit like some fucked up actions, when what they're really doing is walking around reporting on the convoy and like going into 7-Eleven and buying pizzas for the homeless. You know, like that mutual aid. Hey, K-Bucko, you missed Vivian coming in here after I proved that she was doxing Brand for Liberty. Right? So, again, this is a lie. So, this happened on the 22nd. Now, on the 23rd, which is last night, we're getting more and more texts, more and more escalating in what they're doing. And then Brandt's car gets kind of like attacked for, damaged for the, can I show that? Yeah, I can show this. Not that one. Okay. And so this is the last time, or the most recent time, I should say. They're slapping stickers, throwing root beer on his stuff, putting anti-fascist action stickers on. This is basically the same fucking photo. Make America Great Again, Hitler stickers. And then, of course, they leave this package on his vehicle. They should have called the cops, but instead, Brandt's drunk, so he walks up to the fucking package, picks it up, and it's full of fucking root beer, like turned out and pills poured out so that it dumps root beer all over him. Right. I'll have to rewatch the VOD. Well, I mean, it started with this, right? This is kind of the precipice that began it. Was this person, assaulting Julius and Brandt and trying to take out their camera equipment with root beers. And then they had, they threw root beers and damaged their car multiple times in a few days. No, he reported this one to the police. And then reported the other instances to the police. Reported the text messages, from what I understand. And then, of course, this person was one of the people that was, sending him death threats, saying that he was coming to kill him and things like that. So he reported this person to the police. Right. So there is this. So that was the person that was calling him at night. What a broken brain. When libertarians call the police, call yourself anti-government. No, the root beer just started because of this, right? This person just went into a store and grabbed like 2 large root beers, hoping to destroy their camera equipment, right? And that was kind of where.
Wow.
Right, so that's kind of where the root beer thing started. And that's why they started calling them, root beer fans. Of course, this had very little traction whatsoever within the Twitch politics space until Vivian, made sure that, all the people in the Twitch politics space, know what Brant's real name is, know what his license plate number is, etc. And so I figured, we should fucking call this out. It's fucking disgusting behavior. And of course, she came in here and said that it was hilarious and that you should do it, and then it's so good that Antifa's doxing fascists, and then just laughed off the entire thing. So, there's that. Now, the reason I can't show you, I can show you. Now, I have this interview. I'll just kind of scroll through it real quick. 3, 2, 1. Right. So as you can see, I interviewed Will. I have, Will is Swamp Fox 90. Who could that be? So I interviewed Will. If you want to see that interview so you can get like a breakdown of the story, kind of from the horse's mouth, I'll try and put it in Discord, because we're fully boosted. So I'm not sure how big the file is. Actually, let me see. Let me actually see. So upload file might be too big. We'll see. Yeah, we're not boosted. I'd have to pay to be able to boost it. So I'll upload it to YouTube and then just make it like a private file and then put the link in Discord. So if you want to see like from the horse's mouth, kind of a rundown from Will. Now, the best person to talk to about this is Brant. Brant's live streaming like almost every day, the trucker convoy. But go follow Brant for Liberty on YouTube. If you want to support him or if you want to ask more questions about what happened. But Brant is currently banned from Twitch. Brant is currently banned from Twitch until he resolves the mass reporting issues that he's been having. And Will won't be back from to Twitch until next Friday because he did a stream called Women Are Trash, Changed My Mind, where he was literally arguing against someone that was saying that women are trash, I guess. And they said the title was hate speech or something or harmful or some shit like that. I can't remember. It was like an ironic title because he was debating against someone that believed that. I think he's unbanned on the 1st. Yeah. So he'll be back soon. So on the 1st, go check out Brant for Liberty. And then you can go check out his stream. He'll probably be showing live feeds or of what he's doing, and you can talk there, or you can just go on YouTube. If doxing is used to intimidate or harass someone, it is illegal in the United States. When someone is doxed for a reason other than harassment or intimidation, it carries a crime if the perpetrator used illegal methods to obtain the evidence. There is no federal law that makes what is considered doxing explicitly illegal. I mean, it's hard to say if they're trying to intimidate him by calling him, you know what I mean? Like, the context of the situation is that his persons and property has been assaulted multiple times. And then they're doxing him, and then they're saying exactly where his location is, and then they're lying about potentially violent actions that he might take against homeless people, which he never would do. I can't see how that's not intended to lead to assault. Right? Like, I can't see how that's not intimidation. What's that?
It doesn't sound great.
Well, no, I don't want Twitch to ban Vivian, right? Like, I don't believe in deplatforming. I think everybody should have a platform, regardless of how fucked up of a person they are. What I want is for the community to know what a piece of shit this person is, right? And so when they're engaged in things, like a panel or something, and they come in and they're like, oh, I'm just here to, like, you know, talk about mutual aid and now we can have more peaceful communities. I want everyone to immediately know, no, fuck you, Vivian. You're a violent piece of shit and you'll dox people and you like it when people get physically assaulted, when they get their persons and property assaulted. You're a piece of shit. Don't come in here pretending to be some peaceful fucking person. That's what I want. I want people to be aware of the type of people that they're dealing with. Yeah, but the problem is that all these platforms are fucking lefty, right? So it's like you start going after these people, they go after you, and then what's going to end up happening is like we're going to get bans, but what we're going to end up with is 80% of the bans are going to be conservatives for innocuous shit, and 20% of the bans are going to be like left-wing commies and shit like that for like extreme shit. Vivian has technically committed real-world crimes. Yeah, I mean, Vivian has a long history of being a piece of shit. Apparently Melina's getting harassed and getting death threats. Well, because of Destiny and that Kafal's situation. It's gonna happen either. That whole Destiny ban situation is so fucking stupid. Here's the whole story. Person gets random stick up their butt because they don't like Destiny's opinion on trans people in sports. Makes up a bunch of shit about hate raids, makes up shit saying that he stealth raped girls, and then fucking supposedly gets a hate raid that they have no proof of, then fucking blames DDGers and Destiny and cries victim. Claims that they mass report them and then walks back that claim. And then what happens after all that? Then they brag about how he got kicked off. It's so stupid. Weird obsession with trans people? Not me. I mean, someone just brought up like what happened. Brought up the Destiny situation, so I'm just talking about what it is. She's a UK citizen doxing an American. Yeah, I don't really know how that law works. And again, I'm not here to fucking call the local fucking Mounties or anything against her, right? I just think people should know what type of person they're dealing with. If we get banned because YouTube and Twitch doesn't like our politics, YouTube and Twitch are the problem, well then follow our fucking Rumble. If you're not on a phone right now, all you gotta do is scroll down and click the Rumble and you can follow us on Rumble. Right? So that we have a place to go if we get kicked off of these platforms. Aw, don't break backflip. Is that the best you got? Guys, we have to abolish the government, but also call the cops when it benefits us. Is that the best you got? Right? You can't, you want to make fun of us for calling the police when the state has a monopoly on violence? When we're literally unable to call private security firms or rights enforcement agencies or engage in community policing? Private security is not allowed to deal with half of this shit. If they were, it would be cheaper than the fucking cops. It would be better than the cops and it would be less likely to violate your rights. Vivian's here and mauling your chat. Oh, she's back. Call Interpol. She retweeted someone. Oh, shit. Right? Are you against using a service you were forced to pay for? Exactly. You hate the king, yet you eat the king's bread. Checkmate, ANCAP.
Oh, no.
Why not work with left-wing libertarians to abolish all governments instead of helping pro-cop movements? Well, see, the problem with working with left-wing anarchist types, right, is, well, it's Shaw Day, and it's Benjamin Tucker, and it's every one of the Accords, and it's literally every time we work with you guys, you get violent, you make the movement look incredibly insane, you accomplish nothing, and then you get taken over by communists. So why would we work with you? Like Sade worked with you, and what did you guys do? You murdered him. You murdered Sade, right? Benjamin Tucker tried to work with you. What did you do? You brought fucking Hair Most over, you started throwing fucking bombs, and you accomplished fucking nothing, and you set back anarchism fucking 50 to 100 years in America because of your violent, dumb, stupid ass shit. Broke apart the Paris Accord, broke apart the Black International. Like, look at anarchist history. Every time right-wing anarchists try to align themselves with left-wing libertarian and anarchists, all you guys do is get infiltrated by commies, start killing people, start killing us, fuck up the entire movement, and then the state puts you down for being fucking commies, and you don't accomplish anything except making the state more powerful. Why the fuck would we work with you? That makes no sense. So support MAGA? What? Who the fuck supports MAGA? Here you go. This is what happens when you type Trump in my chat. Hold on, our cloud bot appears to be broken again.
Okay, I was about to say, like, oh, really, again?
Hold on, I'm gonna fix the Streamlabs so you can understand just how MAGA we are here. Why does our cloud bot keep cutting off? It's so fucking weird.
I know it's not because the subscription ran out.
No, we bought a 1-year subscription. Hey, cut on, bitch. All right. Dude, it's still not working. What the fuck? Bum, 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 bum. Dude, I'm so fucking sick. Hold on, we're gonna fix this, boys. We're gonna fix this. Technical difficulties. Pro streamer here.
Hit that button.
There we go.
Oh, is that making it work?
What button? There we go. No. I wanted to fix the actual thing. I got it fixed.
Now you can.
That's what you get when you type Trump.
All you want. Hey, why not make yourself some extra money and suck everyone in the neighborhood's dick while you're at it?
The anarchist movement in America has left-wing roots, i.e. Mayday. Actually, the anarchist movement in America was mostly rooted in Josiah Warren, Benjamin Tucker, and Lysander Spooner, which were anarcho-individualists and right-wing anarchists. It wasn't until the Germans started moving in and that the anarchist movement in America started to take on a left-wing variety. America was a right-wing anarchist movement. Josiah Warren was a mutualist who eventually gave up the idea of communes and gave up the idea of any form of democratization because he realized that you could not have anarchism as well as democratization, that it was just not effective. He also gave up the idea of labor theory of value notes from the labor theory of value, like money stores. Realized that that was an ineffective way of having the economy constructed. Dude, what pretzel rocks? What is this country EDM you have? I'm
sorry. What did you just say?
It was like country EDM. No, the anarchistic roots in America are not left wing. Liberty Magazine from Benjamin Tucker. I mean, that dude was hella based, right? All of the anarchists that were contemporaries of Proudhon in America were individualists. No, I'm not saying the IWW and the Wobblies don't fucking exist. You said the roots. Yeah. Once the left came in and started fucking shit up. You know, I mean, Benjamin Tucker fucking left America. He went and retired in Europe.
Dude, I'd love to retire just like a small vineyard in the south of France.
Right? Wait till Vivian finds out not everyone here is a staunch Christian conservative.
Yeah, just Casimir, really.
Yeah, Casimir's I don't know. Casimir's... I don't want to speak for Casimir. So are ANCAPs against striking? What? No. Why would ANCAPs be against strikes?
We're against striking people in the face with, like, weaponry first.
Or root beer, even, really. Even root beer.
Yeah, fucking guys can't go to the Capitol.
What is
guys can't have fun
Not
anymore?
That was good. That's a very relevant joke.
It is. It is. It is. NCAP supported the biggest recent strikes, the trucker strikes in Canada and elsewhere. Hey, Sir Physics, I can't, dude. I'm like still super sick. I can't do Alex Jones impression right now until I feel better.
I could do the effeminate man from Family Guy.
It's a missed opportunity. Sorry. All right, so there's not really a whole lot more information to cover on the Vivian situation, right? I think so long as you guys understand that this person is a violent piece of shit, and thinks it's funny to dox people and to participate in that behavior, you know, and we showed that she did indeed do this, and she didn't even fucking deny it. She just thinks it's funny, you know, which I think is probably the best you could have hoped for in this situation. Do I think unions are monopolies on labor? No. I mean, I think public sector unions can be an issue because they're enmeshed with the state. And so there can be a lot of issues in whether or not it's a legitimate union. But I have no problem with a monopsony, right? So long as they're not supported in such a way that allows them, like, you really only get a monopoly with the state. You can't have a monopoly without a state. It's not really possible. And the only way you could really do that is to have an efficiency monopoly. But even then, you would still have competitors. At the best, you'd have a monopsony. You have to have a state in order to have a monopoly.
Now you can suck your own dick. All you want. Hey, why not make yourself some extra money and suck everyone in the neighborhood?
Capitalism has created monopoly. The fuck kind of stupid ass shit is that? So you think the king didn't have a monopoly? How is that capitalism's fault? Capitalism destroyed the monopoly.
No, kings had dukes, and that's a decentralization of power.
An hour on Vivian retweeting a post about Brant getting root beer on his car. Can't wait to see all the dirt you have on Alexa. Oh, I'm so glad you're excited. I'm so glad you're excited to see what a piece of shit Alexa is. So, since Vivian's excited to move on, kings can also have a monopoly. Well, then how is it that the monopoly was created by capitalism? Maybe I'm misinterpreting what you're saying because it's Twitch chat and you're just like putting out like short, pithy remarks. And that's fair. I'll give you the benefit of that out there. But it's not really like a good place for like long form good faith discussions where like I'm able to speak down to you and you're in a chat like trying to quickly respond. Because capitalism is when poverty, duh. Yeah, no, I mean, usually according to these people, capitalism is like the economic boogeyman of like literally every country in the world. And there's no distinction between like China and the Nordic model or America or free market capitalism or what capitalism actually is. But that's okay. Left-wing kind of commie types and left-wing anarchists, like they don't come to anarchism through economics, right? If they did, they'd be anarcho-capitalists. Like if they understood economics at a deep level and they came through like reading theories on economics and started reading like dissertations and early things on economics, then they would understand like why their shit makes no sense. Drink water? I do have water. I got you. I'm sick as fuck. Probably gonna need that. True, we care about morals. See, even then she's like trying to make a pithy remark, but like she recognizes that like they come from a place of feeling, right? And not an actual like grounded moral system. Because anarchists, left-wing anarchists also don't have a moral philosophy, right? No. See, the problem is that the only way you can force economics to fit your moral prescriptions where you don't have a grounded moral philosophy that is like logically consistent, right? The only way you're capable of doing that is by using authoritarian power in order to force a kind of an outcome from what it is that you believe should exist, right? And this is why you're utterly destroyed with the economic calculation problem in and of itself. Like, that's just one of the things, right? But you don't have a grounded moral philosophy, right? Right-wing anarchism does, right? Like we have natural law philosophy, and our explanation for natural law philosophy comes from argumentation ethics, right? And so we have a if-then logically consistent moral philosophy. You don't. Right. Right-wing anarchism is basically just feudalism. If that's your response to natural law philosophy and argumentation ethics and the economic calculation problem, I feel like we already know who's the dumbass here. Yeah, amorphous values of liberty, autonomy, and equity, right? And again, how do you get equity? How do you achieve these things? They're not grounded in reality. They're not grounded in any type of economic philosophy. You just say like, oh, we're going to do it and we're all going to work together and it'll work and it'll be great. You can't have autonomy and equity, right? It's Jason's triangle, right? You can have a meritocracy. You can have, and this is right. You can have a meritocracy. You can have parental rights and freedom, or you can have equality of opportunity. You cannot have all three. And you really can't have, you can only have one purely. Yeah, I don't really want to get into argumentation ethics. I don't really know it well enough to know it, but it is interesting the way that argumentation ethics like supports the NAP, and like you could take a perspective that natural laws are discovered through the process of argumentation ethics, right? So like truth, for example, or honesty as a value, but I don't know, that gets really into the weeds on like the philosophy. Two people decide to trade apples for oranges, black shirts screeching. All right, so that being said, we need a nap emote. Well, I don't think we have any emote slots left. But that being said, let's go into the Queen Alexa situation. So the first thing, I guess we'll do a little recap, right? Is it probably the best way to do this? So Queen Alexa had their kind of like issues around between Thanksgiving and Christmas, right? Little bits of rumblings were coming forward. Big Papa Fascist was kind of looking at trying to find evidence, trying to figure out what was going on. There was rumors of possible childhood grooming. Grooming is super bad, Vivian. You're right. Right, but we didn't have any proof of anything. We just kind of heard rumblings and things of that nature. Then what eventually ended up happening is, the end of the victim in this case went to another Discord community. Then once they were in that Discord community kind of put it on blast. Information got to BPF. BPF got some of the messages. Eventually, Queen Alexa put out their own edited video of messages, hoping to clear their name. It's very clearly edited. But even those were really bad looking. Then Queen Alexa went on a campaign to attempt to lie and twist the narrative and get other people to believe whatever their story was, lying to their own friends, pissing off literally everyone within that community. While that community mostly stayed quiet, they tried to work with them. Then eventually they came to them and kind of ambushed Queen Alexa, recorded that conversation, and got Alexa to admit multiple times that they had been lying, that they had lied several times. What's up?
No, so I was alt-tabbing.
Oh, yeah. So then BPF covered that, right? Now, at a certain point, Queen Alexa was supposed to disappear from the political shit show, Then when they were supposed to disappear from the political shit show, they came back a couple days, supposedly 1 week later. Revolt Rise was in charge of it. And then they hosted a giant panel, even though they were supposed to be on a break and they weren't supposed to be running things without ever talking to Revolt Rise. Had this giant panel of a bunch of misinformed large Twitch streamers, giving them only bits and pieces of evidence, allowing the narrative again to change into this like kind of nothing burger situation. Now, BPF and a couple other people blew this out of the water. There was another situation that most people didn't know about that came I want to say it was about a week later, maybe 2 weeks later, where Blizza and Revolt Rise and Tenflix and a couple other people in and out confronted Queen Alexa, and they admitted to a bunch of really bad shit. And so what I did last time is we spoke about a little bit of this. We spoke about BPF. We spoke about two of the new problems, one of which is that they made a mod of someone that was under the age, again, a 17-year-old that was soon to be 18, that is now 18, made them mod and gave them special kind of like access to like, people are calling it special privileges. They're just a moderator that makes emotes and reactions and stuff in Political Shit Show 2.0. That being said, supposedly Political Shit Show 2.0 is a very large, becoming a large platform again, is supposed to be a 18 and up server to try and like solve some of the issues of previous where Queen Alexa was grooming a child and contributing to the delinquency of a minor of another child and engaged in inappropriate behavior with children regularly, or we should say minors. That being said, trans rights are human rights. There you go, Mixed Vivian Wolf. I'm all for trans rights. I'm just not for protecting creeps or violent pieces of shit like you. Want inappropriate behavior? Well, we'll go through different pieces of it, right? So we'll go through the DMs where they're flirting with a child, with a minor, trying to get them to move forward. We'll go to the point where Queen Alexa refuses to flat out deny, and it says that it's highly improbable that they said this. When Blizza and Revolt Rise and Tenflix are saying, you said that you wanted to, in a couple of months, you were going to bend them into a pretzel and fuck the shit out of them to someone that was underage, right? And this was when there all of a sudden became, like, why are you talking to a minor this way, and voice chat with other people? And of course, this person is lying all of the time. So who knows what was happening in all those private VCs, and who knows what was actually in the DMs when other than the ones that were selectively brought out by Queen Alexa. Less cis rights would be good. I don't know that you necessarily trapped her. I'm pretty sure she's just being a troll. I do not have a recording of them saying that, but I do have a recording of them not flat out denying it while Blizza, Revolt Rise, and Tenflix, who are all active members. How old is Alexa? Nobody knows. Alexa claims to be 21. But before we get into all of that, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go over the DMs. This is the full list of DMs, okay? Now, these are the DMs that Queen Alexa herself, or themselves, released saying that that these were okay, right? That these are all the DMs. But it's very obvious. I thought BPF had the recording. Different recording that BPF has. Different recording. We will go over both of them. Okay, so these are the DMs that were released by Alexa. And we don't know if they've been edited. I will say that 2 of the photos that were sent were blacked out. So that the victim supposedly had sent to person. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put on some lo-fi. I'm going to cut this volume down so you can hear me a little bit better. And we're going to read Wait, how old is this drama? Didn't Alexa fuck off after this? Yeah, but they came back. They got shouted out as a VIP on the Discord politics server, and they're hosting all of these panels again. They've been hosting people again. They've got someone that was a minor as a moderator in their Discord, and people need to be aware that how much of a disgusting piece of shit and liar this person is. They didn't fuck off. Like, their Discord got destroyed when Revolt Rise gave it over to Doobie, and Doobie destroyed the Discord, and they immediately started rebuilding their Discord and then rebuilding relationships and saying that none of this shit was true and weaseling in and saying, oh, it's a big nothing burger and lying about it. And so, no, there are a ton of people that are not aware of the details of this and instead think that it was a giant nothing burger. And so I'm representing the evidence. And if everybody's aware of it and everyone's cool with it, then everybody's cool with it. I'm just here to present the evidence from what they themselves released and their own words and recordings. You definitely trust Spectre over you. Okay. Again, so let's go through their own released edited DMs, right? So this is probably the best evidence of that they could have that would make them look the best. Okay. Now I can't show this on screen, people, because I will read it out word for word. But the video that I have shows the victim's name. I'm not going to put that on screen. I'm just going to read it out word for word. So buckle up, boys. So Alexa, I just noticed you joined. How are you? We'll say D. Hi, Alexa. Hello, D. I'm okay. Alexa, that's good. What is happening? They're debating veganism. D. Geez, I thought it was guns. So, starts off pretty innocuous. Sorry. And then it just jumps to, okay, nope. What is the left-right split now? Alexa, on this debate, it's not really left-right thing. It's like who likes meat and some don't. And then the other person starts flirting with, randomly just goes, sissy hypno, he, synth. I find that very, and then he says, Alexa says, pardon me. Yeah, D, he, I find that very funny. Alexa, yeah, synth is cool. D, okay, I was not sure. I just wish I was not the only trans girl where I live. Alexa, yeah, I feel that. I just want to kiss trans girls. And then Alexa, yeah, I have to travel far to find them. D, I'm not good at driving. Alexa, same. LOL, I drive a motorcycle. D, that's oh my, that's really cool. Yeah, I enjoy it. D, you're really cool. Thanks, you are too. D, do you like cats? Yeah, and dogs. D shows a photo of their cat. Look at her, big kitty in a costume. Oh, so cute. Alexa, D, I know she's my ex-girlfriend's cat. Fuck, I'm sad. Same, but this distracts me from it. D, hugs. Then Alexa shows two animals, a GIF, two animals hugging, sending hugs. D, I plan on getting a bunch of tattoos and gauges. Alexa, nice. D, yeah, want an RGR meme? Sure. Darby shares a furry meme. Alexa, LMAO. D, no, you're not. I didn't hear you laugh. God, this is so difficult. All right, what's people going on? Oh my God, people are arguing with Vivian Wolf about capitalism. All right, I'm just going to keep going. So, LOL, D, liar. Alexa, LOL, D, it's cool in my room. My is all my heat and core. Fuck. Alexa, it's cold. Sorry. God, this video is so annoying. Alexa, it's cold. I like it cold. Based. Sorry. D, also, I only like it when it's cold. When I have someone with me, the way I can suck the heat from their body. Alexa, LOL.
It's a creepy fucking message.
D, What? I just want to cuddle. Absorbs body heat in italics. LOL. Hey, do you want to help me with my shot later? How could I help you? Alexa says. Just being there. Okay, I'm here. D. Dude, he's calling me. Fuck. He said sorry. Alexa. Oh, cool. It's just hectic. Alexa. Happens sometimes. He's a nice guy. Darby takes a screen grab of Discord, says he. I'm pretty sleepy, but I don't want to go to bed. Alexa, LOL, I felt that. Darby, should I stop stretching my legs? Alexa, do whatever you want. Darby, oh, damn it. I keep saying the person's name. Their name is all out there, but I'm trying my best not to say their name. Pretty sure the name is brought up multiple times in 2 of the videos too. But I'm certainly not going to show it where we can see their spelling of their name.
It's probably not a good idea.
I think they've changed their name in most of the Discords anyways. All right, we're going to keep going. D, should I stop stretching my legs? Alexa, do whatever you want. Okay, but geez, you're tall. Do you feel dysphoria about it ever? Alexa, every day. D, oh, I'm sorry. It is what it is. D, if I can do anything to help, just ask. Alexa, thanks. Thank you. Same to you. Queen Alexa, you fell asleep. Why? I'm sorry. No worry. D, okay, thanks. I really had fun last night. Alexa, I'm glad. Already stole his NFT. Hey, I did my shot in chat, but I love pickles. Alexa, it's okay to be wrong. D, I'm not uncomfortable. I'm just blushing and whatever. Stop. I'm sorry. Alexa, it's okay. No worry. D, if I did anything. Alexa, no, you're fine. D, I'm just, yeah. Alexa, you're fine. Here we go. It just feels very nice for this stuff to happen, you know? Alexa, all good. Glad you're happy. D, hey, Alexa. Alexa, what up? Did you mean those things you said? What thing exactly? I don't know, like, Alexa, my career stuff, yes. A bunch of these are fucking edited, by the way, which I find hilarious too. D, uh-oh. Alexa, that it would be cool to meet up at some point? D, I would really like that. Alexa, yeah, I would be a while, but yeah, I would be down to hang out. D, did you mean it when you called me cute? You're cute too. Alexa, thank you, even though you don't know what I look like. D, I just find you're really nice and cool. Thank you, you're nice too, and cool as well. It's like what? It's like listening to 2 toddlers fucking talk.
Yeah, it's not exactly thrilling content.
I'm sorry, boys, but this. I mean, we're going through every single one of these fucking things. This conversation's fucking weird. I feel like I'm ready. My 16-year-old sister's text messages right now. Shit is cringe. Yeah, I'm trying. We're gonna get through this. This is the one piece of content that's really rough because it's just like listening to this dumb shit, and then after that we can just listen to their own words and pause and and do the videos. So, thank you. You're nice too and cool as well. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. D, and it's nice to be teased or whatever. You're cute there. Alexa, thank you. D, it'd be nice if you ever just want to hang out on Discord or whatever. Alexa, sure, anytime. D, heart emoji. Alexa, hey, come back on mic real quick. I moved us into a private Discord. D, this is getting boring. I think it's funny. D, film clothes, pog. Alexa, true. D, also now I have lip gloss on and makeup. And then it just randomly stops. Everything's gone after that. And it just says, thanks. And then D, hey, Alexa. Then Alexa says, hi. D says, last night was crazy. Alexa, always is in my server, LOL. D, I've been packing my stuff for the move today. And I realized how weak I am. So it literally just like jump cuts like to just some other shit.
Not to be confused with a match cut.
No, fair enough. All right, hold on. Let me get back to it. All right, Alexa always is in my server. I've been packing my stuff for the move today, and I realized just how weak I am. Alexa, you're a girl. D, I was having trouble lifting a bag with 6 pairs of shoes in it. Alexa, makes sense. It's weird. I'm not strong anymore. I'm small and weak now.
Goddamn, you can't pick up 6 pairs of shoes?
Huh, I mean, it's obviously just this person. I'm not going to psychologize or anything, but this person's probably just excited about changes they're going through. And is maybe a little bit into, I don't know. It's a teen trans girl, right? Like she's just excited about being girly. We'll say. 6 pairs of shoes in it. Makes sense. It's weird. I'm not strong anymore. I'm weak now. And then it just randomly goes to, yeah, that's fine though. But it's hard for me. I feel like I could be hurt at any time and I couldn't do anything about it. Alexa, that could happen to any of us, even me. It's just not worry about things like that. D, yeah. How do you like luchador wrestling? Oh, hey, do you like luchador wrestling? Yeah. Would you like to hang out later this week and watch some with me? Sure. I will always watch wrestling. D, I have this really great series I want to show you. It's really, really cool. Lots of high flyers and really good heels. What's it called? Lucha Underground by chance? Yes. And then like just a bunch of letters. Alexa shows a video of that. I've seen every episode more than once, but I'm still down to watch. D, really? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alexa, I'm a wrestling nut. D, I really like wrestling too. I've been watching it ever since I was little. Alexa, yeah, I grew up on it and it's my career. D, I still think that's so cool. I don't know where the fuck they had a career in wrestling. It's news to everybody except in these DMs. I mean, I guess he's just trying to, or she's just trying to flirt. All right, so been working on it since I was 14, would title when I was 16. Really? You're so fucking cool. Used to be, not so much now. I'm boring, fucking COVID. Hee hee, it's okay. Hey, my phone is fucking up. D says, Alexa says, all good. And then it just jump cuts to, but yeah, when we get finished moving in, I will join back in. So I guess they were in some type of private VC and we just switched to these DMs and we just ignore whatever was there. Okay, all good. When do you think you'll be able to watch Underground with me? Anytime. Really awesome. I will. I'm going to start moving, but yeah, later. Sounds good. D then says, I think I'm a little bit dumb. Man, they're really taking this Barbie bimbo fetish thing to the extreme. Like, Jesus, Jesus, kid, why are you? Come on, somebody help this kid. Aren't we all? Then a picture of like the microwave brain. D says, hey, just because I'm dumb does not mean I look like that. True. I agree with your statement. Queen Alexa shares like some, I don't know, kids game gif. Care if I pull you in a private voice call? He says to her, or she says to her, sorry. D says, rip. Do you like Mastodon? Yes. Hell yeah. They have some good stuff, some meh. I get that. I have a few songs, but I really like some of the stuff that just sounds the same. You doing okay? You left. Alexa says, I'm talking to someone. I'll be right back. Cool. It's just arguing about vaccine. It's boring. Alexa says, yeah. D says, can you think of any topic would work well? What do you mean? I like to bring up something else to talk or about something else. Alexa says, no idea. D then says, hey, do I look like a girl? Alexa says, yeah, of course. D says, dysphoria hitting hard. I'm not looking forward to tomorrow. Dealing with my dead naming and being called a gut. Thank you, guy. It was like they misspelled that.
Guy. Yeah. Spelled gut is.
Hey, this is like 3 messages in a row from Alexa that aren't edited. Parents, Alexa says, and having my grandma tell me that I look like a handsome man. Alexa, yeah, family sucks. D, it makes me feel like a pit in my stomach. It hurts so much. Yeah, you have to ignore it. It's easier said than done. D says, no matter how big a tits I have. Sorry, hold on, scrolling. No matter how big a tits I have, no matter what my body looks like, I will look like a guy. Alexa says, no, you don't. Tell yourself that. You look like a girl. D says, it just has me so depressed. A says, yeah, I'm that way all the time. I understand. Try to cheer up. I think you're so cool. D says, thanks. Then Alexa says, where'd you go? Where'd you go? D says, I was feeling upset, and my mom was upset that I was still up. Alexa says, well, hope you feel better. I'm here if you need to talk. D then says, can't you talk in DMs? Right? So I'm assuming they were in some type of voice chat, private or not private. Yeah. D, I just hate that I was like that. Moving forward. All right. Alexa, you're good. No worries. D, you can't do it anymore. I'm just too femme, and I'm scared of being femme. Alexa, yeah, I wish I could. I haven't been able to do anything. You're better off than me. I'm so jealous of you, not gonna lie. D says, jealous. And then Alexa says, yeah. Yeah, LOL. Why would you be? I look disgusting. Alexa says, no, you look fine, I promise. D says, okay. You wouldn't lie to me, so I can trust that. Alexa says, true. D says, hey, Alexa. And then Alexa says, yeah. And then they share a random GIF of like Fallout GIF where it's like you've become addicted to, and then it changed it to estrogen. Pretty common GIF. Alexa says, LOL. D says, is that why you talked to me last night? Alexa says, no, it was just to make sure we were on the same page. What the guy was talking about was fucking gross. D says, yeah. D says, Alexa. Alexa says, yeah. I'm having period cramps and it hurts. Damn, you okay? D says, it hurts a lot. Alexa says, damn, stop hurting. D says, that's not really going to help, silly. Alexa says, why not? LOL. Why not? LOL. D says, well, I don't know. Alexa says, do better. D says, no, I can't. I am too dumb. Alexa says, untrue. D says, yes, I am a bimbo. LOL. All I know is eat hot chip, charge phone, and be lesbian. Alexa says, based. Then there's some GIF that's cut off. I want to do these so much. Alexa says, that's cute. D says, I know, right? It could be awesome. D says, hey, are you available to watch Lucha? Sure. Just call when you're ready. Guys, I'm sorry for this, but we have to go through each one of these. And these, again, take a little break for a second. These are not like all of the DMs. These are the edited DMs that Alexa put out to make themselves look good, or because they believe that it would exonerate them, or, you know, whatever. But there's clearly jump cuts, and there's a lot of these DMs are edited. At the same time, a lot of people edit their shit when they have typos, so that doesn't necessarily mean anything.
All right, let's bring that beat back.
Yeah, I feel bad for him too. Dumb kid. Their words, not mine. Get involved with some weirdo online. Super fucking vulnerable. And you have this person that's like flirting and engage, like even at the very least engaging in this relationship. That's, these DMs are edited, and you can still see that they're engaging with this relationship, and the other person is flirting with them, and they're not in any way, shape, or form being like, hey, you know, that's not appropriate. And we have to assume that this person's 21. Well, 20 at the time, supposedly. Okay. Keep going. I fucking hate this guy. He's talking in good faith. I don't feel that, but I understand why, where you are seeing it that way. Alexa, I agreed with him until this point, and I don't agree with him. D, I'm sorry. I had to go eat the chili I made. I want to make deer jerky soon. I have a spice and sauce blend. It's going to taste so good. Alexa, awesome, and you're good. D, it's getting heated. Alexa, I bet. D, Scott muted Synth. That's me. I did mute Synth. This was on Thanksgiving. He was being a dick. It was the only time I ever went into this server, and Synth like wilded out on me, and I was like, all right, fuck this server. Alexa, LOL. D, Rex is trying to debate Synth now. It's a murder. D, do you want to finish the EP show? Alexa, sure, just show your screen in here. D, spooky, I'm scared now. Like, actually, what happened earlier really freaked me out. I don't think I'll be able to fall asleep. And these are like disjointed messages. It seems like there was probably a message deleted of Queen Alexa's in between these, because they're all like basically at the same time, but his message is gone. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It was nothing. D, are you sure? D, hey, do you want to watch today's episode? Alexa, yeah, in a bit. D, okay. Do you think I could debate him? Alexa, who, Flat Earth? D, yeah. Alexa, good luck getting him. D, can I be let in? And then it just randomly switches to please. Alexa goes, no. D goes, please, I'll do anything. Alexa says maybe, but still no. D goes, well, fuck. And then it's another day. It's the 27th now. And D goes, I'm so pissed. Alexa says, you did good. Sorry if I cut you off. I need to give my final thought. D says it's okay. And then it just says, it's okay, hug. Alexa says hug. Then it just jumps to, I just want your opinion. Alexa says shot. I'm assuming they're saying shoot. Then D sends a selfie of themselves. And Alexa says, you look good. Thanks. I wanted to look nice for the panel. You did good. Sorry, you look great. Thanks. I wanted to look nice for the panel. You did good. I really appreciate that from you, Alexa. Alexa, you're welcome. Then it's the next day. D says, I'm so dumb. I agree, you're dim, they say. D says, no, I can make sandwiches. Alexa says, I can make them better. D says, no, I can make any dinner you want. Alexa says, fine. D says, yay, where? I want to come.
What's the definition of that word? Come?
C-O-M-E. Not the bad word. Mad Laden, come on. Is this really the bed you want to lie in? I'm really disappointed. What do you mean? Hey, Mad Laden, I have a question for you. Is it okay to tell a underage girl that you want to wrap them up in a pretzel and fuck the shit out of them in a couple months? Is that something you like to do to teenagers that are underage? You just mad that I'm re-bringing shit up with your boys? The whole Twitch community, it is really crazy how much they'll just tolerate fucking sick weirdos and gross people and just apologize for them.
No, I mean, you tolerate me.
That's not in the DMs. Revolt Rise, 10 Cities, and Blizza, and another VOD that I have that I'm going to do after I finish the DMs. The DMs are the ones that are edited and put out by Alexa, right? But you start off with that stuff, right? Then you can go into the next thing. But I mean, we can go into that as soon as we're done with this. Clickbaity title with edgy bullshit. You're harnessing the fucked content to make a profit and get views.
Isn't that what everyone does?
First of all, that's what everybody on Twitch does. Second of all, I never fucking do drama streams. Like, this is the second drama stream I've ever done, which the first one being talking about Alexa with BPF. Third of all, this person got shouted out by Doobie and is fucking doing panels again and is back in the space. This person's a fucking disgusting piece of shit. So you're just going to ignore the fact, you're just going to ignore what I said, right? You're going to dismiss the fact that Revolt Rise and Blizza and 10 Cities are all agreeing that they said that it was said by Alexa in VC to the person that in a couple months they're going to wrap them up in a pretzel and fuck the shit out of them. Have that video of them saying that occurred. Dude, I don't believe, what do you mean? Okay, so what I'm supposed to do is just not talk about it. And I'm just supposed to just make sure that it gets swept under the rug. But like talking about it and showing it to people, that's the problem, right? So you're disappointed because I'm just showing it. I haven't asked one fucking time. I haven't asked one time for a sub. I'm not asking for any donos. I'm not asking for any follows. I'm just sharing the shit. All right, Mad Laden. Well, we know what side you're on, and it's not the side that wants to keep people safe and out of harm's way or wants people to know the truth. I'm going through all of the fucking evidence. Like, what's so crazy about that? I'm going to keep going on. And if you don't want to be here for all the evidence, then you don't want to be here for all the evidence. Right? Of course, all of the messages sent out by Alexa that are supposed to make them look good, that are clearly edited, fucking aren't that bad. But in order to understand other things, you need to have the context of what information was out of originally. Also, you know, it's still not good to be calling minors cute and be engaged in private DMs with fucking people that you know are minors all the time. Like, that's not an appropriate relationship. It's not real proof unless it's... All right, I'm not saying that. All right, we're almost done with the messages anyways. I'm okay. Do you want to talk? Alexa, we can give me like 2 minutes. I'm in Gen 2. D, where'd you go? Alexa, be right back. D, okay. You're so mean. Alexa, LOL. D, my Alexa is going off and freaking me out. I really like talking to you, Alexa. Alexa, I'm glad. D, I also like how you pulled me into the other chat. Talk to you later. D, hey. Alexa, hi. Sorry. 1 second. I'm fine. How about you? I just kind of jump cuts there. D, I'm just sitting in my room in the dark. Alexa, same, LOL. D, hey, what did you mean by going in there? Going. Alexa, please give context. D, when we were talking and you said you wanted to go up there, I was being apprehensive and you said you're going in there, and then you pulled me in. Alexa, I was just taking you to general. D, I kind of liked it. Whatever, I'm sorry. Alexa, for what? You didn't do anything. D, I'm just weird. Alexa, same, but that's fine. You didn't do anything wrong. D, can I explain it? Alexa, sure. And then, come on. And then it just goes to an end of message of D saying sorry, so we don't get the explanation. Alexa, hello, okay, I guess, I don't know, I figured we could just talk to others and you're fine. D, I don't know, I kind of feel like being in that server without you, kind of made me feel safe. Alexa, I'm glad, but I have to do my own thing. D, I know I'm not telling you to do something. It just feels nice to have you around. I super care about you, Alexa. Alexa, well, glad I make you happy. I'm only human. Alexa, I'm glad you're a cool friend. D says, even if I hate your name. Alexa says, LMAO. D says, you said that you're coming through Oklahoma, right? Alexa, I don't know, maybe at some point. D, it would just be cool to hang out. Alexa, for sure. D sends a heart emoji. And then, no, that's just something weird from the pixelation. And then it just switches to, hey, Alexa. Alexa, hi. D, sorry for texting you this late. I'm kind of a vampire. Alexa, all good. What's up? Same. D, I just wanted to see how you were doing. Alexa, I'm okay. How about you? D, what the fuck? Not good at all. So same. Alexa says, LOL. D says, do I really look like a girl now? I looked at myself in the mirror and I do. I have hips, boobs. Alexa, yes, you do. D, a soft face. My legs and ass are getting thicker. Oh, shit. Hold on. My legs and ass are getting thicker. So yeah, I guess so. Alexa, yep. D, it's just weird. And then the file of the DMs just has a bunch of things edited out with a program showing that presumably D sent pictures of themselves to Alexa. Presumably since they're edited out, these pictures are showing their boobs and ass getting bigger. And when editing this, they felt that it was necessary to not have those pictures out there, which, you know, fair enough. If you actually explained what was going on. And then it just jumps to D going on a different day. That's okay. I was just being followed by this conservative looking guy with a toothpick in his mouth, and he was giving me dirty looks when I was looking for bras and panties. Alexa, yeah, people are wired. I'm assuming he meant weird. D, she meant weird. D, then when I went to eat, I was so scared I go into the woman's room. Then it just, there's nothing after that. It's the next day now. No explanation. D says, hey, Alexa. Alexa says, hey. D just says, I'm just full of estrogen. And then D says, LOL. And then it jumps and you can kind of see cut off a little bit. D says, can I talk to you? Alexa says, I'm in the middle of a panel. D says, oh, sorry. Alexa says, so what's up? You would have to type it out. D says, that's okay. I was just being, okay. So no, they scrolled back up to get that little extra bit. Okay. That's okay. I was just being followed by the conservative guy. Yeah. Just heard that. D says, Alexa says, I'm full of estrogen. D says, LOL. And then Alexa says, nice. And then D says, I actually look really nice today. How are you today? Alexa says, I'm fine, just going. D says, would you like to hang out? Alexa says, I can't right now, sorry. D says, I mean later. And then it just jumps to D saying, I just want to call myself a tranny F word, F-A-G word, fuck. Darby, oh shit, God damn it. D says, I effing hate Dylan. Alexa says, this is a panel, how they work. D then sends like a cute furry looking emoji. Alexa then sends a furry gif. D says, I was so scared that you might find out. I'm so sorry, Alexa. Who knows what the hell that was about. Alexa says, why? D says, I'm just stupid. Alexa says, we all are, but you did nothing wrong. D says, hey, Alexa. Alexa says, hi. D says, I can't sleep. Too many bad thoughts. Alexa says, stop having bad thoughts. D says, can't. Alexa, then it jumps. Alexa says, NP. D says, do I need to stop saying the C slur now? And types it out. Alexa says, hey, I'm fine with the C slur, but try not to potentially attack Dylan all the time. I'm getting DM. It's cut off. It's no big deal. D says, fine, I will be good. Alexa says, thank you. Then D sends a photo of a sandwich and a drink. It says, here's your sandwich and sweet tea. Alexa says, LMAO. D says, oh no, did you want the crust cut off? I can redo it. D says, why are people calling me a degenerate? D says, Alexa, what about what he said to me? Really? And then Alexa says, I'm trying to see where they stained. Give me 1 second. Trust me. D says, okay. Still said I was going to die a man. Alexa says, yeah, they seem really dumb. Can I get unmuted? Yeah. Hey, I'm off to bed. If they say more terrible shit, DM me. D says, hey, they're probably recording the entire conversation. Ronnie might have found their YouTube channel and posted it. Then they left. Like the entire server. D says, hey, could we get centered back on the topics? Alexa says, that's up to Spectre. D says, only friends can message him. Alexa says, you up? Yeah. Queen Alexa, join does Forest VC. D says, why? Something happened. Alexa says, just jump in here. Trust me. They're going insane. I was banned. LMAO. Well, I'm in my general now. Join whenever you're free. Whenever you get done out over there, I would like to talk, right? So this is the day of, right? They're still messaging this person. And then this person seems to be ignoring them. Care to jump to my server for a second? Nothing. So those are the messages that Alexa themselves released publicly to people that are clearly edited in some regard, could be edited heavily, could only be edited slightly, but clearly show a very inappropriate relationship with a minor, regardless of your behavior. I think probably the worst part is the fact that they probably sent that person some pictures that they felt that they couldn't share with anybody because, it might be some form of bad pictures. And at no point did they go, oh, don't do that. Hey, you're a minor. Don't send me those pictures. It's very clearly edited in some regard. This is over a 2-month period. Now, the next thing we're going to do is, do you guys want the BPF video or do you want the discourse video? I think everyone's seen the discourse video. What was the new info? So I DM'd one of the moderators in question, who I'm not going to name. I DM'd them after Mind of Z claimed that this person was underage when they were made a moderator in Alexa 2.0. I DM'd them and they confirmed with DMs that they are a moderator, that they just turned 18, they were a moderator when they were underage, and presumably Alexa knew it, though they didn't confirm that to me. But Alexa says, they're 18 now. So they said that in my chat. So obviously Alexa knew that they were a minor in a supposedly 18 and up Discord, and that their moderator is now 18, but was a minor at the time. And that this person is someone that, I'm hearing a lot of rumors. I don't want to speculate on all the rumors because I don't have any proof on the rumors. But they're very good friends that likely have conversations and things like that. And so I've heard people say that they're in private VCs and that they talk often. What that relationship is like, I don't know. Right? That's gonna take somebody else that's on the inside that gets disgusted by their behavior to find out what that information is. That being said, I know that they have confirmed to me that they're a minor, that they're now 18, and that they were not only a moderator, but that they manage the emojis and the reactions and stuff like that. Why would I want to take education advice from someone that is politically and historically illiterate? You should at people so people know what the hell you're talking about. You forgot I was streaming today. I'm here now. Oh, do you, brother? So that is one of the new pieces. And then, of course, that's really all we have that's brand new. The other issue is that they're doing panels. They have this large server. The server is supposed to be 18 and up that Alexa's running. And No, they have minors in this server. Even one of the fucking moderators. Does Jason CTV, etc. know all this? They're on the panel that she's running. I don't know what they know. That's why I'm just trying to put this information out there. And then when people ask, I can be like, go look at the fucking VOD. Like, you shouldn't be on these people's panels. You shouldn't be putting Alexa up like that. His person has a lot of problems with boundaries with children, with minors, but I guess we'll go into the BPF video. I just want the recording. We're not going to watch the whole BPF explanation and all that, because it's going to kind of get beat to a dead horse, right? What I really want to do is we're gonna give me just a second to pull this up. We're gonna skip ahead to where the all right. So we're gonna skip ahead to some of the audio recording. Now this is only some of it, because it was edited for personal information and things like that, right? So the full recording, if you want the full recording, you know, that isn't to be shared, then Looter's gonna have to trust you or something. So let's get into that portion.
The other thing about that is when I was like, hey,
we don't necessarily know what's going on in these conversations. The behavior continued.
So this was the Christmas Eve, I believe, or Christmas special, stream live on December 25th. Yeah. So this was when I hooked BPF up with Looter and said, like, look, man, this guy's got recordings, like, you should talk to him. And then he brought on Looter and Dylan Blay to kind of expose some of the additional stuff, which is recordings proving that Queen Alexa was running around lying about it and controlling the narrative and lying to other people. People like Mad Laden, right, who are coming in here saying, oh, we should talk about this off stream. You know, we should totally not let people know what's going on, because Mad Laden probably isn't even aware of all of the information, and has probably had Alexa squirreling in their fucking ear and is believing an entirely different narrative. This is me trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. If you're aware of all of this information, then you're a disgusting piece of shit. If you think that this person should be hosting panels, and that's great, and that this person's a valuable in our community. I'm assuming you don't know all of this because I'm assuming you're not a bad person. I don't think that Alexa should be hosting anything. All right, fair enough. But I mean, you were roped in when Alexa disappeared for 1 week and then set up a panel in the political shit show along with all of those people, right? You were roped in, not knowing that Revolt Rise never gave his permission to do that panel, that Alexa wasn't supposed to be hosting that panel, and that they did this panel with tons of lies and misinformation and let the narrative go out there that this was a nothing burger. Let Brittany say shit that was wild, let different people say shit. And like even Doobie that thought they knew a bunch of shit, Doobie's was unaware of a ton of shit up to like 2 days ago when they were shouting out Queen Alexa's server on the VIP section and boosting their server with the politics Discord. I was like, yo, what the fuck? Why are you doing this? And what I found out is that most of the people aren't aware of all of this shit. And so I'm like, well, fuck, I guess we have to rehash this shit.
And we have Florida because nobody. Yeah.
Go ahead, and then stop it at various points whenever you need to explain what's going on.
All right.
So like if Viv is the one,
so that should be Ronnie D speaking,
is the mod. Like the thing about that is
different Vivian, by the way. They'll say Vivian a lot, not the fucking doxing fucking Antifa is great when they fucking attack people and dox people, Vivian.
He was in that call with us, right? But also the other thing about that is when I was like, hey, this isn't cool, like calling a 17-year-old cute, you probably shouldn't do that.
Dude, I don't ever fucking do drama streams, Mad Laden. Like this is literally, I have done 2 drama streams, Tuesday and today. Why? Because everyone is pretending like this entire situation is a nothing burger. And when I speak to people about it, I'm like, yo, what the fuck is going on? Like, why is everyone pretending like this is okay? And they're like, oh, the whole thing was blown out of proportion. And you've got Sprouticus, you've got all of these people roped into this shit. And like, I'm not going to go on like a fucking networking crusade through back channels of Discord to try and convince individual fucking streamers that this person is a problem. It's the only reason I'm doing this fucking drama stream. Right? Is to put all of the evidence out there again, and yes, to rehash this shit. Yes, to stir up some shit, because they're hosting big panels with big names again. And like, and they have serious issues with boundaries with minors, and they are a fucking snake and a liar that has lied to everyone and enjoys lying and is like fucking and like giggles about it. This is the only fucking reason I'm doing this shit. I'm not doing this shit to fucking milk some drama for some like fucking 10 extra views tonight. I don't give a fuck. Right? I'll like, if I get on a debate panel tomorrow, I'll get back on a debate panel. I'll be doing news tomorrow. Right? But like, no one wants to talk about this shit. And everyone wants to act like it's not a big deal. And, you know, as someone that has fucking kids, I think somebody that's out there that has these really inappropriate boundaries and is lying about shit all the time is something that needs to be fucking called out. Yeah, notorious drama streamer Scott. Fucking, I've done 2 drama streams. I've been on Twitch for a year. Every time someone brings up some Destiny shit or like the new thing, I don't fucking talk about it. Thanks for the $3.
Biohazard donated $3. Does the merch store work?
It should work. Yeah. I mean, people have bought merchandise from us before. Yeah, the merch store definitely works. Goomba's bought some stuff and had it shipped. I guess it's common for a POS to giggle about their actions, both topic people. Yeah, right. But it's like, yeah, like when people want to talk about like the like, I don't review debates usually, right? Like I don't get into the whatever the Destiny drama is each time. Like somebody asks it, so I just explained the Keffels thing, but like I spent like 2 minutes on it and then moved on. Like I'm not a fucking drama streamer, dude. I'm doing this because nobody fucking is talking about this, and they're all acting like this person is okay, and they're not. I mean, like, yeah, if I do reaction content, I do it to like long form, like philosophy or like CRT videos on YouTube or something. Like if I'm doing reaction content, I don't fucking react to like other debaters or like put other people's names in my stream. I'm doing this shit today because I found 2 people in like, because Vivian fucking doxed Brant for Liberty and fucking thinks it's cute. And helped dox along with DC Antifa after he was attacked multiple times and told that story. And I'm doing it because Queen Alexa is going around like nothing fucking happened. And they have this giant fucking, they're growing in the platform and they're getting shouted out by all these big names, and it's not okay. So I'm going to get into the video of Ronnie D, the recording of Ronnie D.
That at all, because it can be like it could eventually turn into grooming if you keep that up. Viv was like, no, there's nothing wrong with that. Like she was defending the behavior. So if like she defends that behavior in that moment and then you stop doing
what?
that behavior.
By the way, your Streamlabs is justifying left-wing violence unless I'm mistaken. No, it's absolutely not. It's about the non-aggression principle.
All right, stop this for just a second. Now, who's talking right now?
So this individual this is Ronnie D talking to Alexa right here.
Go ahead.
You shouldn't do that.
Let me speed this up just a little bit.
That makes the defense that I want you to go with way better, because you did make a mistake, right? But then when you realized it was a mistake, you changed that. You even stopped other people from doing it.
So again, what's occurring here? What they're talking about, kind of out of context, right? Is when Alexa said they were going to bend the person up like a pretzel and and like fucked the shit out of them in a couple months, right? People freaked out in the server and said, you can't do this. This is going to lead to bad behavior, yada, yada, yada. Like, you can't be saying this to a minor. They had a giant debate about it. And then read the message. Dude, I wrote the message. Like, I wrote the message. I'll read it to you right now. The reason it says leftists is just because that was the word that was in front of violence, right? So it just puts the word in front of the violence that was said before it. It's supposed to put the name of the person, but like Streamlabs doesn't always work. That's all. They said it with other people listening, right? That's why it says leftist violence. It's literally just like, it's supposed to put your name, but like sometimes it doesn't work and it'll just put like the word before it. Yeah. So let's continue. Oh, sorry. So that's what they're talking about. And then supposedly Alexa changed the behavior. And then they say that the DMs that they released show that they're trying to friend zone this person. Even though it's edited, even though there's pieces missing, even though this person is sending them explicit photos that they have to blur out about their body. We don't know because I can't, because no one's seen them. But we know that there's explicit photos being sent and they're accepting those photos and not saying that that's inappropriate. But this is more about the lying, because now what happened is a bunch of friends in the Discord tried to get together and it's like, hey, we need to come out in front of this. You need to be honest about this. You need to be on, like, and this is the strategy that we should use. Alexa agreed to this and then lied to all of them and then went out lying. And then it gets worse.
In the server, like Danielle, for example, was doing it, and whenever it's called out, you call
the
it
thing
out with other people.
I'm not even like, I'm just gonna wave that away.
Now that's Alexa's voice, right?
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Because like, I know you or Stan aren't going to bring it up, so I'll wave, because they can't prove it, right? So I'll wave that one away. It's just a lot, because there's no, they can't prove it. The part that comes down is they're saying Indiana.
Right. So this is where they say, well, they can't prove this, so I'll just wave that away. Right. I'll just wave that away because they can't prove it, so it doesn't matter. Well, unfortunately, you were fucking recorded. So everything is about shaping the narrative with everybody else and saying, oh, it doesn't matter because they can't prove it, so I'll just wave it away.
I've groomed. So I don't know what the screen cap, because there's like nothing. Like I just don't know what to take from it. You know what I mean?
I think you should let.
Yeah. So just to be clear, that basically what just happened here is that Alexa admitted to this behavior and then said that people can't prove it, so she'll just hand wave it away.
And this was the claim that I couldn't prove it, right?
Correct.
Right. So this is always the tactic, is to let them hang themselves. Go ahead.
Thank you for the advice, BPF.
Somebody you trust, read all of the messages from you. I don't know who that is for you, but you should find somebody out and let them read it. It's someone that's going to give you an honest take. Like, if there's something in there that they see that, hey, like, this is something that's wrong and you need to, like, that could be used against you. You need someone to do that. That way you at least know what you might have screenshots of, because like, took screenshots of something, right? So you have to let somebody that's not you, that has like a third person perspective from it, see everything. So I would just figure out who that person is. Like, maybe it's Dylan. I don't know. I know you've known Dylan the longest, probably. So honestly, I would.
To be honest, because
I just don't trust guy's judgment. That's the only problem. Like, he's defending.
I don't trust Dylan's judgment either. That's why we had to kick him out of the fucking Discord.
Like, flirting with 17-year-olds. Like, I wouldn't trust his judgment, but maybe Synth. Like, I don't know. Will. Honestly, I feel like Will would, like, because Will knows how it feels to be canceled for something that, like, you shouldn't be canceled for. So maybe let him just read all the messages.
Will's still getting canceled for shit he shouldn't be canceled for.
And he'll have good judgment on it because, like, he has children. You know what I mean? That's
God, do I hate this shit.
There's nothing you should really be like, yeah, you did. You did make a mistake, but you changed the behavior. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, like again, I'm not even worried about that part in particular. And I'm not even worried about the DMs. Is accusations like this hurt people?
Who is Will in this context? So that would be Woodsman Will. Woodsman Will, the streamer. That's who they're talking about. The guy, the same guy that was with Brand for Liberty when Vivian was helping dox them.
The reason Prime, the reason that Prime was even able to like not take like he even took damage. The reason that he was able to skip by a bigger name. Like I'm just now trying to start something on my own. This would, it's like derail everything I'm like trying to build.
Yeah.
I blocked Darby because.
Oh shit! Sorry. And again, this person's name is out there. I'm doing my best not to mention it a ton of times. But you all right over there, Mark?
Yeah, sorry, I had to tip out for a second.
Yeah.
Obvious reason. Yeah. Obviously, there's no conversation to be had with her.
Yeah. I just like it. It is going to hurt you regardless. But the fact of the matter is, it's happening, right? So you have to like come up with a defense for it, or else it's just going to go.
Right. So this is where they're still trying to help.
And I think the best route is to just say like, yes, I made a mistake. Like, because
or at least Ronnie is.
When you can admit that you like made a mistake and like you can show that you've been changing the behavior. Because like, look, if you didn't show your DMs and I didn't see that you were changing that behavior, I wouldn't even be like trying to help you right now, straight up with you. But I see that you changed that behavior.
Right. So this is the narrative is that they apparently said something bad and then got called out for it. And then, which was the pretzel comment, right? And then they changed their behavior by attempting to friend zone this person. I don't buy this at all because these DMs look heavily fucking edited. Zag's down by 4.45 seconds left. What?
And I can respect
down by
45
seconds left, but I don't know who Zags is. So
you're showing that you're trying to change behavior, and Darby's trying to like.
CTV's not on the panel with Queen Alexa. All right, fair enough.
She's sending you hearts, calling you cute, and you're like just deflecting from what you showed me, and that is a good defense in my opinion, and I think in other rational people's opinions as well. Like for example, if you bring that argument up to Dylan fucking.
That's true, Seeker. I'll give you that.
Dylan Burns, I agree with that.
We're re-going over all of the evidence. We just read the DMs that Alexa themselves released that are obviously edited. Now we're going over some of the recordings. And then after we get through the recordings that they didn't know, where they admit that they lied, they admit that they were telling other streamers, that they were going to deny and hand wave things because they couldn't prove anything. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go to the most damning one, which is the final confrontation between Revolt Rise, Revolt Rise, 10 Cities, and Blizza, where Alexa admits a lot of shit that they shouldn't. And, I didn't just fucking like be like, oh, let's watch it. Like I went through and I found timestamps for everything, right? Like I have a timestamps for when, for babysitting, PP, like the lies of omission there. What is the lying about? What did you lie about? The lie when they were saying that, oh, it's just about us being cute, the bend into a pretzel comment, showing how Alexa gets super defensive and specific when something is bullshit, changes their behavior crazily. Revolt Rises, multiple issues. I mean, like I have timestamps for everything.
Be like, yeah, that's a pretty good argument. Like you did make a mistake. Do is like condemn you for that mistake and hold that against you. But if as long as if you're changing the behavior, a rational person.
So stop it real quick.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, sorry, I keep having to switch between muting and unmuting.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Hold on.
No, don't put it in the Discord. It fucks with the screen. Just leave it alone.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, so tell us what's going on right now.
Yes.
Yeah, tell us what's going on right now with this.
So the two things that I want to be absolutely clear on. Yeah. So basically what's going on is that Ronnie and Alexa are talking about how to handle this situation.
So CTV is doing a stream. All right, well then I'll just, when I'm done this stream, because this isn't going to be a very long stream. We're not doing this till 1:00 in the morning, right?
No?
No, like, I mean, like, we're gonna go through some of the evidence in this video, and then we're gonna go into another video, but it's only like an hour of stuff, and then we're gonna end it up, and then I'll just send this to CTV and be like, dude, you really shouldn't be on a fucking panel with Alexa. Is this at higher speed? Yeah, this is at 1.25.
And the two things that I want to be absolutely clear on going into this is the fact that Ronnie in no way, shape, or form endorses like any of this behavior. And he was basically going to Alexa to try to understand, what's going on here and get to the bottom of it. And he's, pragmatic about it, I should say. He's trying to understand and get to the root of the facts of the case and what's happening. So just to be clear, like, Ronnie's not endorsing this behavior in any way. And the second thing that I want to address is that the reason why I'm here tonight and why Dylan's also here tonight is the fact that I want to make it clear that nobody in our community or in our circles endorses this behavior whatsoever. I think it's morally reprehensible to engage in this kind of conduct. And I just want to make it clear that nobody in this community or in these circles is trying to like harbor Alexa or smokescreen for her in any way.
Yeah, the DMs themselves also show plans to meet up, correct? Looter, can you hear me?
Yeah, I mean the most damning thing about the DMs is that photos were sent to Queen Alexa after they said that their ass and tits were getting bigger, and that all those photos were completely blurred out. And you can see where that, like, hold on, let me find that actually. Hold on. Right? Because I don't think their name or anything, their spelling of their name is on the stream. So let me just pull this up. Like the really disgusting thing here, more than anything, in my opinion, say it was towards the end, right? So, and this is, I don't have, yeah, here we go. This occurs right here, right? Oh, God damn it. Why would it restart? Oh, hold on. 1 second. So these are the photos that are sent that are completely just edited out. And what was sent right before was that the minor in question said that their ass and tits were getting so big. And the response from Alexa is not, hey, don't send me that, or that's not really appropriate to be sending, even in the context of like trying to understand the changes of your body. It literally just skips. It just scrolls like past however many messages we don't know about and just goes to the victim saying, that's okay. I was just being followed by this conservative looking guy with a toothpick in his mouth, and he was giving me dirty looks when I was looking for bras and panties. It's very obvious that these have been heavily edited. It's very obvious that these have been heavily edited to try and make Alexa look like they changed their behavior, that they did well. It's very clear that what really occurred was that the person in question sent some form of softcore or hardcore nudity to Queen Alexa, and then we don't get to see what their response is. We don't even know how they responded to those photos, other than the fact that they continue to engage in private voice chat messages with this person after already having their behavior called out within the server for making supposedly jokes, right? We're going to say that it was a joke about wrapping them up like a pretzel and fucking the shit out of them in a couple of months. Like once they're 18, of course. So it's okay to do that. I mean, that is grooming, right? Like you're making plans to meet up with this person. You're talking about fucking this person. You're engaging in a relationship with this person so that they trust you, right? And you're targeting someone that is a vulnerable trans teen. I'm sorry, it's just grooming. Like there's no way around it. All these people saying, oh, I looked at the DMs and that's not grooming. One, you didn't look hard enough. And two, you don't realize that these were clearly edited. I'm sorry. But we're going to keep going. because it's not just it's like, you know, how much do we trust this person? Well, the videos that we're showing now is that this person lies, admits to lying to other people to cover their own ass, and is going to show you that they lie to their own friends. Even when called out, they lie to their own friends. And now this person is hosting big panels. CTV is going to be on a panel with this person. This person is getting shouted out by Doobie in Discord to 60,000 people to join this Discord. I spoke to Doobie. To be fair, I spoke to Doobie. I explained to him some of this stuff. And I also explained to him that there was other issues such as contributing to the delinquency of a minor where people were drinking in the Discord. This person has other issues. It's a pattern of behavior, and like gave Doobie the people that he needed to contact to confirm this, right? Because I know people that are underage that were being encouraged to drink alcohol with other drunk adults late at night in the server, so that he can understand that this isn't just one situation, but that this is a pattern of behavior of being inappropriate with children and not being able to moderate a Discord. I don't know anything about the BX Bullet drama, to be honest with you. I don't really follow drama. But I'm following this drama because this person wanted me to lie for them and tried to use me. And now this fucking groomer is front and center, and everyone's acting like it was all a nothing burger. I really don't follow drama that much. I just started using Twitter 2 days ago. Any legal action? Not as far as I know.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't know.
The person in question is likely 18 at this point, too.
Yes.
Oh, did you shout out whoever donated another $3 to our Pretzel Rocks campaign?
I mean, I said thank you, but I appreciate it.
No, I was just making sure. I was gone for that little bit of time.
You can say you were pooping. I'm pretty sure you were pooping. It's okay to say you were pooping.
Yeah. It was so sudden.
Dude, I mean, I don't want to be on Twitter, but I'm really good at it. And it's the only way libertarians and shit will contact you. But let's continue.
Yeah, go on.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So the DM show that there are plans to meet up as well, don't they?
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. Let's play the rest of this, and then you guys have another recording where you actually confront Alexa on this, correct?
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
So I just think that's the best route.
He's bashful, Scott, a shy pooper.
I would just take some time to think. Maybe.
Look, no, I don't want people to attack this person. I don't want the people to go after Queen Alexa. I don't want to try and deplatform this person, right? What I want is for people to be aware of what type of person this person is so that people can be protected. Like, please do not go and attack this person. Don't try and mass report this person. What you need to do is when this person's name gets brought up, you need to just be like, oh, the child groomer. And then when they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'll put this shit on YouTube and just send them the fucking link and be like, watch this shit. You should never trust this person. They're a lying fucking snake. So that people don't trust them and so that people can be aware of the danger that they present. Sorry, I'm sick. I'm a little out of it. Right? Because when you ban people and you like all you do is cause them to move to little corners of the internet. Appreciate the follow. That's all you do. You just cause them to move their behavior elsewhere. Like sunlight's the best disinfectant. I really believe that. And so I just want to show this. Shame, not group takedown. Yes. Shame them and make them embarrassed to show their face and talk to people because everybody knows them for what they are. A sick fuck. What's up, Charmhole?
For a little bit and just let that fucking chat go, like talk about things, and then I'd go to.
But didn't hear that Destiny tweeted the soft A. I don't know.
Talk to people individually, like Will. You said you trust Clock Guy, so I talked to him individually. I talked to all your mods basically individually. Also, talk to Rinyald. Rinyald is a smart.
I just messaged Rinyald.
As soon as you can talk to Rinyald privately, I would do that.
Yeah, I just messaged him just a second ago.
Tell him what I said and everything. I would tell him what I say. Honestly, that's the person you should let read your DMs. And like, Rinyald seems very smart and fair, and I think Rinyald would agree with what I'm saying here. So, I would just be honest with Rinyald, honestly. All right. And if you need to talk to me again, just reach out. You know.
Appreciate it.
No problem. Talk to you later. All right.
Talk to you later.
Peace.
Okay, so going through that, Alexa essentially admits it all and then says that essentially they were just trying to dismiss the allegations because
Who's got the music screen up?
The music screen? What do you mean?
It says my music. And that's all I can see. I just see Andrew on the side. I'm just wondering if it's part of his video.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about. No, this is the recordings that they have.
Okay, that's what's being played.
They're just playing it through like Windows. They're playing it through like Groove Music.
It's not at all that it wasn't true.
Okay, sorry, I has
because
the
it is
dumb
true,
tonight, apparently.
But rather, what's the best strategy? Should I just not show any evidence if nobody's going to produce any? Is that correct, Looter?
Yeah. Yes, that's how it appears to me in this voice recording and from some of the conversations that I've had with her. A lot of were basically lied to by Alexa, and we're not given the full context of what happened, where Alexa was hiding information from them, and they were making public statements without full context. Again, I mean, part of why...
And that's still what Alexa is doing to this day, is just lying through their fucking teeth. And that's why, you know, we talked about it lightly, but we didn't go into all of the details. Part of it was because I thought, you know, we had more information and Andrew Wilson had more time. But part of it was like, well, you know what? This is a good thing because we can let this controversy drum itself back up for a little bit, right? We can let Alexa lie to Sprouticus. We can let Alexa lie to people around them being like, hey, did you hear this guy's talking shit? Like, oh, it's no big deal. And just give off some hand waving shit. And then we can go through the evidence that's available again. Because once I'm done with this, okay, look, I pull it off the internet.
Even with a very large.
Pull it off the internet. I don't give a fuck, right? Because I downloaded my shit. Oh no, it's fucking bugging again.
Happen. I'm not.
Oh god. All right. Well, I have it on the internet as well. If I have to use it on the internet until it gets taken down. Fucking VLC keeps crashing on me for some reason.
Ronnie approached this conversation in the way that he did was because he didn't have access to all the information, because Alexa was hiding it from him and telling people her side of the story in an effort to effectively get ahead of the truth. And
dude, these people are so good at not misgendering people. I have such a hard time not misgendering someone that
all you want
doesn't voice modulate at all, and I've never seen them. I don't know how these people are so good at just constantly saying her.
Try to hide from it.
Force of habit, probably.
And the truth is that the appearance, at least, of grooming is most certainly there.
I have the file online, and I can play it with another player.
Would you say that that's fair?
I would agree that this behavior... Yeah, so when we're talking about behavior where you're flirting with a minor, you admit to flirting with a minor on one occasion, this minor is in your DMs, flirting with you, talking about hanging out.
All right, I don't want to. We're gonna move ahead to the next.
That this kind of conversation at all.
And it's
not working.
IMK somebody. No,
it's working. I just I don't feel like hearing Looter say the same shit I've already been saying. Right?
We're not trying to fuck PNs to possibly meet.
That was me commenting saying I'm happy you cleaned your loon. Hey, thanks for the biddies. I hate when people get mad when I accidentally misgender someone. Yeah, dude, it's like it happens all the time. All right, so let's continue.
So just to give you some context, going into this real quick, that basically myself, Dylan, and several other individuals had a conversation about it, and then we basically joined a VC that had Alexa in it and talked to her about it. So at the beginning of this VC, you're going to hear a ton of people joining and leaving calls.
Against that, I'm just against starting confrontational.
Yeah.
That'll get us nowhere.
Let's go in there.
All right.
And Sully, if you're coming, shut up.
Yeah, just stay muted, Sully. Shut
Alexa.
Holy fuck. So many people just joined at the same time.
Yeah, this is the quote-unquote ambush that you may hear reference to, where Alexa was ambushed by like 8 people, and it's like, oh well, see the I was ambushed, so like, you know, I just said whatever because, you know, it wasn't a problem. Someone played the Aqua
Okay.
Mart. Oh shit.
Well, we got something we got to talk about. Basically, hold on. My dog's barking. Sorry. So the way you've been talking on streams and stuff about the situation,
Let me ask you a question. How you feel about frilly toothpicks? I'm farm.
Have evidence of you admitting to flirt.
There you go. Frilly toothpicks.
The other day, and I think you need to come out and you need to tell the truth. Stop defaming your victim. Apologize for that and tell the truth. And if there's anything more that I don't know about, I want you to tell me now, because I'm gonna go to Viv, and I'm going to use the leverage I have against Viv to get information from her. So you can either let me know now, or I'll be finding out more.
Just to be clear, the individual speaking right now is Ronnie D, who was the individual in the prior conversation that he had one-on-one with Alexa.
If there's anything more to know.
God, do I absolutely fucking hate people.
Well, why do you hate people?
Because so one, you said you didn't record it, but you did.
I never said I wasn't going to record it. When did I say that?
Yeah, we had a well, actually, no, Sent told me that, so never mind. I take that back. But pretty much, you said what we said in there was, you know, pretty much confidential.
No, I didn't.
Like,
I never said that. I never said that. I told you, and it's on video, Alexa. I said you should come out and admit your mistake. That was the advice I gave you. You can't lie now. Everyone in this has seen the video. I told you that you should admit to your mistake. So no, I didn't say it's going to stay confidential. I told you what I thought you should do.
Look,
right.
The reason I haven't come out about it is
that first.
Okay, yeah. Well, I wonder what BPF says. I don't even remember this.
So this is a good point by Pilot People. If there's evidence here, it should come out. Particularly false statements need to be refuted, whether or not someone is trans immaterial. Actually, Polly's right. If the people who are trans in this, it is immaterial. That's actually true. Are on that. So
just don't, you know, be blown the fuck over.
That's not happening.
What?
Yeah, this is where he gets quote unquote jumped, and you'll hear about this in the other video, and you'll also hear him talk about this. If anybody mentions it, he just says, "Oh, I got dogpiled on, and they wanted me to admit to things that I didn't do," and he's now going to deny. Or sorry, they're now going to deny what is said here.
You've already,
why?
Because you've defamed. He is a victim.
No, I haven't. No one knows who fucking. She hasn't been fucking mentioned.
It doesn't matter.
I intentionally not said her name.
Okay, you've defamed your victim then.
All I've said was, this happened, I handled this poorly, and I would like for this to end.
You talk shit about her on Spectre without saying her name. You did that. I watched it.
Yeah, I'm annoyed with it. Yeah, I said I'm annoyed.
You're annoyed because you made a mistake and you're not owning up to it. You're lying.
I agree. I agree, but there's a difference. I'm annoyed because the claim was grooming. I didn't groom them. I think I have a right to be annoyed by that.
So you also said you never flirted with her, which that's just demonstrably false. I have you on video admitting to that. So, and actually it puts into question whether you're grooming her or not, because you're lying about even flirting with her, which I agree. Flirting with a minor once doesn't equate to grooming, but if that's continued behavior, it is grooming.
It wasn't though. That's the thing. It was a one-time mistake.
Well,
and
even the own DMs that they have is not a one-time mistake. It's the one-time mistake that Alexa is referring to is the VC in which they talked about fucking the shit out of them and bending them into a pretzel. That's the one-time mistake. Even the DMs that they edited themselves and brought out to exonerate them show that this person's sending bad, naughty photos to them, and that they're not, at the very least, they're not rebuffing any of the flirtatious comments that this person's making towards them. And on top of that, they're like, "Oh, you know, I did wrestling. Oh, that's so good." Another time was like they're talking about, they say that they're cute. You know, you could maybe try and say that this is like a person trying to be helpful and affirming their gender. Pull you in, Dr. Joe Mama. I'm not interested in pulling you in right now. This is not like an open panel situation. The last time we spoke was when we were streamers, like a month or two in, and Mark was drunk and lit into your ass about the war state. You got anything to say to Dr. Joe Mama, Mark?
Not really.
Fair enough. That was an interesting night. I'm actually kind of happy that VOD doesn't exist. That was rough.
That we know of.
That we know of. That was a rough night. All right.
Wasn't a great night. I think I had like 18 throughout that.
Yeah. That was a rough night. Oh shit. Dr. Joe Mama is a bitch confirmed. How does that confirm anything? That doesn't confirm anything. Like, they just said that they wanted to hop in. All right, we're going to continue with this before we go on to the Revolt Rise, Blizza, and 10 Cities confrontation.
It hasn't been brought up. I
brought it up to you privately,
right?
Because I was trying to be a friend and let you know, hey, I know this information.
Right, what you're saying are two different things. Yeah, I'm like, no one during the time I've spoken about this stuff with other people, I've just kind of been like, these things, this has happened. I didn't groom the person. I want this to blow over. I'm annoyed with the situation, and this has been annoying.
Stop it. Stop it right there. Do you hear that? I'm annoyed with the person. I just want it to blow over. That's why I lied. Right? That's why I lied. That's fucking god-awful in and of itself. Go ahead, Looter.
For this situation.
Oh, hey, what's up, Queen Alexa? The resident piece of shit that we're talking about is here. I don't know why you keep coming to these streams specifically, right? I'm trying to pull me in. I'm not going to pull you in. I don't know why you would do that, right? Because like, I'm trying to make sure that people don't dogpile you or like report you, right? But you do probably belong in a jail cell. We'll go over this. Of course, we went over the, I keep getting DMs. Well, I mean, I don't know what to say. You know, when you groom children and you get away with it, and then you don't leave the political space and instead set up big interviews and panels and, weasel your way into other people with lies and bullshit, probably is going to come right back around to bite you in the ass. In terms of new information that you would like, right? Even though obviously the DMs that you showed yourself and edited are already really bad. Although this is already, the BPF recordings that we have here that Looter is displaying of Ronnie D recording you are pretty bad. And also, when Blizza and 10 Cities and Revolt Rise confront you, your friends confront you, and your relationships are kind of ruined with those people because of all the lies that you told are bad. All of those things are information that we don't really need new information. But I did get in DMs confirmation from May and that in Political Shit Show 2.0 that they were a minor when you made them a moderator. And you know this. You know that your supposedly 18 and up server has you hanging out with minors again, and the whole 18 and up server thing is all bullshit, and you don't actually do anything to try and limit yourself in engagement with minors. I don't know how old you actually are. I do think it's really interesting that you decide to jump back in because it kind of forces people that are here seeing all of the horrible shit that you did. So I'm just curious, if you're here, I have two questions for you. Today, are you willing to refute Revolt Rise, 10 Cities, and Blizza when they suggest that possibly in a joking manner that you told this person in a VC with other people that you were going to bend them into a pretzel and fuck the shit out of them? You're going to deny that finally? Because you've yet to fully deny it. You just said it was highly implausible that you would say something like that, but you don't remember. That's what you said when they were there. So now that it's not one of your friends, do you deny saying that? And my other question is, in the DMs that you showed yourself that clearly show that they were edited in some regard, that have random jumps in them and disjointed conversations, right? You have blurred out images from the person right after they say that their ass and tits are getting bigger, and then they send you photos that you blur out. So what was your response when someone that was underage was sending you photos that you clearly felt were so explicit that they shouldn't be shared online? Would you like to answer either of those things, you sick fuck? Or are you just going to keep laughing and talking about how great your panels are?
Well, not to have too much of a lull in the audio.
Sometimes I think the silence is effective. Your silence is very telling, Queen Alexa. No, you don't have anything to say to that?
Hey, to be fair, they could be writing a dissertation.
Silence is violence. I'm going to let this joke roll on. All right. All right. Good to know. Good to know. Hey, CTV.
Jesus, that's a fat raid.
So, CTV, we're going over some of the evidence, as well as all of the evidence of Queen Alexa after they're hosting panels. I heard that you might actually be going on a Queen Alexa panel, and so I asked Queen Alexa, are they willing to finally, for the first time, deny fully the charge that they said to the victim of their grooming, that they wanted to bend them into a pretzel and fuck the shit out of them in a few months once they turned 18. And they said that was a joke, but we'll get to that point. And Queen Alexa's also here, and also didn't want to answer the question of after their victim DM'd them and said that their ass and tits were getting so big, and then sent them photos that Queen Alexa felt like editing because they were too sexually explicit to show to everyone, what their response to that was, since it jump cuts in their own situation towards that. So that's where we're at right now. We read the DMs that Queen Alexa put forward themselves. Then we're going into this situation, looking at the recordings, proving that they're lying to all their friends and that they lied and manipulated a bunch of people, that they didn't want to do any of those things, that they didn't want to admit a lot of their mistakes, and that Queen Alexa didn't want to admit to anything that they knew that they did, because there was no proof of it. So I'm just curious. Queen Alexa still doesn't want to answer either of those questions. And so we're going through all of the evidence that we have available, because this person's getting shouted out by Doobie, which I corrected that situation and made sure that they were no longer on the VIP section of Doobie's politics Discord. And this person's hosting panels. And apparently everyone seems to have memory hold this incident and is completely unaware of how bad this shit really was and how much evidence proves that they were grooming a child. And I have further confirmation from one of the moderators in Political Shit Show 2.0, where they admit that they were made a moderator as being under the age of 18, and that not only were they a moderator, they were in charge of running their emotes and running their reactions, and that they were indeed given some form of special privilege. And of course, there are accusations that I don't plan on looking into unless someone wants to bring me information about them, engaging in a relationship in private VCs with this person that's underage. So why is this sick fuck being welcomed back into the community? Why are people going on this person's panels? I'm assuming, CTV, I know you to be a good guy. I'm 100% sure that you don't know all of the shit at the very least. Queen Alexa, they were the... Seems we're good.
You have to admit some.
Sometimes that happens randomly.
Yes, randomly.
It tends to happen in things where I'm going hard on the paint. Yeah, just refresh the stream. Yeah, I don't know if you're still here, CTV. I will DM you the private messages. Yeah, so I said this is news to me and I would be interested in seeing the evidence. Yeah. I will DM you the private messages that specifically Queen Alexa themselves released, right? That are obviously edited and you can see where they edited out photographs that the victim was sending. And then of course, if you want to watch the whole VOD, you can watch the VOD. But I will send you this, and I will also send you the other video that I have, the other VOD, where Blizza and Revolt Rise and 10 Cities confront Alexa, as well as I'll send you the name of the moderator in question. I don't know that it's necessarily pertinent for me to share the DMs because there's not really a whole lot there. At Fabian Liberty, are they in the wolf pack? I don't know. Mailer Blade, thanks for the raid.
Much obliged, partner.
Yeah. All right. So let's continue. Let's continue with this specific piece. This is the ambush of Queen Alexa.
Fault here. You're not doing that. You're going on stream saying I've done nothing wrong. You're saying lie. Well, you're not saying but you're saying this person who won't be named is a liar. Yeah,
I've said that the grooming claim is a lie. Yes, I've said
just that. You said you've done nothing wrong. You said it'd be disgusting.
Never said that.
Yes, okay. If Spectre's stream is still up, there's a clip of you saying, "I would never flirt with a minor. It'd be disgusting for someone to do that." And guess what, Alexa? I've been on video admitting to doing that. So what do you have to say about that?
Yeah, so you're saying this. I admit that one time I did it, and then you're like, "Whoa, they're a minor." Oh, fuck! And like immediately,
that's not what happened. They were a minor. Blizz, you want to speak up? Because if anything I'm saying is false, please, you were there. Tell me. You were continually flirting. I was yelling at you about it for about a minute. And yeah, you called her cute. You knew she was 17 at the time because it had been talked about in prior VCs that I was in with both of you.
During the flirting, you were mentioning how she wasn't 18 yet.
Yeah.
I don't even remember. Okay, I'll just own up to that too. I don't know. I don't remember anymore. Straight up, I'm just...
Now that they're called out, I don't remember anymore. This person's a fucking snake.
Yeah, and you go on Janie's stream and put her in a position when you actively lie, and that's fucked up. So you got to go on something.
What did I say on Janie's stream? What's
you just lied. You lied on the stream.
Specifically about what?
You're not telling the truth about this
about matter. What did I say?
That you
yes, BPF did this. This was Christmas, right? And BPF, I put BPF in contact with Looter after talking to Will, and was like, "Hey, you should talk to Looter. Looter's got some videos and recordings of Queen Alexa admitting to lying, of Queen Alexa admitting that they would refuse to admit anything unless people presented proof, even though that they knew that they did it, and that they would hand wave these things away." So this was additional information beyond simply the accusations of the victim, as well as the DMs that Queen Alexa themselves shared, which were edited obviously by Queen Alexa. It's a video, and you can see the edits. You can see where like conversations are completely disjointed because they're talking in private VC, where they drag this person into private voice chats regularly, and like you can tell that it's very obvious that from the way the language is read that like there are portions where Queen Alexa probably said something bad and they just deleted it before they decided to release these DMs, as well as the fact that this person said, "Oh, my ass and tits are getting so big now. My ass and tits are getting so big now." And then what do? They then show photos, and those photos are then blurred out, and the names are blurred out, even though it's obvious that that the victim here is sending explicit photos to Queen Alexa, and we don't even get to see what their reaction to that is because the DMs that exonerate them just jump cut ahead.
Flirted with fucking a minor, Alexa. You did that.
Oh yeah, so like I don't get why this is like circuit, because the whole problem comes that the claim that BPF made was absurd, and there is no evidence that
nobody's talking about BPF right now. This
right.
Has nothing to do
so
with
I'm yeah.
Pause it right there. Doesn't sound so fucking absurd now, does it? Go ahead.
Out. I'm saying yeah, this is pretty much just untrue because most of it.
Alexa, right now we're not talking about anybody else. We're talking about us being concerned about possible actual fucking child grooming.
I don't.
So Alexa, basically what I'm trying to tell you here is you kind of have like two options, right? Like you can either come out and admit to everything you've done wrong that I know, and if there's anything else, you should probably tell us about it and admit to it now, because I will find out from Viv.
Look, I made a fuck up.
Also, fuck Vivian Wolf. We already proved that she helped dox Brand for Liberty and was excited about it and came onto this fucking stream to say that it was good that Antifa was attacking his vehicle and his property, and that was good that they were attacking his camera equipment with sodas and throwing sodas on him and doxing his location and lying about him, and that all these things were good. But that is a different Vivian. Understand that when people hear the name Vivian, they think of Vivian Wolf. This is a different Vivian that was a moderator in the original political shit show.
Up one time, right? I fucked up. And I'll admit that I fucked up that one time.
It's twice now, because you've been lying to your friends now. You've been telling Looter that you didn't flirt with the minor. You've been telling Temflix that, and I have you caught red-handed doing that. If you want to watch the clip, I can play it for you, but I don't think you need to see it.
Me and Temflix had a conversation, and I told him in the VC that I fucked up.
Could you point out how this in VC text isn't defaming?
So what?
Vivian Wolf is not cool. Vivian Wolf doxed Brand for Liberty.
Flix is pointing to specifically here are screen caps from when I confronted Alexa in chat about, hey, what's going on here? Why is this individual saying these things? And Alexa said that they were insane, basically.
Oh, the different Vivian Wolf. Yeah, see?
Yeah, I still the claim that I groomed them is insane. I would still stand by that.
Two different statements there, though, aren't they?
Do what?
Those are two different statements, though.
Did you abuse me or not?
No. What the fuck?
Wait,
no.
Flirting with a minor knowingly is not abuse?
I did it once, and it was a mistake. I made the mistake right after. I was like, oh, fuck, should have done that.
And then having DMs where she's sending you hearts and stuff, and you're just like deflecting from it and not outright saying this. I
admit on Sonsol's stream. I was on and I said I should have handled the way that I talked to them differently.
Yeah, but that's under the context that you never flirted with, and that's a lie, right?
Yeah, because
the fact you flirted with the minor changes things, right?
Okay, that information.
Okay, for the record, Get Wrecked Kami is just me laughing that his Yugoslavian flag is falling down.
Right, those people didn't know.
Doesn't matter. It's the truth of the matter, Alexa.
Yeah,
I understand your lies are foiled now, but that's irrelevant. Like, I'm trying to talk about the truth here. Like, you abused, whether you groomed them or not, you still abused them. Yeah, you did. Flirting with them and putting in the idea that you can meet up and teach them to pro wrestle. You understand?
Whoa.
Hold on.
Hold the fuck up.
No, chill out.
No, you shut.
Right. So now, this is where where Queen Alexa loses their shit, because technically, according to the DMs that they showed, this is slightly a bridge too far, right? Because they're talking about watching it. They're talking about how, they want to watch wrestling together, but they don't actually talk about teaching them wrestling, right? And so all of a sudden you see them get super defensive because now they can push back on this one minute detail. Yes, yeah, two different Vivian Wolves, CTV. The Vivian Wolf mentioned here in this video is the Vivian Wolf, not MX Vivian Wolf with a U. But MX Vivian Wolf is in my title because I proved that she was doxing the full name and supporting violence against Brand for Liberty. And Brand for Liberty has now been doxed, mostly to the help of Vivian Wolf, because Antifa was doxing him, but it was like they had less than 10 impressions, and we could have maybe gotten that taken down. It wouldn't have been a big deal, but MX Vivian Wolf was sharing his full name and laughing about the fact that that this person was attacked with root beer from some weird Antifa type person, was getting death threats via text message, was getting phone calls. Yeah, technically they doxed Woodsman, technically. Yeah, I mean, Brandt doesn't handle those situations well at all. I will 100% give you that, right? But, and I've had my beef with Brandt in the past. We've had issues, right? But at a certain point, like, those issues need to be set aside when people are fucking doxing fellow streamers in the right wing or libertarian space, because they want to attack them for having the wrong ideas because he's out there, you know, showing in live IRL streaming the trucker convoy and stuff, right? Like, at a certain point, we got to put our issues and our bullshit with Brandt aside and be like, this is fucking wrong. How dare you? Yeah.
Shut the fuck up. You understand me? You're lying. That's a fucking lie. That's a lie. Yes, it is. Be quiet.
No,
I will
that's not a
explain
lie.
this. You can ramble on. You're a fucking nobody that nobody will believe. Now shut your fucking mouth.
Stop it right there. Stop it right there. You're a nobody that nobody will believe. And that kind of sums it all up, doesn't it? You're a no.
Right. I mean, like, he got one detail a little bit wrong, which is that they were flirting talking about wrestling, and the DMs show that they were, you know, that they wanted to watch wrestling movies together and that they were watching wrestling, luchador underground wrestling in private VCs. You know what, CTV? That's your prerogative. You know what? Like, you're your own man. For me personally, like, it felt necessary to call that shit out, and it felt wrong. And that's what I was going to do. But I get it. You know? Brandt has said horrible shit about you, right? I totally get it. That being said, you know. No, like, no, CTV, like, I get it. Like, you're your own dude. Like, for me, it was, like, he said horrible shit about you and your family. Like, so, I mean, but that doesn't make what Vivian Wolf did good. And I still felt the need to show her for the snake that she was, regardless of who it was. Shit, if she did that shit to a fucking lefty streamer, I'd be like, yo, what the fuck is this bullshit? You know? They could say it about, like, if people were going around doxing Haz Infrared, right? And, like, giving out Haz's license plate number and location and phone number and what hotel room they were staying in and lying about the things Haz was saying in the hope that they would get violently attacked at night, and giving their current location and what bar they just left, and then fucking defaming and defacing Haz's vehicle multiple times, and some other Twitch streamer was sharing that shit. Yeah, I would still defend Haz, and that's a fucking tanky. Haz and I are on good terms. Fair enough. I'm just saying. All right, I'm going to keep going. But again, this is the type of person that Alexa is. And Alexa's aware that they're probably being recorded right now, and they still don't give a fuck. And they're still saying you're a nobody and nobody will believe you.
Let me say only this, that with all this filthy God,
Nobody who nobody's going to believe. No fucking responsibility for anything that they're doing at all. Just, you're a fucking nobody. No one's going to believe you, so fuck off, right? Go ahead.
Videos. You need to calm
Ronnie,
down. All right, go ahead, Luder. I'll mute.
Yeah, God, just let me explain and shut up. I never said we'll meet up and we'll practice pro wrestling. She asked me would I want to watch Lucha Underground together. I said, yeah, I'm a wrestling nut. I would love watching Lucha Underground.
Yeah, so the problem here, Alexa, right, is that there's an individual who's a minor, right, who is in your DMs. They're sending you flirtatious messages.
Fair enough, CTV.
You're mildly reciprocating, saying things like, thank you. I think that you're nice too, right? This individual is talking to you about hanging out in person, and you're saying, yes, at some point I'd be interested in hanging out. They're sending you hearts. You're immediately following up these messages by saying, hey, can I pull you into a private VC? Or, yes, I'd be interested in hanging out.
Yeah, stop it right there. Polly People's absolutely fucking right about this, right? It is classic. The classic, no one's going to fucking
when
believe
you're
you.
right, you're right, man.
You know what I mean?
Right? You know what I mean? Like, Polly people putting in God's work, right? Because, you know, a lot of people have coalesced politically with Queen Alexa, especially when it comes to the trans kind of issue here, and like tried to dismiss and hand wave all of this shit because of their identity. And poly people doesn't give a fuck.
Fucking horrible. Go ahead.
I'm this with the fact that you flirted with this individual, and now when we throw on the additional layer of context that at this point you have lied to every single individual in this VC, it looks really fucking bad, right? And it makes it incredibly difficult for any of us in this call right now to take what you're saying at face value or just believe you, right? When all the context that we have to the contrary shows that you have repeatedly lied to every single individual in this VC and are engaging in behavior that is incredibly suspicious.
Okay, let's try to ask the questions you want. I'll try to answer them because this kind of sprung on to me real quick.
This just kind of got sprung on me.
Stop it real quick, Looter. Stop it real quick.
Poor victim. Poor Queen Alexa, the victim.
Okay. Poly people's a friend of the Crucible. Poly people debate.
That didn't sound
on the
very
Crucible.
sincere.
Poly people's going to get shown respect in the chat because Poly goes into the fucking lion's den. Okay? That's it. If you can't handle it, you're going to have to get the fuck out of the chat.
That definitely happened, Neck Mongoose.
It's not me defending anybody, not me defending any preference at all. The person has come into the lion's den multiple times, and for that, they're worthy of fucking respect. That's that. So lay off with that fucking bullshit. Go ahead.
It was, what kind of behavior do you feel like you were engaging in these DMs with in these private VCs, discussing meeting up with her in person and hanging out? What kind of behavior do you feel like you were engaging in?
Generally, the reason that I didn't really think much into it is I just try to be a nice person with them. There was no grander scale. The private conversations would actually tell them I wasn't comfortable with this. And about how I felt about...
substantiate that?
No, I can't prove what was talked about in the VC thing, so nor could anyone.
Because the problem that I have, Alexa, right, is that you've brought it up to me that in these private VCs that you've established clear boundaries with regards to what is and isn't.
Like, I'm not trying to be sensational here, but it does creep me out when someone says, I can't prove what was in a private VC, nor can anyone. I don't know, that just gives me the heebie-jeebies. Like, I don't want to say that like was like something just bad. Yeah. That's true, Swamp Fox. LOL, you might be a veteran, but grounded, critically thinking is not something I would see in you. Oh, hush. Hey guys, remember the election season is coming up and make sure you're registered and know your polling stations. If you're further motivated, please donate to your local organization to kid out your neighborhood canvassers. Why would I kid out my neighborhood canvassers, right?
That's going to be a no from me, dog.
It's going to be a no from me, dog. Like, register to vote if you want to vote. I'm a fucking anarchist, man. I'm not voting for anybody.
Ronald Reagan.
I have a proven track record of reducing the size and scope of the state.
Acceptable how you're communicating with each other. But the problem is that after these private VCs, the behavior has continued, right? And nowhere in any way, sense, shape, or form in these DMs have you brought up, hey, we talked about this. Like, this is inappropriate. I'm not comfortable, anything like that. So when we take into the fact that, again, you have lied to...
Yeah, I mean, they can be a good member of the community. Like, I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying, nah, I'm good.
Every single person in this VC, how are we supposed to just take what you're saying at face value?
Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I can't. It really comes down to is I had a conversation.
I appreciate it, but I'm good.
And I told him how I felt about it. I should have cut off ties with them before.
I'm surprised no one is talking about the Trump news. What's the Trump news?
That's my fault.
Is Trump even relevant anymore?
I never had any intent to do anything. I can believe either way. I never once made a sexual remark to them through text or after the one instance that I did mess up and I admitted to it. And even then, it was very vague what I said and it wasn't even that bad. But I still admit that was a fuck up on its own.
So what did you say specifically?
What do you mean?
With regards, you've admitted to flirting with a minor knowingly that they were a minor. So what did you say?
Asked me if I thought they were cute, and I said, yeah, they're cute. And then I think I made a joke that I don't remember what I said. And then Ronnie had brought up like, "Hey, this is fucked up," and then I was like, "Yeah, you're right," and pretty much just like I stopped then.
What was the joke? That's not what happened, by the way. Dave defended it. You defended it for a little bit. Then about 5 minutes later.
Yeah, pause it real quick. Pause it. Listen and listen closely. Polly's one of the few.
All right. Oh my God. Okay, BPF, we get it. You're defending Polly.
That's fucking more. All I'm asking. I wanted to tell you. I asked you to do.
You left and went into a private VC with B. That's exactly what happened that night.
I do remember having a private discussion.
Prosecutors who quit the case looking into his felony charges said they had multiple clear felony charges that he could easily be hit with. Oh, who gives a fuck, man? Like there's always a smoking gun that never arrives when it comes to Trump, right? Like it's always like, we have proof, and the intelligence community has proof. We have proof. We have the documents. Whatever, dude. Fucking charge him with a crime if he's got it. Fucking give him his day in court. And I guarantee you it won't fucking happen. And it's not because he's some corrupt rich guy buying off the government when the whole government and media is coming after his ass. Wait, no. What do you mean this Crimson deserves to be censored? We don't fucking censor anybody here unless they break TOS. That's it. Yeah. Worst case scenario, if somebody spams and spurgs out, we fucking time them out for 5 minutes or 30 minutes. We don't fucking censor people. Some commie or some socialist or some fucking, left-wing anarchist or some fucking Marxist or hell, even some fucking monarchist right-winger wants to come in here and talk shit. Talk your shit, man.
Apologizing for that and saying that was not okay on my end.
Why wouldn't you just do that publicly in front of everyone else that was calling for you to do that?
I don't remember the exact reason.
Okay, it's just strange to me.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that are strange, I guess. A lot of it.
Yeah, that's why we're having this conversation, Alexa. You understand?
It's hard. It's fairly difficult for me to remember something that I never really thought was a big deal. This is the part that's on me, is that a lot of this I wasn't even thinking about.
Hey, fair enough, but my principles are the same no matter who it is. Crimson could be cool or he could be a shitbag. Either way, you're welcome here, Crimson.
This is the part that's on me, is that a lot of this I wasn't even thinking about.
Oh, now I remember who Crimson is. I remember who you are, Crimson.
This is the part that's on me, is that a lot of this I wasn't even thinking about. I was just trying to be a nice person to someone.
Didn't think it was a big deal with reference to flirting with a minor that on that one occasion.
One who was, who I met was having a rough time, and all I tried to do was just be a friend, and I just didn't. I would just try to ignore or just try to wave away, pretty much what they said, and when I should have set more clear boundaries, and that's on me. But to jump from one conclusion to the other seems...
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, nobody in this VC is accusing you of being a groomer. You understand that, right?
I am.
We're absolutely crystal clear on that. No, Ryan said that you were an abuser, specifically.
I said you're an abuser, and I'm going to dig in deeper to find out if you did groom or did not, because I think Darby's claims hold a lot... because I think Darby's claims hold a lot more water now, showing your behavior and how you reacted to everything, because you did make a mistake, and you tried to sweep it under the rug. So that makes me think there's more than I know. So I'm going to try to find that out. And if
have fun with that, okay. Go find nothing.
Okay, cool. I hope I find
Good night, CTV.
Nothing. I hope this is just the extent of it. Because if there's
thanks for the raid, by the way, appreciate it.
Anything more, I'll be disgusted that I didn't do anything sooner.
Well, my thing, Alexa, is from like this moment on. Like what now? You know what I mean? Like where do we go from here?
I have no idea. I'm gonna be honest. I just
like what do you think? Like what do you think?
I don't know. I honestly don't.
You really take responsibility for what you did that we all have went out of our way to confirm, like without your acceptance of the responsibility at all.
Are you talking about when, like what we're speaking about now about me, where I said like I fucked up on this, in the very beginning?
Well, yeah, that's all. I mean, obviously, you're only going to admit to what we could put right in your face.
Yeah, I'll admit that right? I messed up and shouldn't have done that. And yeah.
Is there anything more?
No.
Remember, like I told you earlier, this shit always comes out, Alexa. So is there anything?
I want to make this.
I mean, when they say, "Is there anything more?" Yeah, there is.
I want to make this abundantly clear. The only thing else that I'll admit that I should have done is I should have set more clear boundaries and have not allowed her to continually hit on me and try to like make comments such as "I'm cute." I should have shut that down, but I did not. I just either ignored it, waved it away. That's also on me.
All right, I'll accept your story for now. We don't have to talk about what ifs, but just know I'm gonna dig.
Have fun.
But the problem, Alexa, right, is that earlier you said that you did establish clear boundaries, and now you're seemingly saying that you should have established clear boundaries.
I should have established.
Right?
Yeah, I should have.
So I'm going to
talk away.
just divert from this real quick for one of the commenters, Gibson. Gibson, nobody, right? Polly and I are soldiers on the other end of a battlefield, essentially.
Fucking Polly.
Right? That's how I look at it.
You guys leave Polly
you
people
still
alone.
Agree with them. That's it, head looter.
Like as soon as like even more every time they would have
This
said
stream
something, I should
disavows
like,
attacking poly people.
We do. We disavow attacking poly people.
hey, please like stop. That's not what I mean. Is like when they say something like that, I should have not just either ignored it or just gave a vague answer. I should have right then just said, please stop.
Were there any other boundaries crossed that haven't come up yet?
No.
I think my concern, and a concern that is shared by other people in this VC, is the fact that, you know,
Did no
we
one
tried talking to
notice
you
the
about it.
complete
and
lack
you
of
were-
confidence in that no.
Yeah, no. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I was just looking at, Oh, hold on 1 second. 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. 1 second. All right, we're back.
repeatedly lied to us about it, and instantly jumped to the defense that Darby is quote unquote insane, you know, or like needs to be institutionalized, or is just trying to like lie and like slander you.
Nuts.
Right, and the problem here is that you have repeatedly lied to every single individual in this VC, where some individuals here have gone publicly on the record defending you, and you're lying to us, and you're hiding things, and you're lying about the fact that you were flirting with a minor, and repeatedly engaging in behavior where you're talking about hanging out with them in person, dragging them into private VCs. They're sending you hearts. You're continuing to communicate with them and mildly reciprocate with their flirtatious messages. Again, a minor, right?
And again, the thing that nobody is bringing up, that the only person I've heard actually bring this up, is that nobody paid attention to this, but also the fact that if you look at the fucking DMs, they're clearly edited. Like, it's just obvious that they're edited. Right? I'm trying to find the specific thing.
Yeah, and just kind of halfway see it on your monitor.
What's that?
I can like halfway see what you're scrolling.
Oh, yeah. Do I really look like a girl now? I looked at myself in the mirror and I do. I have hips, boobs. Yes, you do, Queen Alexa. D, a soft face. My legs and ass are getting thicker. So yeah, I guess so. Queen Alexa, yep. It's just weird. And then in the own DMs that they shared, this is what you get. What is this? This is very clearly comments about their body sending to Queen Alexa and pictures or photos of their body parts changing. This is a minor. But because they're blacked out, we don't know. We don't know. Maybe they just sent GIFs and Queen Alexa chose to black out the GIFs and the comments. And then when you continue, the very next thing is, that's okay. I was just being followed by this conservative looking guy with a toothpick in his mouth, and he was giving me dirty looks when I was looking for bras and panties. Okay, this is not like nobody paid enough attention to realize that these are clearly edited DMs and that some of those edits are clearly photos being sent of them. I mean, I won't say clearly, but they appear to be photos of a minor sending explicit photos of their body parts to Queen Alexa and then them just jump cutting ahead into the conversation. I mean, if I had to guess based off of what I saw, some minors showing her freaking thighs and breasts to him, and then he hops into a fucking private voice chat to sext with this person. That's what really fucking happened. If we're being honest, that's the most likely thing that I would have to assume from that. But no, the DMs are nothing but a nothing burger. And, they prove that he didn't quite reciprocate. But he was trying to friend zone them. But, he should have set somewhat clearer boundaries. Get the fuck out of here.
That's a very responsible thing to do, to try to let someone down easy, I guess. I don't know.
And this person is, you know, hosting panels with big names and getting big shout outs from streamers and acting like nothing ever happened. Do that Halo show. Didn't the writers
Yeah, that shit's trash.
Didn't the writers of the Halo show admit that they didn't play Halo?
I don't know. As soon as I saw that Paramount was making a Halo show, I went, well, I'm not going to pay attention to that shit.
Yeah, it's going to be trash, guaranteed.
This is pretty fucking concerning for every single individual here.
The only like good Halo content I've seen is I think Legacy or Legends, where it was like
Yeah, minor, right?
Animated shorts. That was pretty good. Nothing else though.
Dude, let's be honest. The only good Halo entertainment that's ever existed was Red versus Blue.
That show went off the fucking rails after a while though.
That was good though.
What has happened?
Oh shit. The thing about Predators is that they lust for the hunt. There's no way Queen Alexa was going away forever. No. And of course, they've got fucking a minor that's no longer a minor because they turned 18, fucking hanging out in private VCs, from what I understand, from what I've heard. I've heard rumors, but what I can prove is that they were made a moderator as a minor in their new server that's supposedly 18 plus. So let's come on.
Continuing to communicate with them and mildly reciprocate with their.
Also, Ruby was actually pretty interesting animation. I kind of liked Ruby.
Yeah, it's just too bad it went behind a paywall right when it started to get interesting.
Dragging them into private VCs. They're sending you hearts. They're continuing to communicate with them and mildly reciprocate with their flirtatious messages. Again, a minor, right? And this is pretty fucking concerning for every single individual here. So what I'm trying to understand is two questions. One, why did you feel the need to lie to every single individual on this call? And why do you feel the need, to, in a private conversation with Ronnie, basically say like, hey, I did this, but I'm not going to tell anybody about it because nobody can prove it. I'm just going to, hand wave it away, right? Like, so why are you doing this?
Yeah,
like,
so
everybody here, right?
Yeah. So
I would hope that there's some mutual trust between us.
I can answer what you ask. So the reason I said I wouldn't come out about it is I didn't think this would be necessary. I agreed it was a fuck up on my end. This was in the people that we averagely talk to on a daily basis. And
where are her parents? From what I read in the DMs, their parents don't even know that this person, like, they don't, from what I read in the DMs, it seems like their parents are not really about this whole trans thing. They're not paying attention to what their child is doing online. And they're probably vulnerable in that sense that they don't have parents that are paying attention to what's going on or protective of them in any way. Their grandparents keep calling this person a handsome young man and things like that. So, I don't really know this person's full story, but it seems like what's occurring is that this person's triangulated and isolated from family connections that would be able to protect them. In 32 of the U.S. states, the legal age of consent is 16 years. Well, number one, age of consent is kind of stupid. It should really be based off of rationality, and if you read these DMs, you know that this person clearly acts like a child. Number two, if we're not talking about law here, we're talking about fucked up behavior that we're calling out, and we're talking about morals. We're not talking about law. But if we wanted to talk about law, right, then what we would recognize is that in these 32 states, I think almost all of them have what's known as a Romeo and Juliet clause, right? Which is to say that, yes, the age of consent is 16, so long as you are within 2 or 3 years of age of this person, right? So the Romeo and Juliet clause is that the idea that, like, yeah, sure, you can be 16 if your boyfriend's 18 or 19, depending on the law of the state, right? Or you can be 17 if your boyfriend is 19 or 20, depending on the state. In terms of federal law, in terms of childhood grooming, it's interstate. And the age of consent here doesn't. Oh, fuck. Stream's going down again. Oh, stream just lagged for a second. Okay.
Better that than crashing.
Yeah, dude, I got a little concerned. Streamlabs is not like Windows 11, for the record. Do not get Windows 11 if you are a streamer. Yeah. So, no, saying that's incorrect. No, those Romeo and Juliet laws still persist for people under the age of 18 in almost all of those states. Okay?
And thanks for the follow, bruv.
And I will say that I don't know this because I'm an ANCAP or a Vosh fan. I know this because my grandmother teaches violence against women. Yeah, we use Streamlabs. Well, shut the fuck. CTV, I thought you went to bed. You just came back to talk shit on Streamlabs OBS. I agree. I'm probably at some point going to set up OBS. But as of right now, we have a Streamlabs. We bought Streamlabs when we were early on. All right, going to bed now. Can't believe I heard that. I know this because my sister is in CPS. Dude, yeah, dude. I'm coming after Queen Alexa and Vivian Wolf. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if our Discord or something got attacked or our Twitch got attacked. Yeah, again, there are Romeo and Juliet laws in a lot of these states. And they don't just apply to those age 13 to 17. That's not true. That might be true in the state your sister's in. But again, it has no bearing when you're talking about interstate, online and childhood grooming. And again, I'm not here to say, report this person to the FBI. I'm not even saying we should ban this person from Twitch. What I'm saying is people need to be aware of what a piece of shit this person is and what a lying weasel and snake they are. And they need to be aware that this person has a repeated pattern of behavior of having inappropriate boundaries with minors at the very least.
You know, it was...
What was the advice I gave you, Alexa, in those calls? What was the advice I gave you time and time again?
I don't know.
Ronnie, like, that's not important. Ronnie, that's not important, right? So, like, Alexa, like, again, like, you need to explain to everybody here, like, why you lied to everybody. Like, you just straight up lied to everyone.
About what specifically?
About what specifically?
Yeah.
About not remembering the conversation. In that phone call, you said that you were going to hand wave it away and say that it was a lie. And nobody would believe it because they couldn't prove it.
Right. So I didn't deem it to be necessary to tell like these stories because like one, it's just not necessary to go over because I admit it was a mistake. I figured it was, it happened. I fucked up.
Necessary, Alexa.
You didn't admit that though. Anytime you're on a stream, you don't admit to that.
Yeah, because it wasn't brought up. It wasn't asked.
It wasn't brought up. It wasn't asked. Right. I don't admit to any of the things that people don't specifically have perfect evidence of. Instead, I go there and I try and twist the narrative so that Twitch views me as like this whole thing being a nothing burger while I go around and spread lies of omission. What did this dude do? Flirt with a minor, possibly say that in a few months they were going to bend them into a pretzel and fuck the shit out of them, exchange DMs and engage in an inappropriate relationship with them, possibly get sent explicit photos of this underage trans girl, possibly groom this person. We have the DMs that they sent, 17, and supposedly Queen Alexa is 21. Nobody knows. Again, lie about it, say that they were going to lie about it. Don't care. All right. Well, that's kind of gross. Lie about it, lie to all their friends, spin narratives, lie to all these streamers, lie to Revolt Rise. I mean, like they are a habitual liar about all of these things while trying to weasel their way into communities and change the story and refuse to admit what they did. And of course is still continuing in this behavior likely, because they're making moderators that are underage. Good night, Mistress April. Right? They have, these people just turned 18. One of these people in question, in the supposedly 18 plus Discord, contributing to the delinquency of a minor. They were in there when someone was getting drunk and encouraged to get drunk. That was a 15-year-old at the time that they were encouraging to drink in Discord. Are they a streamer or an up and comer? Political Shit Show 2.0 is a Discord based upon making debate panels. They make debate panels. For example, CTV is going to be on there. A lot of fairly large moderators and they're well known in kind of the backspaces of Twitch politics, and are helping set up different debate panels and are the moderators and things. Pay moderators. Working miners should be able to vote. Pay moderators. Working miners should be able to vote. Pay Okay. Why the fuck would you? Voting is already a fucked system. Why would you let fucking 16, 15-year-olds just vote just because they have a job? It's crazy.
Like it wasn't like, because the questions that was being asked, like when I was on social stuff, was about what BPF said and about what was put out.
Yeah, but I advised you to like admit to your mistake so that like you can have an actual defense. You can't go out.
Yeah, and I said that I was just going to just go on those things, and then I'm just not going to go on any streams, and then just let this be. And
was I supposed to treat you like my child and yell at you and say, "Hey, do this or else"? Like was how I was supposed to tell you, or was I supposed to give you the advice over and over again? After you tell me you're going to lie about it, I gave you the advice again. How am I supposed to handle that? Like, am I supposed to just yell at you and tell you do what I say or else? Like, I don't think so. I think I'm just supposed to give you the advice, and then you as a person, as an adult human being, can make your own decision. And you chose to go out and lie about it. So that's why I recorded you, because it's up to you to see how you come out on the other end of this. If you go out there and admit, hey, I flirted with this person, I definitely made a mistake, but hey, there's nothing else to that, I advise you to dig, because if you look, there's nothing, then I can still defend you. But when you go out and you say, this person's a liar, they're nuts, all that, no, I can't defend you.
All right, because the claim was that she was a groomer, which is a lie.
All right, just to be fair to Conaquin's point about taxation without representation, historically, before voter ID laws and Jim Crow laws and all that shit, the way that we handled who could vote was property deeds. And the idea was actually not about whether or not you work, because before we didn't have our wages garnished by the state. What we had was property taxes. And the idea was you were allowed to vote if you owned a house, because if you owned a house, you could prove that you were supposed to be, that you were in the right district and all of those things in terms of the census and things like that. But more importantly, it proved that you were invested in the government and the state, right? But now we have this illegal and unconstitutional taxation on wages. And that system is what is corrupt here in terms of even in the minarchist view of constitutional conservatism. Right. So this would not be an issue if we didn't have the unconstitutional taxes on labor. At least the new SCOTUS has Queen Alexis back.
And that is true. And I think that is being nuts to claim.
So how do you disprove that you're a groomer, Alexa? Do you admit that you made a mistake and flirted one time, but then ceased to do that behavior and told them that this stuff wasn't okay? Or do you not bring that up and just lie about everything when you have friends that know that's not true? And then you put principles into question of that person, whether they defend you or not. And guess what? I'm going to stand by my principles before a friend that's making a mistake. And that's why this is coming down on you, Alexa.
Oof. Oof. Fucking based, Ronnie. I don't even like Ronnie. Fucker. But you know what? Fucking based here, dude. The new defense from shady streamers will be, the minor was a fascist and I wasn't grooming, I was hunting Nazis. I didn't even read who wrote that, and I knew that was Angie.
I don't.
It's your fault.
Oh, I'm aware.
Service grants citizenship. No neck mongoose.
I mean, yeah. I should have handled it differently.
So do you want my advice on what you should do from here? Because I do have
pause it here. All right. So let's go over this real quick.
It's your fault.
So essentially, you had to verbally beat all of this out, that even this was going on, because initially Alexa was just going to deny it all and nobody could provide evidence, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So it's unreal, man. Unreal. I just, you know what I mean? And it's like, I called it out, right? And Alexa literally went out and began to lie about it instantly, didn't she?
Yes.
Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, folks. Discord is a breeding ground for this type of thing. That's why you got to be very careful about having minors in your Discord. Best thing you can do is to not have any type of sexual conversations with strangers, by the way. But
facts.
Go ahead. Let's play the rest of it.
Also, for the record, the way that we solve it in our Discord is minors are allowed in the Discord, and after midnight EST until 8 a.m. or is it 9 a.m.? I got to check the rules again. EST. Anyone that's a minor or suspected of being a minor or we think might be a minor is automatically kicked from any VC. That's how we handle it. Because if we just ban minors flat out, you're going to get people lying about their age. And instead, we just say, look, if we think you're a minor during this period of time, we just kick you out because it's late at night in terms of America. It's when most people are drinking or being stupid or silly. Just no, just hard pass. If we think you might be a kid, even if you're not a kid, we'll just kick you until the morning. You want to be in you want to be in the text chats? That's fine.
Okay, so what I think you should do is you should go out on the stream and you should say, hey, I've been lying and I've done 2 bad things now. I made something worse. I flirted with a minor and that was bad, but I stopped that behavior and hopefully you can prove that. I don't know if you can at this point, but
they can't. All they can prove is their edited DMs that show that at the very least they were continuing to allow this person to flirt with them.
If you can, get that evidence and do that. Admit to your mistakes and say, I also made a mistake by lying. I should have admitted to this from the start. And that's making things worse. And then you should probably go off the internet for a while and just like reflect on this and, grow.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Just get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, well, I can't. It's in the file.
You can play it still. Yeah, there you go.
Think about stuff before you respond. Go right ahead.
Like obviously,
Alexa, feel free to just control who's in this chat right now, but
Yeah, see that, and that's the main thing. That's the main.
Okay, you can do streamer mode, or you could just disable those sounds permanently, which is what I do.
Oh, that does sound good.
Is that this is a person who's only sad because they were caught, not sad because of anything that they did. Not upset about anything they did. They're just upset that they got caught doing it. That's it. That's all it is. I mean, it's a tale as old as time. Tale as old as time.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Some conclusions.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
it's difficult for me because like obviously I had you on my stream.
So this should be Queen Janie speaking, I believe.
Well, you can basically end it there, Looter. I think we got all that we needed, and then some combined with the DMs. But what was your guys' overarching takeaway from?
So I don't need to hear Dylan and Looter's overarching takeaway again. So just a quick summarization of that. So we looked at the DMs that are very obviously edited. We looked at, we can see that this person likely sent them explicit photos and they blacked them out. And then just skipped ahead. And then we can see that they were caught, recorded, and ambushed, quote unquote, by their friends, lying multiple times to their friends, lying to other streamers, setting up different things. Now, what I want to do is I want to jump ahead a few months, or not a few months, a couple of weeks after they supposedly disappeared. Okay? After they supposedly disappeared, no, I downloaded this, but for whatever reason, my VLC is being awkward. So we're just going to watch this. Let me fix the overlay a little bit because the majority of the conversation happens off to the side. Fabian, is the blackout photos, can you make out anything or is it just blacked out images? I can't see much on small screen. No, you can black out. It's just blacked out and then blacked out words. And like, you can tell that it's like, everything is like colored out. So let me go to main screen, main monitor, unlock that. We're just going to kind of do this for just now, because everything kind of happens on the side over here. So it's going to be really small, but really what's more important is the audio. I could almost just as easily, honestly, nobody's showing their face. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to do this and we'll just listen to the audio because it's not really important. All right. So now what we're about to watch is Universal Discourse, or listen to is Universal Discourse. Now, Universal Discourse had Queen Alexa come in and they spoke with Tenflix, Revolt Rise, and Blizza on the deletion incident of the political shit show, the original, and talk about some of those things. Now I'm not going to listen to the entire fucking thing because the entire thing is 2 hours minus like 15, 20 minutes. But there's some highlights where I pointed out some instances of issues and some things that they admit to that we really need to listen to, because this is where some of the worst admissions from Queen Alexa occur, and they want to pretend like none of this stuff is out there, but you know, I downloaded it, so fuck you. So the first, where it really starts off is 20 minutes in.
Because at that point it wasn't her server anymore. It was a conditional agreement that he take the server over from Alexa.
I get
conditional to both of them following up their end of the bargain. When Alexa broke her end of the that Alexa wouldn't come in and be a panel hoster or whatever. She would come back in as a user, and what Alexa did was before letting Revolt know, started planning this days ahead of time with another person in Mad Latin attached to the whole thing. So basically it was like she parent trapped Revolt a little bit by basically showing up and being like, hey, I've already got this panel planned and there's somebody else attached to it and you don't want to hurt their feelings too. It was almost like the thing that kids do when they're like, no.
So this is Tenflix speaking about how Alexa disappeared for 1 week, came back, Revolt Rise owned the political shit show Discord, and then without talking to Revolt Rise at all, planned that big kind of now infamous stream about it, where Prime Case was there, Mad Latin was there, all these different people were on it, and they did so without Revolt Rise knowing about it at all, when they had a deal and an arrangement that they were just supposed to come back and be a user, that they weren't supposed to do any panels or anything. And they did this with limited information so the debate could be had with a bunch of big streamers, right? And they could have this debate with only half of the information so that the narrative could be crushed. It was this sneaky fucking tactic that Queen Alexa did to try and change the entire narrative by having a back and forth while nobody had all of the information.
They'll tell me no, but if you ask, they'll say yes. Like, that's sort of what it seemed like. It was just like hitching yourself to a person. And so Revolt didn't want to say no at the point that you brought it to him. So like the thing is that like whenever we're saying like
Revolt gave the Discord over to Doobie and Doobie nuked the Discord. And then Alexa started Political Shit Show 2.0 18 plus, which is hilarious because, you know, you got moderator that's a minor and you got minors in there and you got Queen Alexa hanging out in private VCs with minors again. At least according to other people, but I can't really prove that or substantiate that. What I can prove is from the moderator themselves that stated that they were a minor when they were made a moderator and that they knew this, that Queen Alexa knew this. And Queen Alexa confirmed as well in our own chat Tuesday being like, they're 18 now. Like that somehow is okay. Yeah. So I can confirm that they do have minors in the Discord, and for a while, one of them was a fucking moderator. So this whole 18 plus shit is a complete fucking lie.
Like your server, I think that once the condition is broken by you, there's no longer a condition that can be broken by him because you've already broke the contract.
What about the minors in Doobie's political Discord? Well, first of all, Doobie has 60,000 people in that Discord. So keeping all the minors out is an impossibility. Second of all, Doobie has a massive moderation team that takes very seriously these things. Third of all, I know for a fact that Doobie is very heavy-handed in doing everything he can to report abusers, to the point where it annoys Twitch. I mean, not Twitch, Discord and their moderation, and it's difficult for him to report these people because he's doing so all the time. And number 4, there's no accusations of Doobie grooming fucking children, unlike fucking Alexa, and there's no evidence, unlike Alexa, that he did indeed groom children or groom a minor. Right? So there's a big fucking difference there. There's minors in my Discord. They get kicked out at midnight. My Discord's not an 18 only Discord. I'm never going to be able to find them all. But what I do is make sure that nobody's in fucking VCs after a certain age, after a certain time at night, based off of, America's kind of time zones, where most of my audience in Discord is, and that, we're not engaging in certain behavior like that. How does Doobie stop people from fucking dogs? All right. I mean, I haven't heard about that, Charmhole. If you got some info on that, that'd be hilarious. Speaking of minors in the Discord, if you're not a minor, you should totally join our Discord.
So this happens in Hollywood all the time on productions.
All right, I don't care about that. We're gonna skip ahead to 29 minutes or 27:46.
People who have said like pretty like incorrect things and stuff like that.
Okay, so this is where Alexa talks about how they're not gonna babysit people by telling the truth, right? If they're only going to answer direct questions, and they're not going to correct the record in any way because it's already been hashed to death, and it's okay for him to just let people believe things that are untrue so long as it pushes the appropriate narrative for. Yes, Angie, after midnight, you don't feed them. Yes, Charmhole, and then I spoke to Doobie. And when I spoke to Doobie, I said, you need to look into this further. I gave them additional examples of behavior. I put Doobie in contact with other people, and Doobie then unpromoted Political Shit Show 2.0 18 plus in the VIP partner section of his Discord. I had a conversation personally with Doobie and was like, dude, I don't think you're aware of all of the shit. I think you're only aware of some of the shit. He explained to me some of his sources, which I'm obviously not going to divulge, and some of the information that he had, and I filled in some gaps with some other things that I'd heard and put him in contact with people that could corroborate my the story of some of the shady shit that Queen Alexa did with Aircraft Sparky. That we could corroborate some of the contributing to a delinquency of a minor. I knew who was involved in that. I knew we could talk to in that, show that this was a pattern of behavior.
It is because so many things have been conflated, and so many people that are not intimately knowledgeable are commenting on it like they know everything that happened, and they clearly do not.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of people who have said like pretty like incorrect things and stuff like that.
And a lot of the time when these incorrect things are being said, you're in the VC and you're not saying anything.
Yeah, I'm not babysitting these people. Like,
it's not babysitting; it's correcting the record.
Okay, I went with this for a while, like just going on streams and like trying.
Mark, are you listening to this? Yeah, I'm not going to babysit these people.
To like talk to people and stuff like that. But with this second go around now, I'm not doing that. People are going to say what they want, and that's just how it's going to be. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. It means literally nothing. I will only spoon feed this so long until it's like, okay, they have made up their mind. They will say what they want to say, and that's their choice. Some of it can be true, some of it not. I'm not going to fucking sit there and go, no, yes, no. Like, they can just go with it. I don't care. It's because it's going to come to the same conclusion as it was before.
That very well may be true, but don't you think the people that...
And this is Blizza speaking for the record.
...that are carrying the flag with you deserve to know the context in which some things happen.
Pretty much, let's see. Okay, so everything I think out from what I was watching when I was watching Chud, which was like on and off. I kind of like hop around streams with a shit ton. He seemed to comment and just say the very basic things. Nothing seemed like too out of line. Same thing with Stardust. Nothing too crazily out of line from what I was saying. But
just to be clear,
like
because I really do want to clear the record. But, like, I don't want to get too broad here, so let's stick to just me and Tenflix. Did we ever directly accuse you of grooming?
No.
It's interesting phrasing.
What's that?
None of these streamers were saying anything out of line with what I was saying.
Right. Well, that's what he's talking about is, or sorry, she's talking about, or they. They did the rounds with like Stardust and Chud Logic and other streamers, right? To try and make it seem like conservatives and BPF were like exaggerating claims, and they lied to them. And they did the same thing to me. Queen Alexa did the same thing to me. They came into my Discord and they were like, oh, we should talk about this. Like, oh, they're trying to cancel me over some bullshit. Like, none of this was actually true. And they tried to like twist the narrative. And so I'm like listening to it and I'm like, okay, this seems fairly reasonable that it's blown out of proportion, yada, yada, yada. So I talked to some other people because like, I'm not going to go on stream and just like say this person's innocent with like very little information. Like, they were trying to recruit me as they were doing with a ton of other streamers to try and destroy the narrative, which was the truth with their own lies. And then I got access to the actual DMs, and then I got access to, the video, the audio that Ronnie took, and the admissions that Queen Alexa had, which we just listened to on BPF stream. And I was like, yo, what the fuck? No, this person's lying their ass off. I'm not protecting this person, but I didn't want to be involved in the drama stream. So I was like, BPF's already talking about this. A bunch of other people are already talking about this. I'll put BPF in contact with Looter so that he can get these files and he can talk about it, right? Because I don't want to do the drama stream shit. Well, 2 months later, Doobie's out here giving apologies. Everyone's fucking putting their shit out there like everything's great. Fucking big streamers are working with this person, and they're still fucking working with, and they're still fucking in Discords. In from what I hear and from rumors, they're still in private VCs and DMs with fucking minors. And I'm like, no, this person's a fucking predator. This person's sick. This person's a liar and a snake. And they're getting all these people to work around them and twist and twist the fucking narrative to such a degree that you have people like Sprouticus as a moderator in Political Shit Show 2.0, all these people that weren't around for the controversy but are back, kind of shit. And it's not acceptable. So I'm like, well, if no one's gonna fucking talk about this, I'm gonna fucking talk about this, and I'm gonna show the evidence so people can remember what a fucking horrible, gross person this person is.
Did we?
Yeah, compared to all.
Are we done with videos now?
Well, we're listening to audio. That's why I asked if you were listening. I'll just share it with you. It'll be easier to just do it this way. We'll just do it this way. There you go.
For one another, we have no friction between us.
I have
Alexa. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that itself is not completely true, because you have people like politically provoked Brit saying that you were basically entrapped into agreeing to a deal that you never really agreed to.
I can't help what other people say.
But you can jump in to the conversation when you are in the VC and they are making these claims that are clear.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go back and watch the VODs, Adinata. I mean, Queen Alexa groomed someone, lied about it, told all these different things. They were, they're such a fucking manipulative snake going around fucking pretending like shit wasn't the way it was. They released DMs, but it was not like a little kid. It was a 17-year-old trans girl that was turning 18 soon. But it's a vulnerable fucking minor, right? Someone whose family doesn't really support them, looking for somebody to fucking, give them, reinforce their identity and things like that. And instead, you found somebody that's, engaging in a sexual relation flirting with this person, saying sexual comments, things like that. And then they lied about it, and then we watched another video where they're talking to their friends where they got recorded proving that they would say like, oh, well, you're fucking a nobody streamer. No one's ever going to believe you. And then another one where they're saying, oh, well, I'll just hand wave and say that's not true because nobody can prove it. Right. Like, and this person also has a big fucking platform again, in that they run a Discord server where they're getting shouted out. Tons of big streamers are going on their panels. And one of their moderators was, until very recently, also a moderator, and I'm a minor. And I've been hearing from other people that this person is fucking, that they're in private VCs with this person and shit. Oh, they denied all kinds of shit. They lied about all kinds of shit.
Really not true.
Yeah, that's the deception by omission thing. It's like if Blizza here and me are in a channel and he says that I have a 12-foot long dick, and I just don't say anything about that, I'm also being deceptive. If I don't say like, actually no, it's normal size, like I'm also being deceptive.
Well, while saying that, while in conversations with Brittany, I have said that with the comparison to a lot of people who had been following this, I did say one time that you, Timflix, and Blizza were two people who were pretty fair on this whole thing. So I have stated before with Brittany around and others that you two were being fair. So it's the same as like when she was at stuff with Revolt last night, and I had directly said, wait a minute, this isn't true. Like I gave context behind it. So I have done that. If she continues to believe that, there's nothing I can do about that. And it's her own belief.
She chooses to believe shit, and I just said like, oh, well, some other people are fair about it. Like, that's not my problem that they think that the person that's a victim was actually entrapping me. And I don't give them any of the additional details of what actually happened.
I don't know. I generally don't tend to agree with that. If I'm a party to a conversation and people are telling other people things that I did that are not true, I'm going to jump in and correct the record.
All right, so there's some more back and forth, and we'll skip to 34.
Thank you. The
Screwing thing.
What is the lying about?
Yeah, I had panicked and had covered my ass. And
Is this a campaign to get them banned off Discord? If so, would you suggest we share info with Discord? I don't want to ban anybody off Discord. I never want to do that. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. If you these are predators and disgusting people. Everyone needs to know what they are. But if you ban them from Discord, then they'll just be in Telegram fucking chats doing this shit. They'll be somewhere else doing this shit. It's not saving anybody by doing this. What we need to do is we need to make the community aware of what type of person this person is, and then make people aware so that they can't be groomed by this person, or so that they don't work with this person that's eventually going to stab them in the back. I'm a free speech absolutionist, and I don't believe in trying to ban people off of platforms or companies, and assuming that Discord would do anything about it anyways. They protect predators on there all the fucking time, or they're just too lazy to moderate. But continue.
In a way that is, I was misconstruing things and covering my ass for things I shouldn't have. Not cover, but like I was trying to like take stories and nitpick, and wasn't telling the whole truth to even like saying things that were just false. So when the allegations at first came out, I did multiple different times had lied.
Well, like, let's not just talk.
Well, to be fair, nobody knows how old Queen Alexa is. They claimed to be 21 at the time, and still 21. But I mean, that's just a claim. They claim to be a trans person, yet they don't voice modulate at all. They act like a guy in every regard in terms of stereotypical behavior. To me, I don't know. I get vibes of like some creepy predator just using that as a means to cover themselves up. I don't fucking know. They could be 30. Probably not from their behavior and stuff, but they could easily be 25, 26, 27. Supposedly they're 21. And that's somehow okay to say terrible shit, to likely, I mean, from their own shit. Again, over and over and over again, I will show this fucking shit because people blow over this specific detail that I think just needs to be shown over and over and over again. Like, I cannot show this enough. So, the person says, do I really look like a girl now? I looked at myself in the mirror and I do. I have hips, boobs. Alexa, yes, you do. D, a soft face. My legs and ass are getting thicker, so I guess so. Yep. It's just weird. And then what we get from what they presented, when I say they, I mean Queen Alexa. These are the DMs, the video of the DMs that they chose to share with everyone. This is what we get. This is what we get. We get blacked out images after that. We get blacked out names, blacked out words that were said, right? And this is what they thought made them look good, right? This is what they chose to show that they thought would somehow exonerate them. And then the very next thing that's said after those images, and it doesn't scroll down, it just jumps, right? And it jumps to the victim saying, that's okay. I was just being followed by this conservative looking guy with a toothpick in his mouth. And he was giving me dirty looks when I was looking for bras and panties. What fucking conversation happened there? Where did that go? And what are those images? And this is supposed to be the shit that you put out to exonerate yourself? Because what it looks like to me is you're in multiple private VCs with this person. In the messages that we go through, you're flirting with this person, or at least accepting the flirting. And then you're like, hey, let's move into a private VC multiple times. And I'm just supposed to trust that you didn't delete any messages. Or I'm supposed to trust that when you jump cut from edited photos, that it doesn't, like, nothing happens after that. That there aren't any messages underneath that. And what it looks like to me is some trans girl who wants to be affirmation of her identity, that's struggling because she says, quote, that her, that it hurts her when her grandmother calls her a handsome young man. So she's obviously not fully out, is showing explicit photos of their body. And then the conversation it disappears after that. It's a very vulnerable person. Just because they're 17 and not like 14, this is someone that is isolated and triangulated, right? They don't have like a family network and structure that is like, that allows them to engage in like a healthy online relationship with somebody. They're alone and vulnerable. The toothpick was important to bring up, right? I don't fucking know, man.
Talking generalities, like
Exactly,
you lied to your friends about a conversation that your friends were a party to. Like, Alexa, you lied to me about a conversation that I was in.
Yeah, like,
and
as far
then
as the
when
goes,
called
you're
on
literally
it,
lying to us about grooming allegations. How can we, like, that's
All right, so then there's a couple minutes of them bitching about the fact that Queen Alexa lied to everyone.
Truth
we
that's
want to
out
go
there missing that these guys need to hear.
All right, so then we're gonna go to what did you do?
Can Alexa provide it? Does Alexa understand what she's being asked?
Alexa, what did you lie to me and Tenflix about?
Specifically,
Yes, please specifically. Because I do remember the specifics. I know that you know the specifics.
Notice this didn't happen a couple days ago. This happened a couple weeks after the blow up of the incident.
So please, truthfully.
You cherish what I remember way too well.
I asked you earlier if you remembered the conversation, right?
Right, so now we're just laughing and joking about it.
Like, distinctly asked you in particular if you think you remember that conversation now, and you said yes, you think you do, right?
Okay, so I was asking what I asked. It was the call, not the conversation. I thought you were talking about a different conversation.
Okay, let me spell this out now, because I do distinctly remember it. You lied to me and Tenflix originally by saying that you never had any flirty or sexual contact with Darby, right?
Okay, yeah.
Right. Is that the truth?
Correct.
And you did lie about that.
Correct.
Okay. That's just the beginning.
Okay.
Right?
They want to know why. Why
And then
did you lie to them about it?
Like that was a quick question though. That was like a long conversation.
Right.
Where we then caught you in that line. You like would double like you made like a lot of you doubled down on a lot of lies that we were like actively catching you in that conversation. Like it was like I was pretty sure there I wouldn't be able to trust you as a friend ever again. Like even if I wasn't certain on everything, even if I didn't have like the I don't know, it was one of those things where I sort of smelled shit. You know what I mean? And like
Something was wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I made a shit ton of mistakes, especially in this scenario. You know.
And a little.
This conversation is interesting because he's talking to his friends, or their friends. Sorry, I keep misgendering Queen Alexa, but it's difficult because it doesn't sound anything like a female. I don't know what to tell you. Mint toothpicks are such a boomer way of quitting smoking. Well, I don't think that none of these people are still his their friends. Maybe Revolt Rises. I don't know.
A little more context here, because I've heard it referred to that the conversation, the VC that is in question, I've heard people say while you were in the room.
This is really important.
It is referring to you saying that Darby is cute. Will you admit that it is far more than that?
So this is what everyone, you heard this in the recording with Ronnie D. You heard this in the recording with in every time Alexa talks about it, that it's, oh, this person's cute. Everyone was friends with Alexa before it happened. That's true. A lot of people were friends with Queen Alexa, right? So the accusation that's still being talked about now when anybody brings it up is, oh, that they said that this person was cute. Okay? Now listen to this. This is Tinflix and Blizza and Revolt Rise here.
Was said was not, you think Darby's cute, that there's far more than that. And I can go into detail if need be, but
yeah, sure. Go into detail, and then I'll like.
Well, I asked you a question.
Yeah. So what I remember, what had happened was they had asked me if I thought they were cute, and I had agreed, saying yes.
And that's all.
That is all that I do remember, and maybe some jokes that could have been considered flirtatious. And
okay, what were those jokes?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Is it plausible that you may have said, in 3 months, I'm gonna bend you into a pretzel and blank the shit out of you?
Yeah, no.
In a meme form. In a meme form, even, I'm asking.
In a joking manner, maybe, but I still highly, highly, highly doubt I said that.
So do you remember the conversation or don't you?
No, not for the most part. No, not that particular conversation. Not as
in a joking manner, maybe, but it's highly implausible that that's actually what that doesn't sound like something I'd say. Yeah, dude, maybe I said that. Maybe in a joking manner, I said in a couple months I'm gonna bend you into pretzel and fuck the shit out of you. Yeah, it wasn't Queen Alexa saying, "Oh, you're cute." That was the VC where everyone fucking got into a big debate. It was because, and it's very obvious from the fact that this person is unwilling to go, fuck you, I never said that. That's crazy. That they clearly said that shit. And they know they said that shit. That's what they were saying to a minor. And that's what they were saying to a minor when other people were in the VC. Not all these other private VCs that we know that they were in. So so you expect me to believe that the private VCs were really tame in comparison to the shit you were saying with other people around? To a fucking vulnerable trans teen girl that's just looking for validation. It's constant needs for validation in the DMs that this person, that Queen Alexa shows. It's constantly looking for someone older that's been through this to appreciate them, to accept them. The best path forward is for us to know that this person is this way. For all the 50 people that are in here, for when you see a panel and one of your streamers like is going on that panel, be like, yo, why are you on a panel with Alexa? This person's a child groomer. This person's gross, right? Like sunlight is the best disinfectant. There's 50 people in here now that can go out and know that that's what this person is. So when you see that, you can put that in chat. You can let other people know that that's what it is, so that the whole fucking Twitch community knows this person is not someone to be trusted, and that this person is not someone that you should be giving a bunch of shit to, or you should be giving positive stuff to. I apologize because I'm still really under the weather, but like this was important, and so I'll play it again because this is probably the most important part of this.
Detail if need be, but
yeah, sure. Go into detail, and then I'll like.
Well, I asked you a question.
Yeah. So what I remember what had happened was they had asked me if I thought they were cute, and I had agreed, saying yes.
And that's all.
That is all that I do remember, and maybe some jokes that could have been considered flirtatious. And
Okay,
to
what were
jokes,
those jokes?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Is it plausible that you may have said, in 3 months, I'm gonna bend you into a pretzel and blank the shit out of you?
Yeah, no.
In a meme form. In a meme form, even, I'm asking.
It in a joking manner, maybe, but I still highly doubt I said that.
So do you remember the conversation or don't you?
No, not for the most part. No, not that particular conversation. Not as well.
All right, so let me break this down because this is what I know to be a fact, okay? Cynthia and I were in the conversation. Cynthia and I have both...
He's talking about synth with an E, right?
Basically publicly came out and said that we were party to this conversation. Cynthia heard you saying things like, Darby, you're cute, whatever, the insignificant things. Cynthia then messaged Ronnie and said, you got to get in here and listen to this shit that Alexa's saying. And then after that is when you said, maybe in a joking manner, maybe not, I'm not gonna ascribe intent here, but you did say that. And immediately Ronnie stepped in and said, you cannot be saying these things to a minor. And then there was a brief discussion as to whether it was acceptable or not between, people that didn't think it was acceptable.
It was
and
between
then people that did.
It was Viv, Ronnie, and I think Clock.
Glock, Viv, and Ronnie. What did Viv say?
Well, Clock, Viv, and you were saying that it could be okay what just happened, right?
I seem to remember.
First of all, who the fuck thinks that's okay to say? Like,
no, apparently Alexa.
Right, but I mean, like, the fact that other people are like, "Oh, this is okay." You can tell minors over VC, like vulnerable fucking trans teens. You can tell them that in a few months, once they finally turn 18, you're gonna bend them into a pretzel and fuck the shit out of them. Oh, it's just a meme. It's just a joke. It's fucking
Gotta
disgusting.
Love it. Gotta love it.
Making some kind of joke towards it, but it definitely, the debate was between like Ronnie and Viv.
And don't get me wrong, at the end, you did say that you were wrong and you were sorry.
Right.
But it was not simply about you saying somebody was cute, period.
Okay.
All right. So they go on about this a little bit longer. I'm going to skip to what I find to be a really important thing. I'm going to leave a little bit of the lead up to it. I want you to notice the way that they trans lives matter until you can bend them like a pretzel. God damn it, Yoshi. So notice the way that Queen Alexa is like, oh, well, maybe, in a joking manner or something, but that's highly implausible. Like, like that couldn't be me, right? Now, notice when something is brought up that they know to be not true. And notice how how the tone changes.
Their whole pedo binge, and it was just like, oh, here's another one. Here we go again. So, yeah, that was shortly before Christmas. And it was like, oh man, you know what? But
We've got Liquid Sunshine in chat.
Liquid Sunshine.
That
Oh,
is Clock
That's
Guy.
Clock. Yeah, that's Clock.
Yo, can you guys say that again? So Liquid Sunshine was defending pedophilia? My God, how does?
No, he okay. Hold on. We got. I want to critique that real quick. He wasn't defending pedophilia.
Okay.
We made jokes. Clock Guy's a friend, a longtime friend,
Okay.
and we had made jokes that he was. He was not defending pedophilia.
Yeah, no, that's the part that I didn't want to put my name onto because I don't believe that part. You know, there may have been jokes about it afterwards, but in the moment, the people that I remember were Alexa and Viv on one side, and then Ronnie on the other side. Like Ronnie was the one that spoke up, that stopped it.
Right. Exactly, Policy Wonker. Notice how seconds after they said they couldn't remember the conversation, they could name everyone involved in the debate and who was debating and what positions and sides they were on in the debate. And then when someone else brings up something that is untrue about Clock Guy, right? All of a sudden it's like, no. Let me set the record straight. That's not what happened, right? But when it's whether or not they said, I'm going to bend you into, in a few months, I'm going to bend you into a pretzel and fuck the shit out of you. It's like, oh, I don't think I would have said that. Like that doesn't, I don't know that I remember, like maybe in a joking manner, but it's highly implausible. It's bullshit, right? It's like in one sentence, everything's highly implausible. They totally couldn't have said that, but maybe they did in a joke, but it's just like a 1% chance. Like, let's not pretend like that's probably what happened. Right. And then they know the names of the people in the conversation. They know who was there. They know when the debate took place. They know who is on what side of the debate. Right. And then the way that and it's not like it's a manner of speaking. Right. And that's why I wanted to point out the next one, because sometimes people will just be like, oh, that's highly implausible. That doesn't sound like me. And that's like kind of how they talk, right? Because they're just wishy-washy people and they don't like to like firmly say that something is true or untrue, right? But a couple minutes later, when they know something is untrue that would make them look bad, they immediately are like, no, let me set the record straight. That's not true. Here's what happened. You know what else is bullshit? Excrement from a bull.
Facts.
That's facts. Yeah, and so I thought it was important to put that. So this is when I'll skip ahead to, this is when, it's kind of a nothing burger, but this is when Revolt Rise comes in to really start talking about some of their issues and some of the lies that have been said about the situation and how Alexa was spinning things that were lying about the way the Discord was shut down and things like that, and the way the debate took place.
Ever has been. But what I'm asking you is like they went through and said like there was no flirting is one of the specific things I was told or that I saw that the public opinion is that is true now, right? But there was flirting, right?
Yeah, there was an instance where it was, and I had admitted that multiple times on multiple streams and in other things. And like I said, that's where I've came at with this of like where I'm no longer like dealing with this kind of like stupidity of it is how many times do I have to keep saying this happened until they're just going to believe what they want to. I don't care. There's if they will believe what they want to believe and let it be. I don't have an interest and to sit here with people like Doobie, especially like Doobie, who will just extraordinarily bad faith with it or something like that. I'm fine with y'all, right? We can have it, but like as far as like the mass amount of people, I'm just not interested. There's no point. They're gonna have the same opinion they had before, and just read it. It's just a waste of fucking time.
Yeah. I'm not gonna correct the record. I'm not gonna defend things. I'm just gonna, why even do this? This is like the Alec Baldwin saying he's not sorry for killing a woman.
That's true, but like, if you had a clear statement of like, this is what happened, and from my perspective, from start to finish, like, and these are the things that I accept are true, like, you know what I mean, and then you could just point to it, and then we wouldn't have to deal with this thing. And I think the reason why it keeps getting relitigated is the fact that there's never been that clear and concise like outline, a timeline, or whatever the fucking, you know what I mean? Like, there has never been a bullet point list of like this, and this happened, and like. This is like, I don't even want to pry into your life, but there's highlights to this thing that I think that are important, that I think were generally dismissed as being untrue during the course of today, that I'm pretty positive are true, and like that's my issue.
For the record, this isn't what made the rounds. This video is not popular. This video didn't go out to a bunch of people. What went out to a bunch of people was exactly what Queen Alexa wanted to go out to a bunch of people, was them sitting down with Stardust, them sitting down with Chud Logic, and then them hosting a panel with a bunch of people that didn't know what the fuck they were talking about and only had a third of the fucking available information. And that was with Doobie and Prime Kais and Mad Laden and Brittany from Politically Provoked and Stardust and a bunch of other names. Right? Is that they intentionally had a debate where all of the really bad shit wasn't mentioned and nobody knew about it, and Queen Alexa was there and let this fucking this debate rage on with half of the pertinent information that made them look bad not occur, so that all of Twitch would see this debate take place but not actually be informed of all of the shit that's really going on. And this little stream is one of these little nuggets of gold that most people didn't see or hear about. And most people aren't aware of what actually fucking happened.
I would have that specifics. I jumped around so many streams.
For real though, fucking Queen Alexa is a fucking amazing manipulator. Like, they're so good at manipulating and playing this game. And it's important to really show them when they get cornered, because you talk with them and like they're so good at shifting and attacking your character and saying that you're missing data and like all this other stuff and spinning a narrative to where people are willing to listen to them. They're very good at it, which, you know, predators tend to be like that.
Streams today.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I'll give you the specific of, like, number one, like, allegation was that there was flirting happening. Like, allegation number two, that it was like was beyond what was said in the DMs. Like, so there were like whatever that list of a video of DMs. There was things that happened that were more either explicit or inappropriate than what was displayed there. And like the third thing in particular that I have in mind is that what happened in terms of like you getting removed from another server, and how did this get reported in the first place? Like, okay. I think those are the really important parts that like have been obfuscated.
Yeah, I'll explain it. Definitely made some hardline fucking mistakes that was outside DMs in a VC that other people were present to. And I had realized and recognized that that was a mistake. I shouldn't have said those things I did, so on and so forth.
Right. Now they won't name what it was that they said, but Queen Alexa's clearly aware that they said things that they shouldn't have said with other people present. This conversation that they don't remember, and they can't confirm nor fully deny that they said that they, in 3 months, they're going to bend this person into a pretzel and fuck the shit out of them. Now they clearly remember who was involved, who was on which side of the debate, who was there initially, who came in later, and they clearly remember that they said things that were inappropriate and that this was the moment that they changed and they changed their behavior, and that they were very, very much trying to friend zone this person and make sure that they didn't encourage their advancements, that they were being very responsible. It's like, once you break it down and you start paying attention to what they're saying and how much their story is changing mid fucking sentence or minute to minute, it's very clearly that this person is a fucking snake and a manipulator.
And from that point on, I tried my best to like just be a friendly person to that individual from there on out. That's why you see things like really hardline friend zoning with this person, generally ignoring them and just trying to be nice.
How
now what we see is you fucking deleting messages and fucking doing things in private voice chats instead of fucking doing them over DMs.
What was your second question?
So yeah, like so basically like was there flirting? Was it beyond what was in the DMs? And like how did this thing get reported in the first place? Like what initiated this entire sequence?
So I don't know for sure. I've heard so many different conflicting.
Funniest thing about this, none of this happens without the victim dropping the leaks. The victim didn't bring forward the DMs. Oh no, this absolutely has been gone over before. The reason I'm fucking drudging this shit back up, and call me a drama streamer all you want. This is the first time we've ever fucking done a drama stream in almost a year of streaming, is because Doobie shouted this person out. Doobie apologized, put them back on the fucking VIP section of politics Discord with 60,000 people. This person's hosting fucking panels. And there's and we now know that this supposedly 18 plus server has had a minor that was a moderator and likely has more people in there that are minors. And I'm hearing rumors from different people. I haven't been able to substantiate this, right? So take this with a grain of salt, that they're in private VCs with minors again. They're engaging in this type of behavior again. And then seems more like a PSA than versus drama. I'm just letting everybody know, hey guys, you're not aware of the full story. Most of you guys were tricked with one large panel and two large streams with Stardust and Chud Logic, where most of the information was completely devoid and missing. And this person was lying and spinning a new narrative, right? And this person was spinning this whole new narrative. And most people, Sprouticus is a moderator in Political Shit Show 2.0. There's other people that are defending this person. And everyone now believes that this entire situation was a nothing burger because of the really good manipulation that this person is capable of doing. So I'm like, no, let's go over all of the data again. Let's go over all of the information. Let's go over the recordings. Let's catch this person in lie after lie after lie and show people, like, don't trust this person. And you probably shouldn't be doing panels with this person because nobody else wants to talk about it. It's literally just me and Andrew Wilson or Big Papa Fascist from the Crucible. So, we talked about it a little bit on Tuesday. We let them lie to their friends some more and hang themselves. And now we're going through all of this shit so we can expose their lies and their bullshit because fucking, I don't know, maybe it's because I'm a parent, right? But the idea that this predator is out there to be able to fuck with people, and maybe they're not a predator. Maybe they're just someone that clearly has issues with boundaries with minors and is very irresponsible and doesn't give a fuck and doesn't realize the damage that they're doing. But that's a problem in and of itself. All right. So here at 58, she's going to describe the process by which, I'll send you guys the VOD. It's a 2-hour VOD. We're just going through portions of it. Sad thing is the victim is still probably under their thumb. Otherwise, it would have all been leaked and you wouldn't have to do this. Yeah, probably. They've probably been gaslit so much that they think that it's perfectly fine and that their behavior and their relationship was perfectly fine. Because they're a triangulated, vulnerable trans teenager. That being said, 58, they described the process, how this leaked, how it got to BPF, and how they don't know how it got to BPF. It's not important. So it's like 10 minutes of like just, this happened, then this happened, then this happened. And it's like how Darby ended up going to this other Discord and how that information started blowing up. It's not important. Well, thanks for the gift, for the sub bomb. I appreciate it.
Very nice. Love to see it. Are you just crunching down on Ricolas?
Yeah, dude. I'm fucking sick as shit. I'm just like, I can't suck on throat lozenges. I can't. They're in my mouth, and then I'm just like crunch, crunch, crunch.
No, I do the same thing. I just was like, man, some nuts would be good right now.
Now, this is the next important part. I will use my power with great respect. This is the next important part. Now, bear in mind that these people were some of the closest friends to Alexa. Right?
Now you can suck your own dick. All you
So I want you to understand that this is coming from people that consider themselves friends or former friends of Alexa. This is not coming from somebody like me, right? That is genuinely antagonistic towards this person I think is disgusting. These are coming from people that none of these people are accusing him. None of these people are, her. None of these people are accusing Queen Alexa of grooming. I am, because it looks like fucking grooming. Walks like a duck, talks like a duck. It's a fucking duck. But this is the part where Queen Alexa is asked why they're enjoying this. Why they're enjoying the shit show circus of this entire thing.
Responsibility and fucking kill it. Step up, take the fucking
hold on,
mic, fix
hold
it.
on, University.
Fix it.
Queen Alexa, have you been enjoying what's been going on the last couple of days?
It's definitely different than the last time. Partly because I'm kind of just watching this one kind of differently.
Yeah, but is that? I mean, it's partly because you've got like sort of like an inbuilt like set of defense. Like you've got people who are kind of willing to just take the mantle on you there. But like,
yeah, there's clearly people carrying the flag for you. I've said this over and over again today.
And they have all sorts of ulterior motives, like extreme content and stuff. But even when you consider that you guys were in that like after conversation for like what 3 hours last night, and I got you to walk back on
7 or 8 hours.
No, I'm talking about specifically the after after the server was deleted and shit. And
that whole conversation was like somewhere around like 7 hours.
Okay, well, I caught about 3 or 4 hours of it, and in that conversation, I never once heard you like, point out like that this wasn't the case or.
Again, so Blizza asks Queen Alexa, "Are you enjoying this?" Well, I don't know. Queen Alexa is loving the attention, loving going through this, loving changing the narrative, loving how this is shaping into drama-filled thing, and that they're not being blamed for it, right? And then pivots away from it so that doesn't get pointed out too heavily.
Or whatever.
Correct.
You talked for like 15 or 20 minutes on Rinyald's server, and I was able to run you through all of those things and point out like where you lied or have you walked back certain things. And so like it's sort of course you like it more this time, because other than the encounters that you've had with me where I'm like pointing the like I'm like refocusing it or whatever, the conversation has largely been about interpersonal streamer drama, and you're just kind of secondary to it.
Yeah, I like I said, I sat there and listened to that whole thing pretty much last night. When I was asked a question, I would answer it, and like I didn't critique it. There was a lot of things that Dewey said that were like incorrect, stuff like that I knew were incorrect. I was like, just whatever. Like I said, I'm just not going to sit there and critique this over and over. It's come to what it's come to, and nothing I'm going to do it from here on out is going to change that.
Oh, I think, absolutely disagree with you.
Yeah, that's fine.
100%.
I'm
saying right now that there is a way to manage it.
All right. Who cares about how they manage it? Friendly advice from people that like Alexa, whatever. I don't really care. Now we're going to get to the point where they lied and helped spread rumors against Revolt Rise in many ways via lies of omission about how the server shutdown occurred.
Some sort of solution you can try. If
Alexa, did you approach Revolt about him taking over the server when this happened?
I had told Revolt that I was thinking about like giving up the server and stuff like that, and Revolt had said you could just give it to me.
Yeah, my recollection is 100% that like Alexa came to me originally like being like, "Oh, this shit."
Yeah. I have the screenshot of Vivian helping docs. Here you go. This is Vivian retweeting Antifa, Brand for Liberty's full name. In the videos connected to this, they have their license plate. We did a whole thing. Vivian came in here and laughed and was saying that it's good that Antifa doxes fascists. Brand, the libertarian that was at the convoy protesting against fucking government authoritarian lockdowns and mandates. Yeah.
Well, it's because fascist just means not on our side.
Yeah. And they were doing a bunch of stuff. They physically assaulted him. We did a whole thing earlier in the VOD. They assaulted him with root beer and tried to take out his camera equipment. They vandalized his car 3 different times. They were sending him threatening voicemails and text messages and all kinds of things. And Antifa was, the same account that she's retweeting is also tweeting out Brandt's current location, what hotel room both them and Woodsman Will are staying in. Lies about what they're saying that they're talking about messing up homeless people. Even though if you actually watch the stream, you'll see that he's constantly giving out cigarettes and alcohol and pizza to homeless people. They're trying to convince people to violently attack Brandt for Liberty for having the wrong political opinions because Antifa wants the government to lock us all down and wants vax mandates. But yeah, so I just have, doxing his full name and doxing his license plate and stuff, as well as, other tweets that's being shared out by them. I'm sure Prime Kai's and Chud and them will continuously do it, but it'll be fun next time I do like a Prime Kai's and she comes up and I'm just like, well, she fucking doxed Brand for Liberty. She's a piece of shit. And they're like, what are you talking about? I can send you the DMs. I can send you the fucking proof. But that being said, this is a little uninteresting. But basically Queen Alexa was lying about the way that the server was shut down. And then here just admits to what actually happened.
Shit is happening, like, and was like really bummed out about it and talking about deleting the server. And I said, like, no, don't do that. Like, that's a waste of whatever. Like let me like help however I can. You know what I mean? Like put it. I'll take over for a while until you can get things sorted out, whatever. And like you won't be the figurehead, and whatever that meant is basically how I remember. Is that what you recall?
Correct.
What I recall is that Revolt's name came up in the conversation when the whatever it was, 8 of us jumped into the room with you. Originally, someone brought up that you should give it to Tenflix, and Tenflix is immediately yiked and woe-faced, not wanting that responsibility. And then later on in the conversation, someone else brought up Revolt, and I particularly remember saying that that's a great idea. Revolt is a fucking solid person. He would be a person that I would trust with this.
At that time, I was thinking about just getting rid of the server. Like I was going to just walking away for a bit while still being just walking off. So like the Revolt did directly say, "Just give it to me." Like he did ask me while we were in a private conversation between me and Revolt, as he just said.
All right, we're going to go into hearsay, so this isn't going to work.
Well, no, me and Revolt, who are both parties that were in this, are directly saying the same thing.
You are saying the same thing?
Yes.
Yes. I'm agreeing with what Revolt said.
But okay. Okay, you're agreeing with what he's saying.
The server, right?
No.
Oh, sorry, let me go back. My bad.
Okay, there we go. All right.
My timestamp was a little.
So you weren't pressured by a group of people to give up ownership of a server, right?
The reason there's a long pause here is that is one of the many lies that Queen Alexa was promulgating, was that they were pressured into like giving up the server, that they never wanted to give up the server. And now they're being pinned down by some of their former friends, and someone, at least Revolt still says at one point that they consider Queen Alexa still their friend. Now they'll admit it.
No.
Okay. Thank you for being truthful about that in this moment.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what she told me, so okay.
So because you weren't pressured, like the two of you had set up like a level of conditioning, right? Like that, like you would sort of be brought back in on like a limited basis with the intentions to eventually be hosting panels again, I assume.
All right, so basically they talk about the idea that what was supposed to happen was they were supposed to be gone. Queen Alexa was supposed to be gone for a week. Then they would come back. When they came back, me and Revolt are still friends, by the way. Hey, what's up, Queen Alexa? That says, I don't know what that says about Revolt, to be honest with you. It's unfortunate. They should have dropped you because you're a lying fucking snake and a sick fuck who still won't answer any of the impertinent questions. So if you're going to show back up in my chat, you disgusting fucking monster, simply answer these two questions. Number one, are you willing to finally, now that you're not talking to your friends, are you willing to finally deny flat out that you said to Darby, in 3 months, I'm going to bend you into a pretzel and fuck the shit out of you? And secondly, why is it that your DMs that you leaked that look like they're probably fucking edited show Darby saying that their hips are getting thicker and that their boobs are getting bigger, and then it jumps to two blacked out photos and speeches that you completely covered up that look like they might be some type of explicit photos from this person, and then it just jumps to her talking about some conservative guy with a toothpick in his mouth following her while she's picking out bras and panties. What is up with that? If these are the DMs that are supposed to exonerate you, why do they jump around, and why are they edited? Why are photos missing? And why does it look so suspicious that conversations just randomly end abruptly and begin abruptly? Because apparently you're over and over again in private DMs. You didn't groom this person. You didn't engage in an inappropriate relationship that was far more than the lies you've been telling everyone that, oh, we're just cute. Answer those fucking questions. Or is this all just a big fucking funny thing to you? Yeah? All right, well, while you type out or you simply pivot and don't want to answer those questions, we're going to continue with, more information of, more cornering, more exposing the lies that you told over and over again, and showing people in the Twitch politics community that you're a lying fucking snake at best, and that you're a fucking child groomer that, selects vulnerable trans teens at worst. No, there's worse than Queen Alexa. There are serial killers, and there are fucking legitimate pedophiles. Both of those are definitely the lowest type of human in society that are lower than Queen Alexa. But Queen Alexa is not that much better.
But the idea was that like Revolt here would take the server. He gave you a certain level of guidelines, at least, for how he would expect you to behave in the server. And you said earlier that you broke those things. So like I guess or like that you broke that that agreement or whatever first.
Mm-hmm.
So like I don't know. I guess it would be. I guess in some ways, I think it would be helpful to just not like, just like whenever you go on these shows and shit, and people are like straight up lying, or like they're spinning a very very strong story about what happened, and
yeah. There's a reason that I used the Jordan Peterson quote today. When you have something to say, silence is a lie. Because Queen Alexa has something to say, and they'll hop in the chat. And then when you ask them what's really going on, and you ask them about the specifics, silence. We all fucking know what it is. We all know what really happened. when you look at when you put all the pieces of the puzzle together, we know what was really going on. They lied to everybody about it, and then they were likely engaged in sexual private voice chats with this person and helped and groomed this person, either intentionally or unintentionally, and lied to their friends and lied to everyone about it, and that they have no idea what healthy boundaries are, and they have no respect for people because they're a liar and a snake, and that they're likely doing this shit again. And everybody should know about it. I guess Vivian is a better person for admitting facts. All right. So then, of course, so they describe the process by which, Queen Alexa was supposed to take over, was supposed to leave the Discord, right? And then they were supposed to not come back for a week, which they didn't do, supposedly. But even then, they admit in here that they were totally on an alt account the next day talking trash because they couldn't stay away for even a day. And then they gloss over that, which is hilarious. And then they were supposed to come back and they're supposed to like regain trust. And what they did instead was try and change the narrative of all of the accusations by scheduling a panel without even talking to Revolt Rise about it and getting a whole bunch of people to have a debate on this without them with them missing tons of evidence and context, so that there would be this big debate where only some of the evidence against Queen Alexa would be presented, and it would make it seem like a giant nothing burger. They manipulated most of the Twitch politics community this way in a genius stroke of their predatory and disgusting manipulative behavior.
No.
Did you live up to your end of that bargain, Alexa?
No.
And why? What
No,
made you
no, okay,
not
so no,
hold up
no,
your end?
like it's like a no-ish kind of like I said I would step away for a bit, and I stepped away for a very short amount of time.
Well, I mean, let's be clear. The next day, you were under a different name talking
Correct.
shit in
I
that
was,
server, right?
I was. Me and Raul had a conversation about that, and Raul was like, "Hey, this isn't gonna work out." And I was like, and after me and him fought a little bit back
Forgot
and
about
forth.
that. Yeah, you had already been shown lenience for breaking the agreement once before. Immediately after, like the day after you agreed to it.
Yeah. So they admit to this and then they just skip past it, right? But they're going to keep saying, I was gone for a week. I was gone for a week. You're going to hear them lie after they just got proven, right? That the very next day they were on an alt account arguing with people, trying to control the narrative in the server.
Yeah. So and then me and Raul had a conversation about it, and then the decision was I would stay away for a week, which was what Revolt proposed, was just, hey, stay out of server for a week. And so I did.
Well, I mean, again, let's be honest. The resolution was you being kicked out of the server. Not banned, but kicked out, right?
Kicked from the server.
Yeah, you were kicked for like an amount of time. I guess that could be what you're referring to, and like, yeah,
Taking a
removed from
break,
the server.
right?
Yeah.
Right.
So you were kicked, and then for a period of time after that, you were not a part of the server. How long was that, do you think?
So it was 7 days. It was 1 week, and I had came back.
Okay.
After 1
and
week.
was that a part of the agreement at all?
Yeah, that was the deal that Revolt had proposed to me. He had said, stay just at least a week, and after a week, come back.
Was that predicated on
Somebody needs to go into the kitchen and bake cookies for Queen Alexa.
anything? Was there any stipulations to that happening?
It was pretty much just come back in a week, and then we'll figure it out from there.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. We could play this whole thing. I'll put this in here. It'll probably get taken down soon, right? Let's just be honest. But if you want to watch the whole VOD, there's the whole VOD from Universal Discourse. I would download it. I have a copy downloaded. That's just what I would do. That being said, I'm gonna move forward a little bit because this portion is just very boring of them describing how they set up this panel again and how they lied again and lied to everybody and made promises and then didn't live up to any of those promises, because that's what Queen Alexa does. She just lies about everything and makes promises and then goes and does the exact opposite. How do you download it? Just like you would a YouTube video, like you just Google like download a VOD and then put in the copy and paste. All right, so we're going to move ahead a little bit to 128, which is just, 128. We're going to move ahead just a little bit to, did you go over the proof of grooming? Oh, tons of stuff. Yeah. Went through the DMs. We showed, how they were edited. We went over, yeah. Gonna have to, I don't know, you're gonna have to, again, we can, hold on, the fact that they refused to deny, saying that in 3 months they were gonna bend the victim into a pretzel and fuck the shit out of him. Saying it was highly improbable that I said that, right? The DMs are obviously edited. The fact that the DMs show that this person said that their ass and boobs were getting bigger, and then there's edited out photos that are obviously explicit in nature. There's a pattern of behavior here. Very clear that this person groomed them. God knows what they'd find if like the FBI was able to like subpoena the Discord server records and find out all the shit that they deleted and skimmed over and skipped through. Put that fucking VAERS data back up? No, I can't. I would like to, but because VAERS is considered harmful misinformation, because it's not like present with an explanation of how VAERS works and like why the VAERS data is relevant in some ways and not relevant in others, it'll just get my channel taken down because it'll be continuous harmful misinformation based upon the new terms of service guidelines from Twitch.
And Lord knows we can't have that in here.
Yeah. It was a conscious decision we made because of Twitch's TOS, not because I don't feel like talking about VAERS data and why it's relevant in some ways and not in others. Pretty much. All right, so here we are. We'll just listen.
To do something about this. That's what they're asking you.
Clearly, Alexa, today you saw Revolt being dragged, and you were a part of Revolt being dragged for the server going down.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm aware. I'm aware what has happened.
They're asking,
Right.
are you willing to?
You were aware of what
about it?
No, rational. That's not, no. This is online and across state lines. It would be federal grooming charges. And in the age, that's totally different. You're dealing with a totally different system at that point.
You were aware of all the truth here before we came and got it out of you. You knew all these things to be true. We just got it out of you, and you still did it at the time. Like that's I don't know. It's just hard for like it seems like almost.
I'm not really sure, Rational Anarchist, why you're so obsessed with apologizing for this, like trying to say that it's not grooming. Like, let's look at grooming law definition, right? And so we can look it up for you, so we can go over it. All right. So now, what is this? This is actually. Let me go to Google. I'll get a better one, so I can get like Cornell or something. Grooming law definition, U.S., assuming both parties. All right, so let's look at my FBI. The person tagged with following me, my NSA agent, is really curious now. Okay, so what is grooming? Okay, online abuse. Types of online abuse. We can look at grooming from this perspective. So grooming is when someone builds a relationship with a child so they can sexually abuse, traffic, or exploit them. Children and young people can be groomed online or face-to-face. I need the actual legal. This is NSP. This is activist organizations trying to stop it, which is great. All right, here we go. Legal dictionary. So intentionally meets. So the winning the confidence of the victim. Travels with the intention of meeting, be in any part of the world. At the time, intends to do anything in respect. So hold on. A person, A, aged 18 or over commits an offense of having met or communicated with another person, B, on at least 2 earlier occasions. He, 1, intentionally meets B or travels with the intention of meeting B, or at the time he intends to do anything to or in respect of B during or after meeting the part of the world, which if done will involve the commission of A, of a relevant offense. 4, B is under 16. 5, A does not reasonably believe that B is 16 or over, right? So this is an or situation. So yes, engaging in any behavior with someone under the age of 16, automatically grooming. But you do not need to be engaging. You can just do these things to a minor. But what? No, it says or. It doesn't say and. Right? Like, there's a difference between and or. Right? Like, it's like if it said and, right, then that means it would require all 5 parts in order for it to be considered grooming. If it says or, that means that it only requires some of them. You don't have proof that they thought they were under 16. No, they knew the person was 17. They knew that the person was a minor. So you really hopped in here, right? Because you're mad about the usage of the word grooming, and you don't understand the difference in English between and or. Yeah, no. Again, this would almost certainly be done at a state level, even though it's a federal crime, and it would depend upon the state and how they chose to do it, right? But no, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Java Bolt. That's like, where's the proof? And then it's like, okay, the person you can't prove grooming, so that they're okay with this disgusting behavior, because they think the law states that so long as the person is over the age of 16, you can't groom. And that's not what the fucking law states. 16 is just one of the factors that is present in the law, one of the 5 factors that we just described. And also, it will likely be dealt with at a state level anyways. And considering the age, even the supposed age of Queen Alexa, 21 at the time, it wouldn't fit into Romeo and Juliet laws anyways. Could that be a grooming supporter? Java Bold is a groomer apologist. All right, let's get back into this though. Okay, so this is
every time we get to like true, we just
they're asking, are you willing to?
You were aware of what it. You were aware of all the truth here before we came and got it out of you. You knew all these things to be true. We just got it out of you, and you still did it at the time. Like that's I don't know. It's just hard for like. It seems like almost every time we get to like a pretty solid spot, almost the very next thing that I see you involved in is you saying the opposite or doing the opposite. And so it's like, honestly, even this conversation, like, do I think any of this is resolved afterward? No, because I don't trust Alexa as far as I can throw her, and she's 6'8". I'm not.
6'8". So the trust has been broken. That's the reality.
Yeah, this kind of comes to one of my points. The reason that I have kind of just went pretty quiet on it is that like it whatever will come, right? Whatever I say, I mean, if you already don't trust me, you're not going to trust what I say. There's no real point to the thing. Like,
okay, do you know how to rebuild trust? Even when you don't think you actually broke it or meant to break it, do you know how?
All right, not super important. We will skip ahead to, again, this is where Queen Alexa admits openly that they agree to the responses, that they lied to everyone.
Short of a situation like that happening, like I just don't know how.
Well, Queen Alexa claims to be 6'8". Queen Alexa claims to be trans. Queen Alexa claims to go around everywhere on a motorcycle. Queen Alexa claims to be 21, and Queen Alexa claims that they were a titled wrestler at 16 and that they did like amateur and professional wrestling. Queen Alexa's claimed a lot of things. And I still think it's funny that they believe this person's 6'8".
It's an incredibly small number of people that are that tall.
Right. I'm 6'5", and I'm an inch shorter than the average NBA player. Right?
So close.
Whatever. I'm taller than Steph Curry. Fuck it. Right. It's, and no, they haven't corroborated any of this. When we know that Queen Alexa lies to everybody about everything.
Something over Discord could lead to like, oh,
Right.
damn, no,
I think that's fair. And I think that's completely fair and valid.
But again, to be completely open and honest, we did talk about this, and we did suggest things that we thought were appropriate responses. And in the moment, you agreed, and then you shit all over it immediately afterwards, right?
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I guess in the interest of full disclosure, I mean, we were still playing games like 2 and 3 days after all this shit came out, but then more came out that exposed you for like that, like it was like, oh fuck, you lied to me about that, or like, oh fuck, despite us like all agreeing that a good way to handle this, and if I'm going to be defending you, I'm going to need us to handle it this way, is to like not shit on the person involved that is making these accusations, like. And like almost like on almost every account, like a lot of the things that we had agreements about, like I feel like we were betrayed on, and then like once that's the case, it becomes I don't know, it becomes impossible.
Yeah, and that directly leads to this right here. This is like the follow-up confrontation to the phone call
Yeah, no, it's all cap. It's all bullshit.
with the 8 people jumping in. That's kind of the way I see it. Because we haven't, when you say you kind of take a step back and you've been being quiet about it, that's what we have done, right? You've still been a part of these panels, and you have talked about these things in public, and you are still on these panels when this subject is being talked about, right, Alexa?
Correct.
Have you seen?
With this, what has just kind of came back up? I just really only got on here just to explain the whole like Discord thing, but other than that, I've been quiet on this second uprise of this.
Cap. Like the all the Queen Alexa does is lie. On the second uprising of this, I've been very quiet, except for when I hosted a fucking panel with every large streamer in the space to try and clear my name, or like when I went and tried to lie to Chud Logic and get them to support me, or did the same thing for Stardust. Meanwhile, the people that actually know what's going on have stayed out of it.
Like I've been asked to come on a few shows and I had turned it down.
I'm not sure if that's true. Do you really think that's true that you've been quiet on this topic as a whole? Do you think you've only been involved when it comes down to the Discord itself being deleted? Is that genuinely your perspective?
I was only like,
the new things that brought this back up was that they're hosting panels with big guests again, that they are the owner of this Discord, that there is at least one person that I know of is a minor or was a minor as a moderator in this supposedly 18 plus Discord that I'm getting reports of, but I can't substantiate. This one is in private VCs regularly with this person, and that there's some sus stuff going on there. And and that Doobie had apologized to this person and basically like cleared Clean Alexa's name and had put them back in the VIP partner section of the politics Discord, boosting them up massively because 60,000 people got an @everyone notification to go join their Discord. I talked with Doobie and showed Doobie some of the evidence that he was missing, and it connected him with people about like the underage drinking that was going on in the Discord. I connected him with other people and other resources to understand that there was more that he was missing. And then he took Queen Alexa out of the VIP section of the politics Discord because I was like, yo, why the fuck are you supporting this person? Like, why are you propping this person up? Like, why are you like propping them up and like apologizing? And then he did some additional research on his own to try and find out more stuff, and hasn't made a statement since then. At least as far as I'm aware of, unless he did it like while we were streaming. But I feel like if I was streaming this and they made a statement about that, someone would have came in and said something. So yeah, that's what brought it back up for me, is that people are just accepting this, and Sprouticus is a mod in there, like. They're getting big guests again, and like everyone is pretending like this person didn't do abhorrent shit, and they've waved everything away. And it's like, no, people need to know that this person is a fucking predator and that this person's a gross liar. Yeah, Discord's horrible about this shit. Like, and I've spoken with Doobie about this before. Like, Doobie he's shown me fucking like emails that he's sent to Discord, like for like a month straight, constantly emailing them being like, hey, I have literal proof that there's childhood grooming or like that there's pedophiles here. These are their names. These are their accounts. Please do something about it. And like, they wouldn't fucking like do anything about it. Yeah, a lot of people have forgotten about it, and it's been memory hold like, oh, it was not really a big deal. And like, nah, it was a big deal. There was a lot of sick shit going on. No chance whatsoever, Donkey Draymond, especially considering they keep coming in here and laughing. And then when I ask them the real hard questions, they run away like a scared little bitch. Yeah, what's your name? Mark.
What?
What's your name?
You just said it.
What's your name is?
Aquamark?
Aquamark.
Yeah, apparently Binks just figured that out today. Who I am in the Twitch chat.
Yeah. This is my co-host. This is my fucking partner in crime.
Yeah, I've been particularly silent tonight because Scott did all the legwork on this. He's the one who actually knows everything, so, you know.
All right, so the next thing I want to show is that Alexa knew that this was all going to go away, and knew that they could cover up all this shit, and they admit it here.
Even us suggesting something is going to be misconstrued in the public perception, because that is exactly what has happened already. You know what I mean? So I don't even want to suggest.
Okay.
I agree, but at this point, I don't even want to suggest what Alexa should do, because it's not my place anymore.
I'm looking for Alexa's willingness to invest.
Yeah, I get it.
For the benefit. I'm not looking at what you should. I'm not going to. I could tell you what you should do, but I'm not going to.
Yeah, so I think the best move. I think the best move, and I think this would help all of us, is that like I just will sit by the sidelines on this one and just because this will just fade off again, and then once it fades off,
I don't think so.
Cool. Oh, I know so. It's not. I know it will fade away.
Ooh,
it faded away like. And the
you say again like it faded away the first time. This wasn't that long ago.
When this
I understand. I understand it was relitigated. So the way to do it now is once this fades away, just not relitigate it. Like that's the plan. That's the plan to go forward.
Here's why this won't.
Right. It's not about truth. It's not about honesty. It's not about apologizing for their behavior. It's what are the tactics that we will use to try and make this disappear. And yeah, it'll go away. It'll go away. I know so. Right? Deceiving will do that. Yeah, and that's why I'm bringing this shit back up, because fuck you. I'm not going to let a bunch of people fucking pal around with you and not know what a fucking snake you are. So I'll show them again all the shit you did, all the lies you told, all the bullshit, and all the evidence that you think exonerates you, that you selectively fucking edited and that you fucking blacked out. We all, and when you look at all the evidence and you hear all the lies and you hear all the bullshit and all the little trip ups and all the things they were caught in, you know exactly what you're dealing with. A manipulative predator. That's what this person is. And if you let them like fucking, what is it from Lord of the Rings? Worm tongue?
Yeah, there's Grima Wormtongue, or there's also the Mouth of Sauron. So
yeah, Grima Wormtongue. That's who you're dealing with. That's who Queen Alexa is. And if you let them, they will bring you down, and they will fucking bring bullshit and drama on you, and they will fucking lie to you, and they will deceive you, and they will take from you, and they will fucking harm people in your community. And they don't give a fuck because they know how to weasel their way out, and they don't care about what bridges they burn because they'll set up new shit because they're good at this shit. What can you put in a barrel to make it lighter? I don't know, helium? So, a nice little fun thing here. I think another one little like as things get a little, I won't say more heated, but I think this is another interesting thing.
Behavior.
As we're just hitting up the relevant
so it's
points.
Bigger than one person's behavior and choices.
Yeah, I'm aware it's quite large. I'm just saying that,
and not in a profitable or fun way.
I mean, I'm uncomfortable at how much enjoyment you seem to have been taken out of this the last couple of days, Alexa. I truly am. It's troubling to me.
It's a way of coping.
Mm-hmm. When I know
that's
Alexa says that, she's straight serious. This is how she knows exactly how she is. She's never. I feel it for me, to me. Alexis never misrepresented herself to me at all. I got lucky, I guess.
Yeah, and then again, they call out again that this person is having fun with this entire shit. Oh, it's a way of coping. It's just a way, like, I'm just laughing and I'm enjoying this entire thing because it's how I cope with it. And again, that's what we saw occur. Queen Alexa hop in here being like, LOL, our panels are great. And and then when you ask them the tough questions, they run away like a little bitch.
She's never misrepresented how she feels and how she sees things at all. So I understand when she just kind of shrugs it and says, oh, well, that's how she is. I never had expectations of her past that, and I think that's what's happened. Those expectations were clearly violated. So that's unfortunate as fuck.
That's unfortunate as fuck.
As fuck.
So I think this part's really interesting as well.
But it feels like they get a
The conversation starts to kind of go away. So there's two more points I want to hit up.
Way more help.
There's the public side and the personal side. Okay, like we can stop airing the personal side if it's getting uncomfortable, but I feel like they bleed together enough that it's important probably to make a little more progress. It's up to you guys. But the public side is, you're probably right. Twitch users are like goldfish in the respect that 24 to 48 hours and they don't swim to the other side of the bowl and forget. But the problem is that this is you're trying to become a pillar of a community that is as long as that community is around, this problem is going to be around with it. This is no longer just a no longer just a chat.
Wow, how
right?
prophetic.
This is
What's that?
Did you listen to what he was saying?
Yeah, no, I listened to this whole thing and
as long as they're around, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
What happened and how prophetic.
Right. I mean, they're like goldfish, right? You guys are all goldfish. Just so you know, that's how Revolt Rise really feels about you. But he's not wrong, right? But yeah, so long as this person's around and is gonna have this giant platform and start doing these big panels and shit, no, I'm gonna fucking call it out, and I'm gonna inform people what this person is, because it's not acceptable that this person gets to go around and have this positive reputation in the Twitch politics community like they're not a fucking monster. And maybe I feel some type of way because I'm sick, so I'm in some extra pissed off kind of mode. But like this person tried to use me, tried to use my voice, tried to manipulate me to spin a narrative along with a bunch of other streamers to try and called Darby like a crazy person and said that this person was like mentally ill and like told me that like, you know, that like this is just like blown way out of proportion and that like right-wing chuds were just trying to cancel them and like accusing them of like grooming and all this shit because like, you know, because they don't understand anything and that it was just this one time where I said this person was cute and it was totally innocuous. You know, and then people, you know, showed me what actually happened, and I was like, holy fuck. And so Revolt rises here with the truth again. Like, I'm not going to fucking let this shit die if they're going to be hosting big panels and shit. Wait, you're involved in this? How? Queen Alexa came into my Discord along with tons of other people, along with tons of other streamers. And when this shit was first kicking off, told me their version of events and was trying to get me to do a stream with them to talk about on stream, like the right-wing truds trying to, you know, engage in cancel culture and shit and spun their own belief, their own story and actively tried to use my voice along with all these other streamers that they did do this with. And then what happened was as soon as Queen Alexa left, Woodsman Will came in and was like, nah, dog, look at these fucking messages. Cause he had the fucking deets. And he was like, listen to this audio. And I was like, holy shit. Everything Queen Alexa just said was a complete fucking lie. And if Woodsman Will hadn't found me on that, I probably would have interviewed Queen Alexa and I probably would have been making fun of right-wingers blowing this out of proportion. I probably would have done that. Because I was convinced that it was like a nothing burger from the story that they were telling. I wasn't fully convinced. I mean, I remember I was saying like, you know, well, you know, that is kind of weird. Like, you know, we might need to like let this come forward more or whatever. But like my inclination was like that people were trying to cancel Queen Alexa over some bullshit because they didn't like her because she was a controversial person that like fucked around with you know, stabbed a bunch of people in the back and was kind of a cunt. This is water, it just has lemon in it. Totally a veal burger.
Dude, a burger would be so fucking good right now.
When it comes to pedos, we don't mess around. That's true. The right is more passionate about it. I will say that. And then lastly, the last thing from here that I think is really pertinent, because there's a lot of circle jerking because most of these people are Queen Alexa's.
Recorded.
True.
What this is. That's what.
So this is the last thing that is important from this file, I think.
This stream right now, being on this panel with you, UD, that's what this is. This is the damage control. This is amending what is the public record.
True.
This is that. Because the whole thing, we joined into the call that was recorded that at the time I didn't know was recorded that I was in, but immediately after found out that it was, so it wasn't a big deal to me. But in that phone call, we brought it to Alexa immediately, up front and blunt. We did not go public before we brought it to Alexa. Mm-hmm. And we did that because up until that point, Alexa was a friend of ours.
Mm-hmm.
And
hell, we still weren't even really the ones to take it public. We were just kind of privy to the events surrounding it going public.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And that's why we got involved then, and why we are getting involved now is because of what has happened and has the I don't know how to say this, maybe the capability of happening even more is the ramifications that Revolt is facing today.
Right. And so here we go with two geniuses sitting on this call and nobody's can come to a solution.
But again, it was because of the bullshit that Queen Alexa was putting out there. It put Revolt Rise at risk. So before we close this program out, I think it's really important that we go back, for those that didn't hear, back to 4:30 and just hear the response to this.
Flirtatious. And
Okay,
to
what were
jokes-
those jokes?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Is it plausible that you may have said, in 3 months, I'm gonna bend you into a pretzel and blank the shit out of you?
Yeah, no.
In a meme form. In a meme form, even, I'm asking.
It in a joking manner, maybe, but I still highly, highly, highly doubt I said that.
So do you remember the conversation or don't you?
No, not for the most part. No, not that particular conversation. Not as well.
All right, so let me break this down because this is what I know to be a fact, okay? Cynthia and I were in the conversation. Cynthia and I have both basically publicly came out and said that we were party to this conversation. Cynthia heard you saying things like Darby, you're cute, whatever, the insignificant things. Cynthia then messaged Ronnie and said, you got to get in here and listen to this shit that Alexa's saying. And then after that is when you said, maybe in a joking manner, maybe not, I'm not gonna ascribe intent here, but you did say that. And immediately Ronnie stepped in and said, you cannot be saying these things to a minor. And then there was a brief discussion as to whether it was acceptable or not.
Yeah, that's the big takeaway from this. And then what happens? Well, all of a sudden, Queen Alexa remembers every single person was in the call, who was debating, what side of the debate they were on, but doesn't remember exactly what it is that they said. And then 2 minutes later is immediately going after people. I don't remember. Yeah, exactly, Looter. Exactly. I mean, we went over that. We went over the DMs. Again, I think the most important takeaway is that. I think the second most important takeaway is that comment and the fact that they lied about that heavily. I think the second most important takeaway is that Darby says to him or to her, do I really look like a girl now? I looked at myself in the mirror and I do. I have hips, boobs. Yeah, you do. A soft face. My legs and ass are getting thicker. So yeah, I guess so. Yep. It's just weird. And then what we're left with, again, because I think these are the important takeaways from this situation more than anything, right? What we're left with, again, let me close this out, is this image. We're left with this image that shows, appreciate it. We're left with this image that shows after they're talking about their body parts growing, we're left with edited out photos and edited out names and edited out speech. And when you continue the conversation, I'm not going to show it on stream because I don't want to give away like their profile pic and exact spelling. When you show it out on stream, it immediately just jump cuts to, that's okay. I was being followed by this conservative looking guy with a toothpick in his mouth, and he was giving me dirty looks when I was looking for bras and panties. None of that makes sense unless you recognize that it was completely fucking edited, that it was put out by Queen Alexa, and that it's very clear that explicit pictures of minors were shared. And the conversation that follows is not something that Queen Alexa wanted us to know about. And the idea that this just was like, they said they were cute and they didn't like establish healthy boundaries. Nah, dog. You were getting nudes sent to you by a fucking teenager. Let's be real. Or at the very least, shit you didn't want anybody to see. I'm just saying. So that's the takeaway from the Queen Alexa. That's all of the evidence that I'm aware of. One of the moderators was a minor in the political shit show 2.0. I'm hearing from people, but I've yet to be able to corroborate or prove with any like actual like pictures or anything that as a minor, Alexa was in private VCs and on one-on-ones with this person, that they clearly have a lack of boundaries when it comes to minors. They were letting minors get drunk in their Discord, and Queen Alexa says supposedly that they have DMs with Vivian that prove that like they fixed that. Yeah, it's looter. I got confirmation from the moderator in question. And not only that, but that the moderator has not only is a moderator, but is also given the extra benefit of being in charge of like the reactions and the emotes and stuff. And that they're like constantly having one-on-one conversations from what I can tell. So that's the takeaway from that. From the Vivian Wolf takeaway, again, I'll just show this. I'll just show this. Again, we could go over the whole timeline. It's best to just watch the beginning of the VOD, but, Brant's phone number gets doxxed. On the 19th, he's attacked by Antifa with root beer trying to take out his camera equipment. On the 21st, his car is vandalized twice while people are texting him to check his car. And then at the 22nd around 1 a.m., this is what Vivian has helped dox Brant for Liberty. It's very clear now that anybody that wants to really know Brant's full name, address, not full name, his phone number, and his license plate, and what hotel room he was staying in, and all that stuff has been doxed thanks to Vivian getting involved. And again, we see this here where they're lying about them trying to cause violence. Probably Bandit, but it is what it is. Of course, we told that whole story, mostly because, Brant and William are are both banned from Twitch right now over some bullshit. But that's everything I wanted to cover tonight.
You feel better?
No, I feel like shit. I'm ready to relax and eat some soup.
No, fair enough. You're gonna have to reheat that shit.
That's fine. I'm fucking sick and like it's catching up with me. All the medicine I took is wearing off. We live 20 to 40 years longer than when consent law started. Curious if people think we should consider changing these definitions. Will's banned. Will be back Friday. Not tomorrow, but next Friday. He had a stream where the title was Women Are Trash, Changed My Mind. And he was debating somebody that believed that. So they reported him for his title for hateful content. Yeah, Brant for Liberty was banned. He doesn't really know why. He just keeps pissing people off. And, Antifa was claiming responsibility, but he's getting mass reported. But I think Brant will be back on the 1st. As will Will. They'll both be back on the 1st. You got the Coof? I don't know, might. Neither of them are permabanned. Neither of them are permabanned. But tomorrow, we might do some political stuff. We'll do some some politics and stuff. Have a little fun with that. Saturday, we'll probably do a fun stream. Sunday, we'll do a philosophy reading night. And then a movie night. So, but for now, who's on?
I see K Bucks on, Horror, RK Outpost.
How about K? K was in the stream for like a good while tonight and shit.
Yeah, she's cool people.
She's cool people. We're gonna go say hi to Kay and see what she's doing. She looks like she must be doing some late night prime K. So if you want to have some fun, get in that. But we will see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, sorry I didn't have much to contribute tonight, but this really was kind of your shtick.
Why is it only saying 36? How many people does Mod Chat say we have?
41.
Oh, okay. Because mine has been saying 53 for like a while. Okay.
It was up in the 50s.
Well, it started winding down and it probably didn't catch up. All right, boys. So we're gonna go say hi to Kay. I'm sick, so behave. Don't be too mean to her. Don't start engaging in Queen Alexa behavior.
She is a nice lady.
All right, boys. Okay, let me fucking.
I know she's on Redheaded Gamer Chicks show.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
I don't
The best
either.
part about doing things
Wait.
yourself?